You muted, bro. How you gonna be muted on your own stream?
Yeah, stop
You know
pulling the
what?
JJ, man. Stop pulling the JJ.
Take the few shots before the stream and you mess it up, Fado.
God.
Bro, you was muted, man.
Yeah, I know. That's what happens when you drink a little shot or two before your stream. You know
Hey
what I
man,
mean?
that mean we about to
Oh,
party. That mean we about to party, you know?
Oh, damn right, we about to party. Damn right. Hey, first off, I want to say big up to you guys for coming in here. We're gonna have a few more people coming in here. Well, Chado, shout out your channel real quick.
My name is Fatal J. On my content, you can watch Bow-Legged Strippers, Pee Wee Herman content, and Steve Urkel content.
tequila.
And I can't lie, the bow-legged strippers are fire. Let's just put it that way. You know what I'm saying? Eli, what about you? Where can they find you?
You guys can find me everywhere, nowhere at the same time, especially on every Thursday through Wednesday on Instagram, Blue Sky, X, various YouTube channels. As Eli, the science guy, remind you to look up because look northwest. There is a new star that went nova. You might be able to see it if you have clear skies around 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, Anzo, I'm smoking tonight. It's called Moon Shadows.
Nice. I was gonna say because no one gives a shit about your little aura look up in the sky shit. You know what I'm saying? Cole, what about you? Where can I find you? It's been a minute, man. Where you been?
Yeah, it's been a little while, but yeah, pretty much anywhere. Usually on YouTube, I guess Twitter. I'm never calling it X. Letterbox, whatnot. Instagram now. I'm gonna start posting on Instagram, but yeah, usually just on streams like this. Yep.
Yes. So, all right, I because I want people coming in here, so we're gonna have a little quick conversation. Fred, I got one to pick with you.
Okay.
What'd you think of Ironheart?
I didn't watch it because I knew it was trash.
Oh, you
Facts.
Whoa.
What do people always say? If you don't like something, don't watch it, right?
Yeah.
How do you know you don't like it if you didn't watch it?
Because I've been watching these movies ever since Iron Man first came out. You can smell bullshit when bullshit is being laid. Okay?
So,
This is a new character that came out in 2016, okay? She's a new character.
I was
that
watching.
That was in a trash movie.
Wakanda Forever was trash, 100%. I was watching your stream the other day, and I heard you saying it was trash, so I was like, "All right," because I don't think it's trash. I thought it was pretty good.
Okay,
bad.
I mean, look, this is the thing about it. If people like it, I'm happy with it. I'm not on a campaign to say, "Hey, don't like this."
Yeah, for sure.
You like what you like, but for me, I'm just tired of that same old formula. Nothing is moving the needle no more. I can look at that and I said 3 episodes on the same damn day.
Yeah.
This supposed to be a trash experience. I'm just gonna skip out on it.
Actually, episode 3 to me was the best one. I know Cole down here, he didn't like it at all. So
yeah, he was trashing it in the chat earlier.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. It's how many episodes is left after these 3?
3 more.
Wow.
So they dropped 3 this week and then 3 next week.
Wow. Bro, you got to be kidding me. They ain't doing 1 a week?
No.
Wow.
They obviously have no faith in it. They have no faith in the show. I can tell you,
guys. There is a reason why they're doing this because all the so-called reviewers and the people who do the spoilers and the Easter egg stuff, they happen to release the video the morning of the episode drops. So they're tired of this. They're trying to get a heads up. I mean, Eric Voss complained majorly about this. He's like, "Shit, I got maybe about 4 or 5 hours of sleep at night because I have to watch the episode a couple times to do the reviews." It's like, man, Marvel's killing me. And what happened to Fiddle J?
It's probably his camera, but he'll be back.
Okay.
B's in the house. He said he's first. Nerdy Review said happy birthday. Thank you.
I was first.
Much appreciated. Actually, no, you weren't.
My comment should be in there.
Eli said something about some illegal alien to ICE, and
yeah, his name is Gordon Shumway, and that's his address. Okay, ICE better get this guy.
Happy birthday, old man. He said it there. Happy birthday, Damian Scott. And the stranger said, happy birthday, old man. Just kidding, but happy birthday. No, I mean, I can't deny the fact that I am old, but what I can say is I carry it like a badge. You know what I mean? Because a lot of black men don't make it to 51. So I did.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I thought when you said 10 shots, you were gonna fire 10 shots in the air, and yeah. I guess I misread it.
Dude, he's Canadian. He's gonna drink alcohol or take 10 shots with the puck. Okay, come on.
Hey, listen, I got that. I got that Jamaican background. Well, I don't have the background, but I grew up around them. So licking shots in the air ain't nothing. We've done that many times. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Brian said, "What up, GOAT? Happy birthday! Appreciate you, brother." The guys see I put the $10 shot there, and I was like, you know what? Let me see if you guys can get me to 51 shots. One shot for every year my birthday. And I said,
"Oh damn! Well, you won't live to 52 then."
You're not gonna, no.
I know for a fact there's no fucking way I'm doing 51 shots.
Bro, you're gonna be dead, bro. Don't do that.
That is not happening. Not even in my best days could I ever do 51.
Oh god, there's one.
Oh shit. Fatal
And that's one shot, man.
Hey man, you don't read that, man. Just read it in your mind, bro.
Wait, what's the size of the shot? Okay.
Yeah,
I
you're not
was
playing.
reading super fast. Happy birthday, brother. You helped me through tough times, brother. Thank you 100%, Fatal. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, bro. Love you, bro.
Now somebody give him a $30 so he can do 2 fingers.
Ooh.
How about this? $200 and he has to do a shot, but he plays Russian roulette with a revolver, right? There we go.
So we did the Snow White stream. It was like a $10 shot night, and I think like I had like 100 and something, and then on Brian's page it was like 90, almost 100. So we did a lot of shots that night. The next day I was throwing up like a mother effort. I did nothing the next day. So
see, that's why I don't like drinking though, bro, because for the first 30 minutes it's fun and you feel good. Then when that hour hit and that stomach start hurting, it ain't fun no more.
You start
Don't you guys know the trick to drinking? It's like pulling G's in a plane. You eat a half a banana before you go out drinking, because if you're gonna throw up a banana, it ain't going down, it's just coming up.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you too what else to do. Just drink a whole bunch of water before you start.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah. But banana usually if you want food in your stomach.
And I'm talking about don't do like 2 bottles. I'm talking about you're gonna need like a gallon before you start.
Yeah, I mean I never really had an issue. But
holy shit, his camera's on. What the fuck?
Wait, hold on.
Whoa.
Happy birthday, old bastard.
Whoa.
JG has confirmed to be a black man. Finally.
Holy shit.
I told you all. I'm a black
full
man.
screen him. Yes, full screen him, man.
I'll be honest, I thought you were Mexican.
Well, I'm partially Cuban, so that's close enough. Still got to cross the water.
Ray, let me know if you want the link to pop in for a bit, man. I could definitely do that, man. JG, thank you for popping in. Appreciate it.
Sure.
We get Saggy here. It's gonna get crazy, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't think me and Saggy ever streamed together, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
We never streamed.
I think one of my birthday streams you were on it with her.
Really?
Saggy Melons.
I'm telling you, I don't think me and Saggy ever streamed, man.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, that would be a collaboration. That would be fire to see you and Saggy on a stream together. You know what I mean? That'd definitely be fire. Now I gotta ask you, Fado, because
I gotta ask you something too. After you ask me, I'm gonna ask you something.
Cool. The Superman. A lot of people trashing it right now. What are your thoughts on that? I know you're a James Gunn guy.
No, I'm not. See, people get that wrong. I'm a hardcore DC fan.
Okay.
But when it comes to James Gunn, I don't really care about James Gunn like that. Mm-hmm. I know James Gunn is really hit and really miss. Okay. Mm-hmm. When he hit and make a great film, he make a great film. But he can make boo-boo too. Because like that Suicide Squad, that Peacemaker, But with those Guardians, he can kill it. With that, what's that Superman killer boy he made?
Brightburn.
Brightburn. He was the executive producer on that. He did not direct it or write it.
Yeah,
no. I did the information on that. The reason why he didn't put all of what he played part in that movie is because that was around the time he got in trouble with Marvel and got fired. So he didn't take credit, but for later on, he had writing into that. He played a big part.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he played a big part in that movie. But to answer your question, Anzo, I think it's gonna hit $1 billion.
Thank you. I think me and you are the only ones that have said that.
I hope it hits $1 billion.
I said
Fatal
so.
J, Fatal J. Let me
but I
tell you
don't see
this in
it.
case you're not. Let me tell you this in case you're not aware. James Gunn gave a few people selective advanced screening of the movie and obliged them to sign an NDA not to say anything. Right?
Yeah.
A couple of them came out publicly and said, "I've seen it. Can't say NDA, but I can tell you this: no footage in the trailer reveals any plot details of the movie." I'm like, really? Okay, because we don't know plot details of Fantastic Four already. We already know this because of the trailers.
When you look at the trailers, you can tell that's only the beginning of the movie.
No plot details.
Yeah,
I'm
just go back and look at all the 3 big trailers he came out with. It's the same scenes.
Exactly. Thank you, James, for no spoilers. I love that.
Yeah.
I want more directors to do that. I can't see it hitting $1 billion though. I think there's too many casuals who don't understand like fully what's going on, who will just be confused by this new universe and Elseworld stuff going on, like the new Batman and also just being so close to Jurassic World and Fantastic Four. I don't know if I see it hitting $1 billion. I think 700 million, I would say, around that.
So
Cole,
one thing I'll say this. Yeah, go ahead, Fado.
I was just gonna say, well, Cole, I've been reading those reviews for those Jurassic Park. A lot of people saying it's mid. They said it ain't.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't like any of the Jurassic Worlds before it. I have some faith because the director's better doing this one. But yeah, I'm not saying it will be good. But either way, like Dominion made $1 billion. Like international audiences like it,
and that's true. Now you got a great point. You definitely got a great point. Dominion hit $1 billion, and that was hot boo boo, hot trash. And trust me, when I see people running from dinosaurs and they look real, I'm gonna watch it regardless. So
yeah, Brian the Grizzly is in the house. What up, Brian? How you doing, brother?
What up, birthday boy?
What up, Brian?
I saw JG had a camera on. I was like, "What the hell? I gotta come on right now."
Yeah, I know. That freaked me. That freaked me the fuck out.
You got about 20 more minutes so I turn this shit off.
Well, then you know what? I gotta get a live intro, JG. You know what to do,
let's
brother.
do it.
Oh, here we go.
Everybody, mute your mics.
JG Shaolin Terrific, the undefeated, undisputed final boss of the 36 Chambers of Shaolin. The Black Jim Kelly, martial artist, film actor. There you go.
Yes, sir. Oh, you know what? This dude is my dude. He said Jim Kelly.
For sure.
Yeah.
Bro, how old are you? Check me out live Wednesday nights on the OOC with the host Anzo, a.k.a. the Abbott, the Osiris of the the Spliff King, and the Professor of Gunja, the birthday man himself, wearing that fire red, my favorite color. Appreciate it, brother. Alongside his co-host Roberto, a.k.a. Mr. 100, a.k.a. No Trouble Dead Day. Everything going to be irie. No woman, no cry.
Hold on, man, real quick. JG, how old is you, man? I thought you was in your 20s. You in your 20s?
I wish I'm in my 30s. You know black don't crack, bro. You know black don't crack, my guy.
But when they come to our 30s, most 30-year-olds don't know about Jim Kelly like that. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I'm a JG Shaolin, bro. Shaolin, that should tell you everything. Right there. Wu-Tang fanatic, Kung Fu fanatic. You know it, I know it.
Yes, sir.
I got that hat back on, bro. Got a little clean up.
Look at you cleaning up. Look at it. Look at it.
I mean, I had to clean up. Nah, I got the receding hairline and shit.
Bro, that's the first time.
They got spray for that shit, bro.
You must got the look in your system, bro.
They got hair fibers for that, bro.
Yeah, I need it.
You must got the look in your system, bro, because I've never seen you without a hat on.
I'll turn my camera on.
There you go. There you go. Come on, Cole. Come on, Cole. Let's do it.
Come on. My hair's messed up and I even turned my camera on. Okay, come on.
Someone said that to me the other day. They're like, "You never on stream without a hat." You know what I mean? And I'm like, "What time I was? I did it."
Come on, Brian. The dreadlock assassin. That's what I'm talking about. Brian, the Grizzly. I like it. Let's go.
What was your question, Fado?
Oh, I've been waiting to ask you this for a long time, bro. Because, hey, you were talking real greasy last time you was on Twitter. And remember, you said this now. You said.
No, he definitely said anything. You about to say he said. This man some crazy-ish that I hear in my life all the time.
It was like a Twitter battle going on.
Oh, boy.
And you know what I'm supposed to say, too. Now, this man was going around Twitter talking about Drake is the best rapper of all time. Can't nobody beat Drake. Can't nobody beat Drake. Can't nobody beat Drake. He said that for a whole week. So I want to know after that demolish. I can't even come the demolish station of what Kendrick did. Do
Jay,
you still think the
It doesn't
same
even
thing?
matter.
Wait, hold on.
Jay,
All time is
hang on.
Let me answer the question. Okay, so Drake is Canadian. I will always stick up for my Canadian homies. Do I think Drake is the greatest rapper of all time? No, I don't. Not even close. But I say, and I'm going to say this too, because we got a bunch of Americans on here. Drake had to come to America and show you guys how it was done. You know what I mean?
What?
Hit after hit after hit after hit. That's what I'm saying. The Canadians boys are running things. I'm just saying.
This blasphemy is ridiculous.
All I was going to say was what Anzo was saying. He's Canadian. He's going to defend him.
You know, sometimes when someone says something so trash that you don't even want to talk about it anymore, I'm just not even going to talk about it right now because that is such a trash statement. It hurts me because he has good taste. That's really hurts.
Oh shit. Let me go through some of the comments. Tank said, happy birthday. Thank you very much. Tamika Dennis in the house. The Bigger Ford Entertainment. Happy birthday. Enjoy your day. Wishing you many blessings on blessings. I appreciate it. Said, I think that's the first time I ever heard someone not like the Suicide Squad or Peace Nigger. Yeah, I'm going to get into Fatal on that too, because I was about to say something on that too.
What? Peace, what'd you say, dude? What'd you say?
You heard that too, right?
Yeah, what'd you say, man?
Peace nigga, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that too, man.
Oh my goodness.
Did I say Peace Nigger?
Yeah, you said, yeah.
R too. I was
like, what the hell?
My bad.
I thought that was written on the screen. I'm like, no, I look. Fix my bowl.
You know, sometimes I say it and it comes out not the way it's supposed to be said, but it is. You guys know what the fuck I meant.
Okay, Mr. President.
That I've been hearing good things about Superman. It's gonna hit 800K. If it's really, really good, maybe a Billy, maybe. I call a Billy.
I can't look. I will go on here and say like we should do a bet. We should do a bet.
What you got? Let's do it.
Anzo, how many bets do you have?
But I stream with him 3 to 4 times a week, so like he has to pay out.
Facts, 100%. 100%. What we got? What you got?
If it hits a bill, I'll send you a $50 gift card for Nike.
I got you. And what do you want if it's not?
Yep. And if it doesn't, you guys send it to me.
No, I got a better deal. I got a better bet wager for you guys. If Anzo is correct, he gets to pick one bobblehead that's in your screen. In the view of your screen.
Matter. I send him bobbleheads all the time.
I know, but in your screen, I know you got a shitload, but what's invisible in your screen? You can pick one.
If that were the case, I would need to know which one is his favorite one. That's the one I want.
I know you got a few thousand, man, but still in your view screen, okay?
My best ones are not in my screen because I don't want to show everybody because that's the stuff that actually is worth money.
What up, T-Virus? Thank you very much for popping in. Much appreciated. Tony said, Arm's about to burn a lot of trees tonight. Man, I've been burning. Listen, I've been off since Tuesday was my last day of work, so I've been burning all week so far. You know what I mean? What up, Brian, Fatal, JG, Eli, and Cole?
What up?
Okay, so we're not doing this, all right?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are, damn it. Thank you, stranger. Thank you.
It's the stranger, dude.
I don't care at this point. Appreciate it.
I don't have the chat popped up. Sorry. I don't have the chat open.
So it's free Tony, right, Anzo? Damn right. We got a $10 super chat from Brian the Grizzly, which means another shot. And I got my alcohol here, so you guys see.
Shot.
What's that you drinking, bro?
Canadian Club, brother.
Never heard
of
it.
Yeah, because it's Canadian.
It's not American alcohol, okay?
And you the
yes,
blackberry.
Now you drink the Crown Royal.
Yeah, I should. I'll send you the blackberry. Man. I was going to do that.
Hold on.
You got some Crown with you? All right, I see.
See, I'm still looking for chocolate hoops.
Royal. You start testing people on your phone. You ain't testing in a long time, and then you realize you don't made a bad mistake. The next
you
day,
just have to know what you're doing. So what I do is I sip it every day, no matter what. I just sip it, so I build immunity. to the craziness.
Dude, do you know why I love Crown Royal? I'm a D&D player. It comes with a free dice bag with alcohol. Come on.
Dude, you know how many nickels
Great.
I got in my crown bags? Let's just be sitting around.
Yeah.
Nickels are dimes and quarters.
100%.
My grandma used to have a whole bunch of them, the purple ones.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, quarter bags, nickel bags, yeah.
Yeah.
Water
No,
jug for the
Terrence.
pennies.
I don't need anybody beat up. I'm good, Terrence. It's good. Thank you, I appreciate
But
it.
real quick, also, just real quick
Yes.
though. When you seen Kendrick demolish Drake, what was you thinking though?
He won't admit it. You just won't admit it. That's all.
Wait, hold on. No, that's what I'm saying.
There we go already. There we go.
He won't admit it. That's all it is.
I just
no
wanna
hold
know
on
what you were
to
thinking.
it. Ain't no hold on.
let me say this. That fucking Not Like Us song was good for the first like 5 times listening to it. Then after that, it was just like, okay, this song is played out now. So
Okay, facts. Okay,
feel it.
facts.
No,
But
yeah,
have
I'm
you
not-
ever seen a diss song become a huge single though?
Not
That
like
was-
that.
That was
Not
a
like
single all over the nation, bro.
I feel like
Man.
Euphoria was better than Not Like Us.
It was.
Euphoria, that was
Yeah,
like, ew,
I
you
get it.
saying things you shouldn't be saying. Like
Yeah.
you said it to me to my face. One of us got to go.
What was that song? It was another song that was better too. Meet the Grams.
Meet
the ground.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Grams
Yeah.
were cold.
Yeah. But you see what Not Like Us was, that was like a club banger, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Drake is doing. He does a lot of these club banger girly songs. So Kendrick was like, yeah, well, I can do it better. And
Yeah.
he had people in Toronto, where Drake is from, singing Not Like Us and begging for it again. You know what I'm saying? And then I think the topper was when he went on the Super Bowl and he called Drake out on the Super Bowl. That was it.
Oh.
But the worst thing was that Drake tried to put a cease and desist. You can't do this song during the Super Bowl, and the fact that he did it anyway in front of 200 million people, like that's ballsy, and that's gonna make you win no matter what.
Hey,
Can you imagine if Nas went at Jay-Z at the Super Bowl at Ether? Like you said that during the Super Bowl, that's when you say, all right, you win.
And that's where I was like, why? Because I watched the Super Bowl for that. I said, is he gonna say the Drake part? Because I know he's doing the song, but you figure he would do some of it and then cut it off, right? But no, he made sure the Drake part was in there. He said, Drake, I know you like him young. You know how much people watch the Super Bowl? You know what I mean? So
almost the whole world, bro. Almost the whole world.
100%. That was totally a total disrespect of Drake.
It might not be the best diss song, but I can honestly say it's the biggest diss song.
Yeah. I think I know a lot of people think No Vaseline is the best.
That's the best, bro.
No Vaseline is I don't know. I think Ether might be
Ether. I think Ether
is
by a
better.
slim margin.
Yeah, but you
close.
gotta think Cube took out a whole crew though. You know what I'm saying?
And let me know if you want. Let me know if you want
Jay-Z
the link,
is.
Nadia.
You know, you remember who Jay-Z is? Jay-Z is like you gonna go after like the top of the mountain, like and not be scared at all.
Yeah.
They were beefing for 7 years before Ether came out.
Yeah.
You know, they've known each other since they were teenagers. Like, he knew stuff that people don't say. You don't bring up the stuff that happened to Foxy Brown. You don't be talking about him hanging from streams.
He said, is he Dame Diddy, Dame Daddy, or Dame Dummy?
I have a hot take for you guys,
he's
though.
puppy.
I have a hot take for you guys, though. I kind of like Takeover better. Now, as a diss track,
no, it's a better song.
Ether. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As a diss track, Ether's better. But as a song, I think I like Takeover a little better. Like the beat.
Well, I heard
everything.
people say
Jay-Z though, he makes better songs. But when you have a chorus say "fuck Jay-Z," like what? That's your chorus.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask y'all a question though. Since we talking hip hop, we know how cold Jay-Z is with the mic. But do you have an album on the level of an Illmatic?
Illmatic is Illmatic. There's nothing
Jay-Z got that can top Illmatic or Stillmatic.
I mean, Hard Knock Life. You understand what he did with the Blueprint. He sold so many albums. Like going diamond is crazy. So gotta have respect for what Jay-Z is. Jay-Z is just not a MC. He's a rapper. You know, he's not an MC. He's not wordsmith. He's not, he's not that. But you talk about best rappers. You got to put him in top 5. Nas is both.
But Grizzly, let me ask you this. You didn't answer my question. I know Jay-Z is cold. I got all his albums. Especially love the American Gangster. I think American Gangster is actually his best album. But do Jay-Z catalog at least one album he have is on the level of Illmatic? Because Illmatic changed the way brothers was rapping back then.
I would say, I don't think if you say on the level, probably not. But commercial wise, I don't think I think it's the Blueprint, one of Jay-Z's favorite
Blueprint's probably more commercial. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, that's just, you got girls. You got Heart of the City.
Hard Knock Life.
Hard Knock Life. I mean, Jugga. Like when you start Renegade, Renegade. It's this Song Cry. Like these are cold ass songs too. Don't get me wrong. They're just not Illmatic who changed. It was like the rap was going one way, and after Illmatic, the direction of rap changed because of how good it was. I always put Nas up there with Rakim, like changed the way rap was because he did it. So
now I gotta ask you guys, since you brought up Rakim, Big Daddy Kane or Rakim?
Rakim.
I've Rakim in my
Seven
top
Seal
5
album
all time.
Far no. 7 Seal.
You guys realize this is why Cole left the stream, right?
You're gonna have to take me out too, because bar for bar, that's Rakim.
Oh man. You know what? You want to give another Rakim too, Eli? Is that what you said?
Unlike Cole, I have Kuthin stick around. This is why he left, because what you guys talking about. I'm like, I have no idea what the hell you guys are saying. What is that? Gesundheit? I'm sorry, I don't know these names or the genre of music well. Okay, sorry.
You should have asked this. This is what you should have asked, Onzo. Rakim or KRS-One?
That's a lot closer. That's hard. That's a lot closer. Yeah. KRS-One is not just, he wants an MC and a good rapper. And that's hard. Rakim is not a great rapper, but he's a monster. I think KRS-One is maybe like number 7 for me. And I got Rakim at like 5, 4 or 5. So that's why it's like it's real close. Yeah. I personally got LL Cool J bigger than Big Daddy Kane. I got LL Cool J as a monster.
Bro, he is a monster.
I can give you that one.
No, bro, don't do that, because
it's a monster, man.
Bro, LL got some bangers.
100%.
Alonzo, what happened to your Phantom Zone clips?
I have them. No, I agree with you guys though. I love LL. Some of his tracks, I think he's so underrated, especially when it comes to the, talking about like the top greatest rappers out there. I think he's really underrated, but he's one of the ones that can
do it all.
And he's been through generations. You know what I mean? Like he's a
90s, 2000s, 20s. Yeah.
I feel like he's a better Drake. He's very much like Drake. Like he could do that.
You mean Drake is like LL? You mean Drake is like LL Cool J?
I'm saying he's better. He's a better Drake. I'm not saying he's like Drake. He's a better Drake.
Drake, the original Drake.
Original. He would love to be LL. If Drake ever got to that point, now we're talking about, is he better than Kendrick Lamar? That's how good LL Cool J is. And if he ever hit that part, man. Now
because he had brothers were doing this at home. They weren't really doing that. I can love you better.
Yeah, facts. Had dudes want to get in the gym because that man bulked up and stuff. He was a pretty boy. You knew that could beat your ass.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Drake can't take me. I will fight Drake and not worry about it. LL, I'll be scared.
Well, that dude
that broke into his house, and he
exactly.
shit out up and down the stairs outside.
I was right by the
I talk trash to Drake, he'll sue me. LL will meet me at my house to get rid of it.
He's got nothing on Ozzy. Exactly. Ozzy threw a guy out the window when he was naked. So
who you talking about?
Ozzy,
yeah. The guy tried to rob his house. He was naked. Ozzy was naked. He fought him and threw him out the window.
Oh, you talking about Ozzy Osbourne?
Yeah.
He always anyway.
I mean, LL was doing this stuff like, what's it? He beat that dude ass in his boxers, right? Like LL is nasty, like from the 80s, like when it was DJs and him and the DJ, and he changed, like, I'm it. and then he became the lady dude, and then he ended careers. Their careers that people that battled LL that just disappeared.
What was that dude name? Cassidy? I mean, not
Cannabis.
Cannabis.
Yeah.
Cannabis is nasty too as a battle rapper, right? But he went too hard after LL and
for no reason, bro.
Yeah,
he went at LL for no reason, man. Ruined his career.
Well, when you're trying to reach the top, you got to take somebody down. Is up there, right?
Yeah, but
LL the hard way. He got the hard way.
Yeah.
So the story about that is Cannabis wasn't really coming at LL. He was trying to do it as a respect. But what Redman and Method Man says when they talk about that, LL kind of was like, nah, you know what I mean, bro? You can't have my mic. And then when he heard it on the track, but what LL
don't come on, no, because LL invited Cannabis to the song. He said, "Hey, come on to my song. You dope. I want you to do it." And then he went and he's talking about, "I'm gonna take the mic off your arm because I'm it." And then LL said, "What?" And basically ended his career.
But what LL did was dirty though. LL made him rewrite his song and then put his diss track on there. So no one really knew the context of what LL was talking about until we found out the information.
It leaked a year later. Like it was like, oh, you heard. Yeah.
But also think about this: you get a tattoo of a mic on your arm, and you got the crown sitting on top of it, and then this dude that you invite say, "I'm gonna snatch that mic off your arm." Come on, bro. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, no.
You know what LL said? He said, "Lucky I didn't come in and whoop his ass."
Yeah.
You don't come. I'm paying for the studio. You don't come to my studio and gonna diss me, man. You lucky.
That was a dope song too, man.
Now I gotta ask you guys this because, and I didn't put it at the beginning because I didn't know they had the whole thing in there. But a lot of people are saying, at least that's what they're saying on Twitter, that this is the best verse of the year. I want to hear if you guys believe this or not.
Hold on, man.
I like pretty girls. Girls. I like pretty girls.
Hold on. The first time I heard it, I was like, this is ass. This is trash. But I kept playing it. I don't
know what y'all talking about yet.
And I'm like, you know what? Dude, this isn't that bad.
I don't know what y'all. First of all, I will tell you this. Most rappers respect him. Will Smith, most rappers like that around that time really respected his gangster and know he can actually rap. He just chose to go commercial. So he's fine. He's whatever he is, but he's decent, man. I'm not gonna sit there and hate on him. The song is good for a 55-year-old dude. Hey, whatever. Put some respect on his name. Whatever.
No, sir. Jay-Z is 60 years old.
Wait. Hang on. You're saying,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You're saying Jay-Z is 60 and Lonzo's 51? Lonzo, what the hell happened?
Damn.
Jay-Z's like 55, but because they're like the same age. Jay-Z and Will Smith are like the same age.
So what are you gonna say, Fado? Jay-Z?
Sorry.
Look, man. Look, let's just play this real quick, man. Pull up my stuff.
He said, "Wait,
bro."
Before I play that, JGG, what did you think of that? Hold on.
I didn't even hear it. I had a work call. What happened? Play it again.
All right. So let me play the verse again. All right. Hold on. I gotta get it back to the beginning though.
I mean, his when he spit on Icon was pretty nice, man. I don't know if y'all ever heard, his son's spit.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
All right, let's let JG hear this. I want to hear what JG has to say.
Type of man to move in malicious ways. I'm not.
That was nice. That was nice.
For a 56-year-old dude, man.
That's Will Smith. This is Will Smith. This is Will Smith we talking about. That was fire for Will Smith.
I thought it was pretty good too.
Okay, tell me if it's fire.
This was trash. This was trash.
Bro,
speed it up.
You don't gotta wait.
Speed it up. It sounds better. Speed it up. Speed it up.
You a dime tonight. It's a full house. Better play your cards right. I'ma post your pick if you pose. Make one phone call, you in vogue. Head, shoulders, knees, toes. Hold up, wait, pose. I'm about to do some investing. I'll spend it on you and your bestie.
Y'all think that's fire?
No, that's
speed it up. Speed it up to 0.25. It sounds better sped up.
Maybe
Nah,
because it's not. No, that's trash. When I heard that, I was like, "What the hell is this? Like, this is trash."
It sounds better sped up.
But then the
But
other
why
one
is he
came
even
out.
back rapping though? I mean, Jada got him wanting to get out the house, or what's going on?
Well, you know, the movie money hasn't been rolling in like it used to.
The dude's worth a lot of money. He's still worth 400
No,
million.
I know. Yeah, I know, 100%. But after that slap, and you notice in the song where he talked about coming on stage, he was talking about Chris Slap. You know what I mean?
I come on stage.
That was a dope bar when he said it spit me on stage. It spit,
Yeah. But I watched a few videos where some people, I think it was who was it? It was one of Will Smith's ex-manager where he was kind of trashing him. But he said Will Smith is about it. He's like, don't let Will fool you guys, you know. That Will coming up on stage and slapping Chris Rock, like that's how Will is, you know.
But he from Philly, bro. Them Philly cats is like that.
Do you guys understand how big he is? If someone that's 6'3", 250 come up and slap you and say, "Get my wife's name out your mouth," you gonna go run up? You got a weapon? You ain't gonna go with your hands, your fists? I mean, I would, but how many people?
You like 6'10"? That's different, bro.
I'm 6'5", 270, so that might be a different.
Hey, you tall, bro.
But who else is gonna go out there do that? Yeah,
all right, well, let me ask y'all a question. I'm gonna ask y'all.
You got long reach. You saw him in Ali.
Jay wants to ask everybody a question.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question, then I got to get out of here.
No problem.
And then we can go around. Anzo, I'm gonna ask you first. If you was Chris Rock and you just landed that joke, Will Smith come out and slap the piss out of you, what would you have done?
You see, and I was gonna say that too, because Will Smith made a fatal mistake. He turned his back and walked away. Now I know if I can't do anything to his face, but the minute you turn your back, I am running and drop kicking you in your back 100%. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh no, not on national fucking TV, bro. That's not happening. You know? So yeah, I would have done that. I would have done
JG. What about you?
I'm
JG?
doing the exact same thing. I'm drop kicking him down those damn steps.
Facts.
Grizz,
you can't do that to me. You can't do it to me publicly, and I'm just gonna stand there and do nothing. No.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have woke up and slapped me. That's just what it just wouldn't have happened. I mean, I'm like, man, if you don't get the hell off my stage before I whoop this shit, boy, you would have saw him get like a stone cold stun. And then I would have been rock bottom sitting there. I would have been the people's elbow on them. Like it's been all over. In front of people, I'm doing all of it.
Eli would have offered him some weed. He would have been like, here, take this. But Chris Rock was kind of
actually, hang on, I gotta say something. You didn't ask me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but Chris Rock suffers from a medical condition where he has a hard time reacting to certain situations.
I'm still drop kicking him. It's enough time for me to get my brain together and drop kick him as he walks down those steps.
He cannot because the neurological connections with his brain. He cannot do that.
Well, then I would have jumped on his back, put him in a headlock, and choked this motherfucker out. Right?
Remember who
Chris is a short little fucker. He can't jump that high. Okay.
Did y'all see Ali
take out his legs?
Yeah.
Did you not see what happened? Like the dude turned around. His quick reflex. Can you imagine getting knocked out on stage and being like on your ear, like in front of everybody? Like that's what would happen.
Cut the commercial.
Yeah, that don't matter, bro. I'm jumping on his back. I put that chokehold on you, and you sleep in. I don't care how strong you are. I'm rapping like I'm going all M&A, wrapping my legs around your waist, got my hand on you, and I'm choking the shit out of you. Right? Don't turn your back on me. Like if you do something like that, you need to walk away looking at me, cause I'm telling you.
And the cold thing about it, you got slapped in front of celebrities, bro. Not just celebrities, and the world was watching that. I don't even watch the Oscars, but I took it.
If I was small though, like Chris Rock, I would have went in. I would have went in on Jada right there. I'm gonna say everything I was holding on.
With jokes.
You will come at me after G.I. Jane come in and give you that 1 week. She the fucking genie in the lamp. She blinked and all of a sudden you have male confidence. What the hell is wrong with you? Like I would have went in on him
I would have
Right
told
then and
her,
there.
I would have said, you bald headed bitch, look here. I hate your guts. I want you all die.
I was like, oh, you didn't want to be on the red table talk, so that's why you came up and slapped me. That's what's going on, bro. Oh, okay. I see you. I see what's going on.
You'll be like, damn, I'm gonna feel that all the way to August.
But you know
Gonna
what,
walk
though?
off.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you something though. Even though we would have fought back, we wouldn't got that bread like Chris Rock, because Chris Rock got that bread from that.
He did.
And
he had to because he got divorced because he was stupid and with a young chick, and then
he went on tour after that.
You know, he got lost half. 80 warned him, and he still went and did the same thing, and still got half taken away.
I won't have Eddie.
And it's funny too, right? Because even after it happened, he didn't really say much about it. I think he did 1 or 2 comedy sets where he mentioned it, but it's when the Netflix shit came out, that's when he really went in on the Will
But
Smith
he was
stuff.
smart though. He probably got a good PR team, and they told him, I know you want to talk, keep your mouth shut. Yes, you probably gonna make millions off of this.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You heard how much he made off the slap, right?
Yeah.
How much?
$149 million.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. On top of the Netflix money. You know what I'm saying?
Because what happened is everybody was going to his shows because they wanted to hear what he had to say.
All sold out.
So you wait. Okay. You don't say nothing. You wait.
Hey, I'll be right back, man.
Yeah,
so
cool.
All right, bro. So at the end of the day, Chris Rock won.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He won
100%.
Dude, hang on. JG shut his cameras off 10 seconds too early.
No, he's good. Don't worry. Go ahead, Fado. But Fado, you're right. He did win because Will Smith pretty much like they banned him from the Oscars, lost some movie deals. You know what I'm saying? And Chris Rock made money off of that shit.
And the only thing Will was in that was big recently was what? Bad Boys?
Yeah.
3.
That's it. Yeah. Ooh, Tank said happy birthday and sent a $10 super chat, so we will be pouring another shot.
So I'm just get out of here, brother. This is what I want to say before, because I need to go to the workout and I need to go see my mom. I try to see my mom. So you know the situation, man. But I want to say happy birthday, bro. I'm glad I met you, man. You and Danny always been real and say kind words with me. I talk to Danny every day. He texts me, man. And also, I just want to say this, man. You really helped me through the toughest time of my life, bro. I mean, you know, I lost my dad. I'm gonna tell everybody out there, I lost my dad, man. It was like somebody cut me in half and took that other half away, bro. And I'm still dealing with it, but bro, you said some kind words to me, some encouraging words, brother. And I just want to say I love you, man, and I wish you 51 more years, brother.
I appreciate it. Love you too. Thanks for popping in. Much appreciated. I'm gonna be going for a minute. So if you get back and you want to jump back and I'm still on, it's all up to you, brother. But appreciate it. Go spend time with your mom. Have a good time. Peace, love, and hair grease, brother. Thanks for coming, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Wow, Tank. Yes, Tank came in here and dropped a dime. And yeah, you know, got a few shots at me. Feeling nice.
That's good. That's what's up.
Got JG on camera. JG actually looking that. I can't disrespect on JG.
Damn right. That's why I can't leave the house. Wife will kill me.
Anzo, are we sure that's alcohol and not tea? Because you are Canadian.
No, bro, we don't do tea over here. I am not a tea person, not a coffee person. When you see me drinking up some alcohol, we definitely drinking on some Canadian Club, you know. Okay. But I made sure to have the crown over here just in case that goes out. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. So we talked about the Superman trailer. We talked about I want to know what you guys think about Fantastic Four. You think it's gonna be good?
I mean, it's one of those things where, man, I'm just hoping it's gonna be good, right? Because I want MCU DC competition. Because it's competition, everybody's gonna be trying to raise the bar to be better than the other. So I'm hoping it's good.
I agree. Eli, what do you think?
Well, I saw the latest trailer, and I still want to know why the fuck did Marvel hide the pregnancy in the first trailer when it's obviously she has a kid. I'm like, what the hell was the point of that if they're going to show it again in another trailer? They're trolling us again. So what I'm thinking is maybe they did this on purpose because some of the scenes in the trailer are not actually in the movie, like they have a habit of doing. maybe they did that for a reason to actually troll the trollers who actually troll for doing this. I mean, it may be a genius move. I may be just picking outside my neck, but I think it's a genius move if they actually did that and basically had about 10% of the roles in the trailer actually in the movie and just troll everybody. It's like, yep, we told you guys, haha, here's a real movie, guys. I'm like, I wish Marvel would actually do that for once. But I'm like, why the hell do
there's
they
downsides to it, though. I mean, it can hide spoilers and like people trying to spoil it online. But I mean,
yeah, but we know the plot of Fantastic Four already. They have powers. They're famous already. Galactus comes. Sue has a birth a kid. The world gets destroyed. They end up in 616 universe. We know what happens.
Yeah, but
I don't know what happened in Superman. There's no plot details in Superman trailer. I'm like, it's a fight here. We see a fight there.
Yeah,
what the hell's going on?
There are certain things that people see in trailers, and they kind of like that's their decision to go see it in theaters. That like for example, the Amazing Spider-Man 2, how they showed that Rhino fight in the trailers, and then just
so
I don't know if it's like really smart too much.
Right. So I'm gonna show this because B brought up. He said you saw the Superman scene about him and Lex and the dog. So yeah, I have the scene here. I want to know what you guys think about it.
I have not seen this one yet.
Fantastic Four thoughts. All right, you haven't seen it yet? So good. We get to see it together. What about you, JG? You seen it yet?
No, I haven't seen this one.
All right, cool. So you guys seen it first time with me. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. I've seen it because Jaden made a bad take on it. So.
All right.
Well, yeah, that's gonna.
Well, I haven't seen it.
Lex, I tried to stop him.
It's fine, Heather. Superman, we finally meet. Would you like a coffee?
Where's the dog?
Dog?
The dog, loser! You took the dog!
That's right, you get all of this.
Where's the dog?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
He's just a dog.
I don't know what dog you're talking about. Ugly dog and king.
What did you say?
Well, yeah, that's gonna be.
I like that scene, bro.
I like it.
A lot of people are hating on it.
Okay,
well,
I like
kind of
that.
see like an angry Superman, right? You're not really accustomed to seeing that, right? But to James Gunn credit, he said this is going to be kind of a depowered, kind of emotional kind of Superman, right? And I don't mind it.
I got you.
I don't like Superman to be OP, too OP, because it's like, okay, who they going to fight?
You know what? To be honest with you, I didn't have an issue with it. I thought it was pretty decent. I thought it's a good scene. I think a lot of people who are hating on it are the Snyder cultists. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't get how you can hate it.
Neither do I. Terrence said it's a great scene. Geeky Guy said he hasn't seen it either. Dewan said, Amazing Lucas hates the scene. Yeah, I know.
Oh, that dude
but
Amazing
Lucas been trashing on it for so long.
Yeah.
And then I heard him saying, like, his taste in movies is ass. It's ass. His taste in music is movies.
It's like trying to listen to Aaron Fisher, all right?
No, I like listening to him. I think he cracks me up sometimes. You know what I mean? Like Lucas makes me laugh sometimes. But when it comes to like his movie takes, they're ass, like trash. He likes the things that we think are trash, and the things that we think are good, he can't stand them. You know what I mean? So I'm definitely okay with the Superman kind of being upset with the dog being taken and stuff like that. So I thought it was good. Anzo, you don't need to depower Superman. You just need to make the other DC characters properly. 100%. Superman has all the emotions. Absolutely, he does. Sentry is OP. Well, listen, a lot of people talked about the Thunderbolts and Sentry and the Thunderbolts. I thought that movie was so trash. Like, they finished that movie by talking him down. I was like, it's so anticlimactic. Wasn't even funny. I don't care what anybody says. I still think Brave New World was better. Brave New World was better.
I agree with you.
The best scene, the very best scene in Thunderbolts was the end credit scene. I'm getting an echo here, dude.
Geeky Guy, turn off your mic or whatever you have.
He did.
We can hear in the background. Yeah. No, because I muted him. He still has it.
Nope, mute him. Thank you. The best scene in Thunderbolts was the end credit scene where you see the Red Guardian by the box of Wheaties. That's the best scene. I'm like, okay, that's funny.
That wasn't even funny, bro. That was like trash.
I thought it was the best scene, man. It was funny as shit. David Harbour.
B said I didn't like the Thunderbolts either. Geeky guy.
Is the echo back?
Yeah, that goes back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go to sound, click cancel echo cancellation.
B, you know what? After last night, I thought me and you were on the opposite end on a lot of things, but he said I didn't like Thunderbolts either, and I was like, good job. Good job. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
well,
saying.
he's wrong too.
Oh my God. Why are we wrong, Cole?
How did you not like that? That was a great film. The only problem is it should have released in 2021. Way sooner.
Why?
Right? There's not because there's not that whole thing with the new Avengers stuff, and they could have played with it like with cameos and other shows and films, but not really a point to them anymore now with the new Avengers films coming out soon anyway. It's just like way too late.
Is
But
it
the
still
film
echoing?
itself is good.
No, you're good.
That's better now.
But the reason why is they are the new Avengers, though. Like they changed the name at the end to the new Avengers. That's ass, bro.
It's
they
called
could've
New
played with
Avengers, and currently in MCU, Sam, Captain America, is
It's
having a
trying to
lawsuit
build
with the
an
New
Avengers
Avengers.
team.
Yeah, and he's having a
Yeah,
lawsuit
the,
with the
West
name.
Coast
Yeah.
Too
The
late
West Coast
though. Like,
Avengers.
they should have released it sooner and played with it, I think. And also with
Hey,
Fantastic
Hanzo.
Four, I hope it
Yeah.
succeeds too. But
So let me hear you,
So
Geeky
you
guy,
brought
because
up-
I know you're gonna trash that Superman scene. Let me hear you.
No. To your surprise, I actually don't have anything against Superman being angry in the scene because even in the
Wow.
comics, he had moments of anger just like that. There were some moments from the comics where he got really pissed off, just like that. I actually remember a scene from Grant Morrison's New 52 comic run where Superman hunts down a fugitive criminal who participated in a murder, and he holds the guy by his throat, just angry, ready to laser his brains off at what he did. So it kind of reminded me of that moment in the comics. And not only that, I've seen a lot of my fellow Snyder fans saying that, oh, Superman acted like Homelander in this scene, and I just don't see it at all. What, just because he acts angry that makes him Homelander? Like, come on.
Someone
like,
said
just because
Cavill was angry at Zod and killed him. Come on.
Yeah, he was
Right.
punching what's his name whatever flying.
he
Like,
even-
don't touch my mother or whatever he said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Not only that, he was about to laser Lex's head off when he took his mother hostage.
Yeah,
I agree
exactly.
with World's Finest there. But yeah, it's
And
like he has compassion for animals. He loves them, and we also don't know what Lex did leading up to that. So
I think it was the
Absolutely.
Fortress attack.
Absolutely,
Could've been,
100%. And you know what's good too, right? Because again, I know a lot of people we can have different versions of Superman that are good. You know what I mean? So if you like the Zack Snyder stuff, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that this is going to be garbage. You know what I mean? I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'll be first to admit it. I think it's fire. I think if you shave off about an hour of that movie is almost perfect. It's better than Endgame, I find. You know what I
more
mean?
like 3 hours maybe. But
Stop your shit, Cole. Stop your shit.
Anzo,
Yeah.
What was I gonna bring up earlier? You are correct that you can absolutely like both versions of Superman at the same time. But then again, the gun fan base are the ones saying that, oh, if you like Zack Snyder's version of Superman, you're not a true comics fan, you're not a true DC fan, which I personally find is fucking bullshit.
It is 100%. You know what I mean? Beast. Hold on.
Steel? He missed
Old
out
lungs,
Steel.
Onzo. Old lungs.
Man, hey, Anzo.
Anzo, you need to clean your pipe. That's what I did. I
wait a
cleaned the
minute,
screen.
Geeky,
I
let me
cleaned my
just
screen.
clear
So
this over.
clean your pipe, man.
Man of
breathe
Steel
for a
is the
second.
black version of Superman.
Whoa.
Man of Steel is the black version
What?
of Superman.
You said he was a say it again.
You guys don't know that joke from SNL? That
Not even
Josh,
here.
what was his name?
Okay.
Yeah, so Scarlett Johansson's husband is an SNL host, and he made that exact same joke I just said.
Colin Farrell.
Yeah, T, give me a minute.
That was funny, Geeky. Okay.
Joe, sorry, Joe.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
However,
Not only did
Anzo,
I was coughing,
Anzo, sorry,
and now I'm sweating like crazy. I gotta get a towel. Hold on a second, all right? And
He's got to pick up that alcohol real fast.
Keep talking, guys.
Yeah, he's got to pick up that alcohol real fast. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
man.
said keep talking.
I'm hoping Superman does good. I like what I see. The suit is growing on me a lot.
Yeah, I really like it too.
I mean, the suit has grown on me. It's just the biggest problem is that it looks so cheaply made to the point where it doesn't look like a big budget like superhero movie suit. It looks like a CW suit.
It's supposed to look like that. It's not supposed to look all flashy and shiny. It's supposed to look like homemade costume shop.
Yeah, and I think that's best. And also the CW suit was good.
I loved it.
In that Superman show, it was really good.
I did like.
Yeah, because he's gone by the same trope. My mom made it. Yeah, his mom made his costume.
Now, we don't know that from this film, though. We don't know that from this film.
Yeah, but did he get it? Because he kind of said like the inspiration, the comic inspirations, and they did have scenes with that in the comics. So I think we can kind of assume. But if they don't have those scenes, then yeah, it might be a bit of an issue. But
now who knows? Maybe he gets a different suit towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
James Gunn has mentioned in certain teasers that, oh yeah, I like different suits. Yeah. So
yeah, and I hope the Batman does that too with evolving like his vehicle and everything.
Hey Anzo.
Yeah, it's the briefs for me. The briefs don't work for me. I'm sorry.
If James Gunn, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that the briefs and the Superman suit don't work for me. It just looks like it looks funny to me. So I was the one like, I can understand you want to bring back the original briefs on, but no, we got to get rid of the briefs, bro. We got to get rid of the briefs. Go ahead, Eli. You were saying? Yeah.
I actually forgot what I was going to say, man. Damn weed. Seriously, I forgot.
All right, go ahead, geeky guy.
So there is one moment from the film's trailers that I will criticize, though. That scene where he like threw a temper tantrum at Lois Lane like a man child because he couldn't handle.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now I remember.
I do like David Corenswet's Superman so far. It's just he does come off a little bit immature sometimes.
Yeah, I didn't like that scene either, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I can deny that.
I remember what I was going to say.
Go ahead, Eli.
Nicholas Hoult looks really good as Lex Luthor.
Yeah, he does. Since James Gunn has such an affinity with animals, I think he may just have Crypto carry on to Supergirl.
Maybe. I'm usually watching the version of Superman from TV. Can't count on movies, otherwise I'd still be on a decent Supergirl. I got you. T-Virus, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hello, brother. Yep. Happy birthday.
Yep.
Much appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, are you the guy? Are you the guy that does the porn reviews?
Yeah, among many things.
I love it when he does the whole I bust 5 loads after a while. It's so fun.
Talk about his strawberry lube and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I love how your speeches are just like ancient scrolls, like reading off of them while you do.
Yeah, and Terrence, I have one question for you. Are you secretly an alien because you constantly refer to people as humans for some reason?
I am unfortunately a human, but humans are trash though, so I don't like them. I've had 36 years on this trash planet, and I have a lot of horrible stories to where I should have become a villain worse than Doomsday, but here I am.
You know I'm a human, right, T?
Oh well, yeah, but you're my brother though. It's different, So
I'm only part human, so hey.
Yeah.
Anzo, here's the thing: us humans got Donald Trump reelected, so.
No. Hold on. Not us humans. I wasn't there. I'm Canadian. I wasn't there.
I didn't vote for him.
But we're not gonna go into none of Donald Trump stuff. We did that last night. We're here to talk about movies and joke stuff. So no politics tonight. Terrence, what was your thoughts on that trailer? That little piece I seen, the Superman.
I liked it because it shows the characters perfectly from how they are in the comics. Like number one, Lex Luthor, in terms of how calm and calculative he is, that was a perfect way to show that. Superman barging through the door, and then you see him yelling, which is something that he has done to Lex, especially when he gets angry and frustrated, and then Lex is just sitting there sipping the coffee like, what dog are you referring to? You know, you're gonna have to clarify.
Nonchalant. I love that.
Just I like that because you know Lex is one of the best comic book villains ever, and not because he can just beat up a bunch of individuals, but because of his intellect and how much he calculates. He's always multiple steps ahead of everyone. They showed that perfectly in Smallville. You know that his father taught him the idea of chess moves and how you know even though you may be physically inferior, if you can defeat them emotionally and if you can be many steps ahead of them, you can rival those in great power because you can bring those to great power to their knees. And that is a reflection of that Superman had to, you know, backtrack and go, okay, where's the dog? You know, he recomposed himself when he realized that he wasn't able to intimidate Luthor with just his sheer presence and power, you know. So I thought that was well done to show that. And you know, I noticed how some humans are upset by that, but based upon the humans that I've seen that are upset about it, number one, they don't read Superman comics, so they know nothing about these characters, you know, so their perspective is really warped. And also, when you start comparing him to the other Superman iterations, it's very important to cover all the sides of the equation if you're going to do that. So, really having a broad perspective is important if you're going to do some form of critique. But if you ask me, as a lifelong Superman fan, he's my second favorite comic book character, period. Like, I'm here to tell you that even though there are some questionable things in there, like, you know, what James Gunn is doing with some of the humor here and some of the life inserts here and stuff and messing with the lore, you know, being able to show the different dimensions of the character, including his emotions, is important because he is considered to be the best human, even though he's Kryptonian. So he feels the anger, the jealousy, the sadness, and everything. If anything, it's like times 100, you know, when he feels something. And even someone like Batman in the comics said, everybody else can get angry. But if Superman gets angry, we're all in trouble because he can just destroy the planet.
He's an alien raised by humans, so it makes sense that he would have human emotions too.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes. So yeah, you know, like I said, I thought the scene was very good, and I think that might be a little bit after the context that we saw in the other trailer where he infiltrated the fortress with the engineer, and you know, I guess she's gonna wreck the robots, and we saw that scuffle where Crypto scratched her face. So they probably bodied Crypto and put him in a cell somewhere, and it's like, look. We saw what happens when you take John Wick's dog. Imagine if you take Superman's dog. What's going to happen?
Facts.
That's dude. If you kill Superman's dog, that'll be like John Wick, that'll be like John Wick annihilating the whole planet.
It would be like what would happen if John Wick were a multiversal character. That's what would happen. so that's a problem.
And I know we've had this stuff, so I already made the bet with Brian. But do you guys think that Superman can make a billion?
I predict it's going to make it somewhere above 700 million. Between 700 and 800 million.
I mean, never say never,
between
but
700 and 800.
What's your prediction, JG?
Oh man. In a fantasy world, I would say $1 billion, but realistically, I would say 850 million.
Okay.
And after Fantastic Four, depending on how that does, it may cross over to $1 billion, but I'm sure everybody's gonna kind of wait on that.
So, and that's what I wanted to say earlier, because I know it's sandwiched in between Jurassic World and Fantastic Four. But I personally think, and I could be wrong, that Jurassic World kind of has a different audience than the superhero movies. So I don't think Jurassic World will affect it as much as Fantastic Four would. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. So and Anza, you have to keep this in mind. I mean, Jurassic World Rebirth will obviously make $1 billion because, well, kids love dinosaurs. Like, children are the reason why the Jurassic World movies always make $1 billion.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, wait. So between Superman, the Fantastic Four First Steps, and Jurassic World Rebirth. Now, even though Fantastic Four looks like toilet juice and it's very inaccurate to those characters, the point is that it's a Marvel film and it's an MCU film. So to me, it's going to make some kind of money. It's just a question of how much. And whatever Galactus does and whatever they did to the last 20 minutes of that movie, where there's probably going to be a trillion characters as their stuff gets destroyed, you know, that might create a pop, and then humans might go see it for just those moments. And then you factor in dinosaurs. Those last two movies, they made $1 billion. So even if it doesn't hit $1 billion, it'll probably get to 800-900 million. So Superman, I feel like, depending on the word of mouth, that can really help the movie. But realistically, because of those two films, regardless of what anyone thinks of those films, because they're going to make money, I feel like Superman will probably get to 800 million tops. And if it's like as great as many Superman fans want it to be, then maybe it can hit $1 billion. But if it does, then that's amazing, because you take in consideration dinosaurs, Marvel. So when you get to the superhero, which is Superman, for him to beat all of them astoundingly at the box office is very impressive. And DC, they need the W, because if this doesn't hit, DC is done. And I'm like, sell them to somebody that cares about the character.
Terrence, I don't mean to cut you off, but James Gunn in an interview just said that the DCU's success doesn't actually depend on Superman. I mean, it could flop and the DCU would still continue. I mean,
that's what he says, but he's not the owner. He's not the owner. He's not Warner Brothers. And Warner Brothers
is the owner. James Gunn, look, I like James Gunn, but recently, let's say the last 3 weeks, he's been saying a lot of dumb shit. You know, like him saying, oh, well, you know, if we just make our budget back, we're successful. Like, no, bitch, you need to make 3 times your budget to be successful. And when you take in consideration how much marketing that they've spent on this Superman movie, between basketball, football, baseball, dog commercials, like, this is the most marketing that I've seen for a DC project in a long time. So this movie needs to make money. Now, look, Supergirl is already done. Peacemaker season 2 is already done. That's going to come out no matter what. But all this gods and monsters thing that he's going to have come out, that's going to be a wrap. David Zaslav is going to go, no, we're done. We're selling this shit off, because they're in debt right now. They've had all the DC characters, and they have made a lot of bad decisions. They're letting Marvel whoop their ass all over the place. And look at what Marvel's doing. But the difference is that Marvel, before they started fucking up, they built up a great portfolio. James Gunn is being silly by acting like, oh, it'll be fine if Superman don't work out. No, it won't.
Well, so first off, to us, it won't, right? But we don't know what kind of conversations they've had in the background of, you know, maybe he's kind of convinced them, like, give my first 3 or 4 projects a chance, and then if it doesn't work, then we move on, or something like that. So I could see something like that happening. But I also wanted to ask you, though, T, you said Fantastic Four looks garbage?
Yeah, it looks like toilet juice. So check this out.
Wow.
So here's the thing. Even though I've never liked the Fantastic Four, I do like the Thing. He's my favorite member of that group. The Thing. You know, I know humans like to say Human Torch. You know, I get that. But no, for me, it's been the Thing. But I like their villains, you know, the Dr. Dooms and the Galactuses and stuff. I'm most interested in Galactus, more so than the team. But I'm like, the Thing, his voice, he sounds like a bitch. I don't like how he sounds. That's number one. I don't like
the voice, yeah.
Yeah, his personality's wrong. Johnny Storm has been cucked. You know, as they said in their interview, he will not be a ladies' man. That's an outdated concept. This is from the actors themselves. And Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards is so laughable. I don't even know what to do with my life. To me, the best thing that I saw in that trailer is Sue Storm. And that's funny because, you know, she's a female character. So I know she's going to have the best scenes in the movie. That's what's going to happen. And then they're going to probably get clapped by Galactus. And then their world will get snapped up and they'll end up in the main MCU.
Right now, you sound like all them little, you know, MCU dudes up on. So first off, I will say this. Certain things I agree with you. And the last trailer shows thing with like the Rock beard. So it's going to be interesting where that comes from and how they do that. That was interesting to me. I don't have a problem with Pedro Pascal being Mr. Fantastic. I think he's going to do a good job. I think he's going to do a good job because he's a great actor, and it all matters about what type of actor you put in that situation. Can they make you believe it? You know what I mean?
I wish we could have had John Krasinski, but John Krasinski backed out though. But my thing is, I'm glad he did because that material. No, Reed Richards is going to get cucked like the other male characters. I believe
the two
that
actors,
the best thing in that movie is going to be Galactus, unless they ruin him. Because if they ruin him, I guess I guess it won't matter because they're going to reboot everything with Secret Wars. But yeah,
but even the female Silver Surfer was kind of looking good too. I was like, okay, I like that. You know what I mean? The last trailer, she comes in and she's like, what did she say? Something about planning.
I am the herald of Galactus.
No, she didn't say that. She was like cryptic. What was that word? Shit. Something the herald comes. Yeah, please. Yeah. It's like 3 lines she says. I'm like, it's so cryptic.
I'll give you one positive thing on that trash character that was only in 10 pages of the comics. Her CGI looks a little better. I'll give you that. However, I bet you they put all the CGI on Galactus because the rest of that shit is looking whack compared to the 2005 Fantastic Four.
Wow, he's not a cloud.
Disagree.
He's not a cloud, so anything looks better than that.
Look at Johnny Storm in 2005 and look at this one. This one looks trash compared to that one.
Let's bring it up and have a good look at it because I don't think it's bad either.
Famous around the world, please welcome the Fantastic Four.
Some of that push because I gotta try that.
Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman.
That looks pretty good to me.
Human Torch.
CGI, man.
Yeah, dude, the CGI on it looks good.
What time is it?
No.
Say the date.
That's not really something I say.
It's clobbering time.
I really wish
That's just in the cartoon.
Just look at it. You don't even want to say his line, man.
Never late for Sunday dinner. Let's see.
That looks pretty good to you. I'm sorry. I like it.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, that looks.
And this part where she comes in, I was like, okay, I like
here's the line.
I herald his beginning.
Trash. Get her out of here.
I herald your end.
Say that CGI
I
looks good to me.
herald.
Like I said, her CGI got better. But look at the rest of the CGI.
Galactus.
Looks pretty good right there. Look. Even Galactus.
Out of here, man! Hold on!
They managed to make the CGI look this good in the span of just 6 months. That's very impressive.
Yeah, we don't believe you, Reed.
We are going to find a solution.
Some of the fire CGI was
CGI
don't want to just
the CGI is all on Galactus.
The war must face the danger. We will protect you.
Also, did you get a copyright claim for this?
It's about connecting to something
Get a
bigger than
copyright.
yourself.
It's okay.
He doesn't care.
We'll face it together
Why?
as a family.
Sometimes it could be a curse to read the comics. Like this shit is wild.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Terrence, I have a question for you.
See him with the beard?
No, Johnny. Say it! I don't want to!
Get him out of here.
Hey, Terrence, I have a question for you. So, what do you think of their idea of having Susan Storm be the leader of the Fantastic Four? Like having her be the
Oh my
matriarch?
God, you want to go there? Okay, hold on. Time out.
I didn't even hear what he asked you. I didn't.
What does Terrence feel about Sue Storm being kind of the leader, the matriarch of the team?
Oh my God. Okay. Hang on. So first, I'm just gonna say the good stuff about it, right? So when it comes to this trailer, is definitely better than the other ones they put out. I'll give it that. And then second, the CGI on the female Silver Surfer looks better, and I like the score. The score is good. In fact, the score is better than this bullshit that they've been showing. That fantastic. I'm like, that shit is epic. I'm like, I'm not looking at nothing epic, but that score right there is epic. Now, in
Like a
terms of
Chiquino for you.
yeah, it's like they don't deserve that. It's like they made that for a better movie than what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? It's weird. Now, when it comes to female, like Sue Storm, right? Her leading the team is fucking asinine. She did it a few times in the comics, but any Fantastic Four fan will tell you that Reed Richards is the leader of the Fantastic Four. But see, Google is a big thing, right? So just like how the humans are going on Google, like there's a female Silver Surfer, and there one time when Sue Storm was the lead, I'm like, yeah, I get that you Googled that, but that's not what we're doing here. Now they decided to do that because of what they like to do nowadays, and their argument is, well, we're going to destroy it anyway. That's why we don't want to waste this or do that. I'm like, what are you talking about? You wasted Reed Richards already in the Multiverse of Madness. So they think we forgot about these details. But check this out. Even though I don't like the Fantastic Four, I still would want them to have a great movie. But what I'm looking at is not great. It looks ass to me. But I'm gonna watch it. I'm just not gonna pay for it. I'll watch it for free. I'm not spending.
I gotta disagree with you because the more I see of it, I think it looks good. I think this movie could really do good if it's good. A good movie.
I'm more in between, honestly. I
Okay,
like a lot of things. Well, I like a lot of things about it, and also I do like the cast. And besides Pedro Pascal, I think they nailed the rest of it. Though I do like the music, I do like the style. I do think it is faithful to the comics. Besides Sue Storm,
they nailed Sue Storm. That's about it. That's what they nailed.
So I get that Pedro Pascal is in everything, right? And I get that's why you guys probably like, oh, I don't see him as Reed Richards.
Come off as him to me.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Until we watch the movie, right? We don't know if he's going to really come off like Reed Richards or not until we actually see the movie.
Brother Anzo, let me tell you this, because I remember some humans, they were trying to come at me. Now they came at me with some rubber bullets. They thought they had some real ammunition, but I clapped the shit out of them, right? But the thing is, they were just like, see, you're only saying this because you're not a real fan of Pedro. I'm like, what the fuck you mean? I am a fan of Pedro, but that don't mean I think he fits as Reed Richards. I think that's a miscast. To me, the rest of the cast does not look as on point as Sue Storm. Not even close.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. And I'm gonna ask all of you guys this here, because I get so sick of the argument. Well, that's not. Did you guys have an issue when they casted Michael Keaton as Batman? Don't tell me you didn't, because I know every fucking buddy did.
I was not a kid. I don't really care.
I wasn't alive.
I don't think Keaton was even born. That's what we
Thank you, fuckers.
I was born in 2001.
Okay, look,
well, you weren't old enough to care. I'll put it that way.
Okay, no.
Neither was I. I wasn't old enough to care about my kid. I was like,
I was old enough.
I didn't get cast.
I was old enough.
I remember my reaction when Ben Affleck was cast. I remember my reaction when Ben Affleck was cast. I was.
I didn't ask.
Hang on. I want to ask Hanzo's question. I want to answer Hanzo's question.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
I wasn't going to ask that because I know me and Terrence had conversations where we thought Ben Affleck was a good casting, but I know a lot of people didn't, so that's why I didn't say Ben. Unfortunately, I'm on stream with a bunch of fucking young ass motherfuckers who were in diapers.
Okay, but you are, but look, I was born on this trash planet in 1988, right? So all that stuff was around me, from the family, friends, the comics and stuff. So I got a lot of stuff straight away. And what I can tell you is that when I saw Michael Keaton as Bruce Wayne, it was like, what the fuck? Like, he don't look like Bruce Wayne. But then as I was watching the movie, I was like, okay, he has the cadences, he has the performance. You know what I mean? So he did end up as a child, he did end up winning me over. But again, I didn't consume it from the trailers. I just watched the movie.
Yeah, I got you because you were young and everything, so it's different now. But you're proving my point to where it's like people are saying he doesn't have the Mr. Fantastic look or whatever, but he can actually maybe convince you while you're watching the movie. That's the point I was getting at.
Let me be clear and fair. Like I said, it looks like toilet juice. When I watch it, I would
Thanks,
prefer.
Samuel.
I would prefer if the movie is good. It's just that from how it looks, which is what I'm going off of, how the shit looks to me, because your job is to win me over as a viewer. So as it looks to me, as it's clashing with all of my comic book information, I want to walk in front of a bus based upon how it looks. But when I actually watch it, I might go, man, even though you didn't cuck these male characters and this and that, like I might judge it based off of the movie and go, this is a good movie. I might end up doing that. It's a possibility. Like I remember when before I saw the trailer for the Batman, when they said they was casting Sparkly Boy as Batman, I was just like, there is no way that I am going to pay to see the sparkling vampire as my favorite comic book character. But then it was like in the reverse of this. I saw him in the trailer and I was like, okay, there might be something here. And then I watched it and I was like, I love this shit as like
Terrence?
an Elseworlds type of thing.
Hold on, Terrence. I appreciate you coming on here, but we are not fucking going on this show and talking about how good the Batman is. We're not doing that. That movie's trash. No,
I'm not
The
trying to do that. I'm just using that as a basis.
The actor is trash. The movie is trash.
Oh,
the Batman is a hot piece of shit. All right.
I know. You told me your thoughts, and I respect them because, like I said, I would prefer comic book accurate Batman. Right now,
$10.
I have never seen that in live action, like to the degree of the comics. I've seen it in animated stuff, but the live action movies have always just had little, pieces here and there, and then some movies are better than others. Like if I'm going to be honest, so I that's.
Sent another $10 super chat. Thank you very much. I did take a shot. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Always a pleasure. But hold on. No. I want to hear what Eli had to say first. Eli, what were you gonna say?
I saw him in Mr. Mom, and I saw Michael Keaton in Mr. Mom, and I thought he was great. And when I found out he was gonna be Batman, I'm like, okay, this cool actor's gonna play this Dark Knight guy. I'm like, how's this gonna happen? I'm in the theater, I'm watching it, I'm expecting to laugh. I'm like, whoa, punch. Wait, that's Michael Keaton? That's Mr. Mom? Oh my gosh, this guy's a good Batman. That was my reaction as a kid in the theater. This is how old I am, okay? Batman. Yes, I was surprised.
You know who's another actor too? When I remember, and guys are probably too young for this one too, but when the first Die Hard came out, I was like, because Bruce Willis was a comedy guy, right? He was doing Moonlight.
Yeah, Moonlighting.
I was like, I like this Bruce Willis as an action star. Like, fuck that. Like, you know what I mean? And my boy's like, yo, you got to go see Die Hard. And I'm like, really? He's like, it's good. And Die Hard is one of the best action movies of all time. So I always say I'm going to give the person a chance before I sit there and say he's not that person he's portraying or stuff like that.
It's like I told you. Again, I'm judging off of my knowledge and what I'm seeing in the trailers. To me, that doesn't look like the Fantastic Four at all. There's personality issues. What I want to see is what can they offer me in the ways of a film? Because you already lost me with the accuracy and the creative choices. So what can you do with the movie?
So let me ask you this, because you're talking about, the characteristics and stuff that's not Fantastic Four. What character in the MCU was actually like the comic book?
Okay, so when I saw Steve Rogers Captain America, right? You're talking about like them eyes started getting a little watery, for the sense of the expression. The same thing, with Tony Stark, he was better than in the comics, because in the comics he was pretty trash. So Robert Downey Jr. actually is one of the few characters where he surpassed his comic book iteration. But when I saw that back in 2008, I'm like, that's Iron Man right there, or that's Thor. Or when I saw Edward Norton, I'm like, hey, that's Bruce Banner. And then when he changed, I was like, that's the Hulk right there. Like I felt good. And I remember with half of my friends at the time. War. Yeah. Because, technically him and Mark Ruffalo are the same, but I always say that they're not, because one's a bitch and the other one, one's taking selfies and shit. And this other one is a bitch.
Edward Norton wasn't a believable, like, smart, geeky guy, though. right?
No, he
didn't-
wasn't.
Like to
He
me,
he was on the run though, so
He was a brutal, brooding guy. That's all he was.
but he didn't feel like, for me, when I speak about him, like, and I think about, you know, Bruce Banner from the comics, geeky, nerdy type of scientist. There's no way I didn't get that from Mark Ruffalo either, but I definitely did not get that from Ed Norton's Bruce Banner.
I feel you on that, but it's like when I saw it, I was like, first movie, and I was like, you can get into these things, but like the stuff that I saw with the Hulk, I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Like his fight with Abomination and stuff. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it was like I was amped. Even when I saw Thor, I was like, Thor is real. I'm like, there he is with Mjolnir. There's Asgard. I felt good seeing them. With this, I was just like, what the fuck is this? They're like, oh, it's set in the 60s. I get it, but what the fuck am I looking at here? It didn't feel good.
Anzo, I'm gonna drop. Since you guys brought up the Hulk, I'm gonna drop a big hot take right now. Like, prepare to phantom zone me. Okay. Eric Bana was a better Hulk than Mark Ruffalo.
Phantom Zone.
You mean Bruce Banner or the Hulk? Or both?
How was that controversial?
As Bruce Banner, I don't have an issue.
Oh yeah, I'll give him that.
Both better Hulk and Bruce Banner.
I think his Hulk is very comic accurate. I love the Hulk.
I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah, I like so Eric Bana's Bruce Banner was fine, and then the Hulk was just too cartoonish and shit, and they just had him growing bigger than mountains. And Ang Lee said that he only made it that way for people who don't read Hulk comic books, to get them to understand. So I was just like, you can miss me with that.
The best looking Hulk is hands down from the Incredible Hulk. That is 100%. The design that they should have kept. They should have kept that design for the Hulk. You know what I mean?
I did like the dog fight.
I've been saying that for years because he looks intimidating. The muscle stripes, and like when he shows up, you're like, holy crap. But see, even though I like Hulk in the first Avengers, they had him bent over like a fucking gorilla.
Like an ape.
It's like, what is this? It's like he's regressing. So, and then of course he gets nicer, and you got this, the sun is getting low, and I'm like, look here. Everybody's like, oh, the Hulk is dangerous. I'm like, all I gotta do is bring out Scarlett Johansson. Fight over. He's
and Terrence, that didn't even make any sense because the first Avengers movie established that he had control over when and where he transforms into the Hulk, and then in the Age of Ultron, he has a problem with it again. Like, since when the fuck did that happen?
Because, like I said,
he's always angry.
Scarlett Johansson rubbing your chest. You not getting mad. That's why he was cooked when they did that. He's done. That's all you gotta do. It's like Loki messed up. He didn't understand that he didn't need no T'Chari, no Stones, or Thanos. He just needed Scarlett Johansson. That's it.
No, you stay down there. You stay down there. Snyder Bros on the bottom. You know what I mean? Brian the Grizzly is back. So you've been listening, Brian. What you got? What's your take on all of it?
I actually jumped on because what you guys were talking about. I was like, man, what comic book character is comic book accurate? And that's such a loaded question, right? Because really, as long as you understand the nuances of the character and you are understand the characteristics of the character, it doesn't really matter who is doing the character. That's why I feel like anyone can kind of do it as long as you respect the character. You know,
Absolutely.
If we talk about Green Lantern, it doesn't matter because as long as you write it the correct way and they have respect for the character, they know who the character is, it doesn't matter. If we're talking about T'Challa, as I always argue about, it doesn't matter as long as you respect the character. As long as you understand the concept of what the character is, it doesn't really matter what you do. Just don't do things that are opposite than what it is. If you had Captain America coming out and saying F America, then that's not Captain America. He could say, I don't like the way you're going. He turns into Nomad. That makes perfect sense. But if you're going to go a different way, that doesn't really give respect to the character, then that's a problem. But
I agree, Brian, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, you cannot come out and say that, oh, well, we can't do the ladies' man Human Torch. That's outdated in 2025. What? That is a character. Don't mess with Johnny Storm.
Okay.
Terrence,
I'll say this.
Hold on, Anzo. I want to address what Terrence said. Here's the thing, like Johnny Storm being a ladies' man, that's just one aspect of his character.
It's
As long
not
as they haven't be like the wisecracking hothead that he was into the
He's
comics,
he's
that works
not
fine with me.
doing that. He's not
Guys,
doing
guys,
in the
that
trailer.
answer
He's
is
not doing none
bullshit.
of that
Because
stuff.
hang on. I need to say something. That answer is
you-
bullshit because James Gunn is keeping Steve Lombard as a sexist pig in Superman. Okay,
Yep.
that line is bullshit. Okay.
It doesn't matter, but you're talking about something that's more a character that matters more, especially what's going forward in the MCU. So this is the reason why they're doing this with Johnny Storm is because they're going to line up with Spider-Man. And you all seen Marvel team up comic books. You know what they do all the time with it. That's the reason they're doing this because Spider-Man's not going to be a womanizer, and they're going to keep that away because they want to use him in more things and they want to kind of prop up Disney Plus shows and all those other things. If you give him ammo for people to say, oh, well, he's a terrible sex pig, that's going to go against what you want to get the stuff you're trying to get out. You know,
Brian, I
kind of why
respect.
they're doing it.
Brian, I respect what you're saying, but there is a such thing as context, right? Like you can, like kind of like with Punisher. John Bernthal said that he wants Punisher to be violent and brutal and this and that, but he said he holds that character dear to his heart. Now he's going to be in Spider-Man: Brand New Day, which we know is going to be a family movie.
No,
but
it's not. I have from good authority.
Spider-Man: Brand New Day is going to be R-rated.
It's supposed to be
It's
street
going to be
level.
very on the edge. There's going to be death in the next Spider-Man movie,
but it's not going to be. But it's not going to be R-rated though,
because it's not going to be gratuitous. But it will be death. You will know that he killed these people. You will see carnage from it.
Kind of like what they did. Kind of like what they did in. Sorry, Terrence. I was just gonna say, kind of like what they did in Multiverse of Madness, right? They kind of pushed the line, right? That was when
you see dead bodies all over the place.
You've seen dead bodies. You've seen the guy's head
sure.
explode.
But I see. There's a difference between pushing the line and full-blown R-rated brutalness. But the reason why I brought up Spider-Man: Brand New Day and John Bernthal is that he said that he wants the character to be brutal and violent. In the context of Spider-Man: Brand New Day, because he is in it, at least his scenes are going to be as violent as what you can get for that particular rating around that particular character. And then when he's on his own, he can be full-blown Punisher. So I'm using that as a
plus
basis.
a special. Yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just only using that as a basis to say that with Human Torch, when he's around the Fantastic Four, you make him Human Torch. And then when he's around Spider-Man or somebody else, based upon what that character does, you can tone him down a little bit. But he should not be the void of what he's supposed to be.
I actually agree a little bit with what you're saying. Like, I totally understand where you're coming from and agree a little bit, but I also do know that Fantastic Four is coming in, 16 years down the line, from where we started. So people are going to have a lot less reverence for them. They've already had 3 entities phases that died that didn't work. So they're trying to be very careful with the steps they're making. So, and they, when Chris Evans was Johnny Storm, he was a womanizer. He was doing that the first movie, but they're going to try to watch that because they don't want to do anything to rock the boats. That's why I think this is going to be a very mid movie, but that's good. That's probably smarter to do if you're trying to introduce a huge entity into a world now. I think depending on what they do going forward, maybe they do need to, see other kind of personalities from him. But as of right now, I wouldn't do anything to rock.
You know what? It's like at this point, I know that they don't really have balls. They're scared because their stuff has been flopping. The viewership is low. So they're trying to do everything they can to get these humans back. They're trying to get it back to the Infinity Saga as desperately as possible. Oh, look, here's Franklin Richards. Here's Galactus. We're going to have 50 characters in this movie. I get what they're doing, but to me, instead of it being a calculative thing where I know, okay, they're doing this here, but they're going to get back to what you guys know and love as the fans, it seems more like a desperate ploy that they're making these decisions and not something as smart as what you would say or what I would say. I don't think they're that smart like that. I think they're about to mess a lot of stuff up.
Could it be both though? So like I could see them saying, okay, we're going to be very hesitant on doing things, but they're going to do smart planning because Franklin Richards is ingenious to bring him in, knowing you want to go into an X-Men saga. Even though they're going to go into the Dark Saga first, going to an X-Men saga, bringing the most powerful mutant ever as a bridge to it, and then he's going to be such a big part of what we're going to do on Doomsday and in Secret Wars. Like all that's going to be huge for bringing Franklin Richards, which will go right into X-Men. So like they're doing bring Galactus and doing him the correct way, especially after that flop in 1996 or 99, whatever it was. So they're doing it the right way.
I wish he just would have just popped up in Secret Wars because it's too early for Franklin to be there. And I'm like, what do they think they pulling here? I'm like, look, I know that most humans don't know Franklin Richards because they don't read comics, but that character is insanely powerful. Like he can warp reality. And I'm like, he might be used as this thing to reset the MCU, which I hope, because I'm getting tired of this current MCU. Can you erase this?
Thank you, Poe. Appreciate it. Sent a $10 super chat. He said,
you know what, man? I'm doing a shot with you.
Hey, Poe, let me know if you want
to come in here, man. You're penny shy, dude.
I'll send you the link for sure, Poe.
Hold on, let me do a shot with you.
Too late. He's drunk.
I do want to catch up. That's all right.
I want to see my boy Terrence take a shot.
Whoa! No, he ain't gonna do
that. Hey, that is a violation of the Terrence rules.
So here's my thing, and I want to get JG's opinion too, right? But I don't have an issue if they kind of take away the womanizer stuff from Johnny Storm. I don't have an issue with that, right?
They did in the last 2007 or 9 one, whatever it was, a remake.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that movie. That movie is but talk about Thank you. So I don't have an issue if they take that part away with them because I can understand why they do it, especially in the times that we live in now. You know what I mean? So I can completely understand that. So I'm not worried about that part. If everything else is on point, then I'm good with it. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, yeah, but he's not a womanizer. Okay, well, they took away the womanizer part. It's okay.
My favorite character, the Thing, this dude is moping around talking about, like, nope, I ain't gonna say it. It's just in the cartoon. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, when you show up on the field, it should be like, oh, crap, that's the Thing. Like, you're not trying to catch them hands. But he just seems like this soft-spoken, no balls having type of character. I don't like that they're doing that to the Thing.
I don't get that because you see that scene you're talking about, but then you see the scene where he's running through the pillars and shit. So I don't think that. I think he may be, I do think that we're gonna get like the good Thing. I've never personally been a huge Thing fan myself. But I think he's gonna be good. I think
he's one of the best.
I know he's gonna do they showed him running through the pillars. They gotta show him do something. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have an action scene, but
I'm not sure they're gonna have that.
I already know Sue Storm. She gonna come in clutch and all that stuff. Like she's gonna be the leader, and that's what it is. They will not be as good as her. I'm calling it now.
No, 100%. 100%. She's the leader. She's gonna be the leader of the Fantastic Four. It's because she's with the person who's with the leader, the woman that's with the leader is the real leader. Especially when she's having your child too. She's having your kid. Man, I am the biggest, baddest dude in the freaking area. There's no one who'll be bigger or better than me. But you know who can tell me what to do? My wife. So
y'all remember 300? Before Leonidas kicked dude down the well, what did he do? 100%. Look over to his wife. Yeah, she got an okay. I'll come kick his ass down that well, right?
But you mentioning the Leonidas thing is different because you're talking about a respect thing that all the Spartans had. But there's a difference between that versus his wife taking over, which didn't happen.
Well, this is a thing, T. And I agree with you.
After he was gone.
Hold on, Giga, one second. But this is the thing. You can be the leader, but someone else can be the heart, right? I could say Reed is the leader, but Sue is the heart that helps everything flow together. When Reed's doing something, that's when Sue takes over.
She is the leader in the movie, though. She's going to be the leader. She's going to have the heart, and also her powers are going to be crazy. Like, I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. I'm going to come out of there going, Sue Storm her powers was cool. She had the best scene, and then everybody else, nope.
And you know what, T? If that happens, I'll be first one here. Yeah, Chance is right.
I'm
I'm
just. I'm
gonna say
gonna
She
walk
will
out.
be a
Look,
leader, though.
if
She
I
will
if
be a
I'm
leader.
I'm
You
gonna
think
walk
so?
out because.
Yeah,
So,
What?
she's gonna be the leader.
okay, so all
she's
you
gonna be the
guys
leader.
think? All right, I don't think she's gonna be the leader. I really don't. I think, like JG said, she's probably gonna be the heart and soul, right? And to the point where also Brian said, like, Reed's the leader, but he listens to Sue because that's
And
his
that's
woman.
what
You know what I mean?
but look at the connection. So all right, so the thing is under Reed, right? So he's gonna do whatever Reed tells him to do, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny is her brother's, and she's the older one, so he's gonna do whatever she tells him to do. And then Reed is married to her, so guess what? The man's gonna do whatever she wants him to do, within a certain point value. Understand?
Yeah.
Reed Richards is still going to be extremely important. The Council of Richards, Reed, is going to be huge. That's going to be something that is going to happen, and he's going to lead the way they go. But the heart and soul of the team will be Sue.
I didn't see Brian. I didn't see that in the trailer. I just saw Rigo. We will protect you. I'm like, I don't believe you. We're all gonna die. Stu, do you have any answers? Stu, can you help us? Like this dude over here. Like, I don't believe him.
So and I'm actually glad you put that in there, Terrence, because that's my point, right? When you look at all of the trailers, who's leading the forefront? It's Reed. He's the one doing all the interviews. He's the one they're talking to. He's the one they're questioning. Right,
because they know.
Right. And then he look over to his wife like, "Hey, Sue, I'm scared as hell, man. Can you tell these humans something?" I'm just. He doesn't have that Reed Richards confidence that he's supposed to have. Like every time I see him, he sounds scared and uncertain.
I don't think so. Go ahead,
Terrence.
JJ.
As a married man myself, it happens more than you think it does.
All right, I'll tell you this. Yeah, me too.
I've seen that before. But see, we're talking about these characters, and also, didn't they say it was set in the '60s? Brian, you know this.
It's not
How
just
many
the
times?
60s. 60s parallel
It's a different
world.
universe.
So already it's already inaccurate to that time setting because Reed Richards has famously and historically backhanded his wife. That's why she went over there to get some of Namor.
Exactly what happened.
So wait, hold on. We definitely ain't seeing none of that. We definitely ain't seen none of that. But to Brian's point, yes, it is the 60s, but it's a different universe. So their 60s is still more advanced than what they're doing in the current MCU. You know what 100%. I mean? That's why you see flying cars. I don't think
they're as smart as you, Anzo. I don't see the stuff that you're saying and the stuff that Brian is saying. You guys are smarter than those writers. I think they're about to give us some bullshit from what I've seen. That's all I'm saying.
You don't think the Council of Reeds is going to be there? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Brian, Brian, I was gonna address what you said earlier about Sue being the leader of the family. Robert Storms actually brought up a great point in a video he did. And yes, Anzo, before you ask, he and I are together again. So basically, he made a great point that back then in the '60s, in that time period around America, the woman was the homemaker. She was the one that helped guide the family. Like the man provided, but Susan was the one that like a woman like Susan, she was the one that guided the entire family. And I think, they were the homemakers. So that's what I think they're gonna have Susan Storm be. Like, even though Reed may be the provider, she's the one that's gonna guide everybody and be like the moral compass of the group. That's what I think they're gonna do with her.
I think you're right.
That's not what they're doing, though.
Wait, hold on, Terrence. Let Brian go, then you go.
I think they are going to, it's going to be similar to that, but more than anything, we're going to have insight. So like, once again, for people on the outside, when they see me, like I run my restaurants, I do all this stuff. I look like I'm a monster, right? But when I'm at home, I talk to my wife. I let down all the walls. What you're going to see from Reed and Sue is that he's going to be out one thing to the world, but when he comes home, that's when you're vulnerable, right? And that's when, as you said, she's a homemaker. She's doing all this stuff. She's going to be the linchpin of the Fantastic Four. Not that she's the leader, but the linchpin of everything. Everything falls apart without her. And I think that's kind of the what we're going to be looking at. That's why they're going to go into the black hole when she's going into labor. They're going to go into a black hole, and that's why Franklin Richards will get all his powers, because she's so important to everybody. It's like, we'll go into an entity. We don't care. We'll go into a singularity. We don't care. That's what's going to happen. Just because of that.
I'm not against that. Look, like her being the heart and all that stuff, she was the heart when she was getting backhanded in that kitchen. Like I said, that's why she went to Namor. But we know they're not going to show that because even though they want to be 60s multiverse this, well, this is different here. We're going to take this away. All these excuses that they're making, I'm like, look, I'm not about to eat all that up. I saw what I saw. Now, when I watch the movie, I hope they don't fumble that crap as hard as I've been seeing in the trailers. But what I'm most interested in is what's going to happen in Doomsday, because I want to see this makeshift Robert Downey Jr. What if Doctor Doom from What in the Demon Armor wreck all these characters so we can reset this BS. That's what I want.
What if I told you that Robert Downey Jr. most likely will only be Doom in 1 1/4 of the 2 movies?
Good. I don't want him to be Doctor Doom anyway. I think that only
he's not, because you're right, because
I
think they're going to recast.
They did Jonathan Majors dirty, which I still hate that. They screwed him over, and then they're redirecting. That's why all this stuff is sloppy and it doesn't make sense. They're doing everything they can. So I'm like, look, a movie and a half, good. I don't like it anyway, but
they're going to switch them. They're going to. So Doom was always going to come and be the main villain for the X-Men.
Sure,
he was always going to be that. Well, they're going to switch him. So now we're going to have, Doom be this villain now, and I think they're going to bring back Jonathan Majors 100% and be the main villain within the X-Men part. Him in a sense.
If they do that,
that's going to happen.
If they do that, then I'll forgive them. And I mean, like, I want Jonathan Major to come back. I want Kevin Feige on his knees apologizing for what he did. And then in the context of the MCU, I want to see him wreck these characters. All that stuff was like where he was like, were you the one with the hammer? Like, he whooped so many Avengers asses that he don't remember who's who anymore. Like, I want to see
real, though.
that.
Kang is I don't know why everyone say he wasn't menacing. Kang was that dude. He really did
100%.
kill
100%.
a lot of people. And I think that what they're going to do, they're just going to switch him. So Kang will be mentioned, but they're going to say he went into the future. So now when they go into the X-Men future, you're going to be able to see Kang again. And he's going to be the main villain that Dr. Doom was there.
The fact that he was only in one movie and one show, to me, he was the best thing in Ant-Man 3. And when he showed up in Loki, he stole that show from everybody. That's how great Jonathan Majors is.
Dude, that last episode of season 1,
man.
Fire. And then when he played,
and then he got beat by a fucking ant.
Stop it. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Yeah, we're not
going to have that fucking argument because he did not lose to these ants. I am sorry, guys. And
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I know Brian agrees.
He went to a microverse.
He
realm beyond the quantum realm.
Wait, Anzo. You know what's funny? Humans forget that right after that, he was stumping a mud hole in Scotland. He had to be saved by his wife.
Yes.
No. My problem is when you say that he got beaten by ants. What they're saying is this character is such an OP character. There's no reason that anyone that was in this damn movie should have been able to stay with him.
Sure. There was only one variant of Kang that was destroyed, guys. There's a council of them, okay? They tried to cover it up in Loki. The show was said, yeah, we had a problem, but on the sub 616 we took care of it. Yeah, that was one Kang.
Supposed to be the most powerful. And that's he used the most powerful one and then let him get beat by anything. And Ant-Man shouldn't even been able to stay in his realm. With his power, no matter what, he should have been able to stump a mud hole into him, and they depowered him too much, and that was the biggest issue. Not the whole incident, depowered him.
No, and I get that too, but I also think. Sorry, Charles, I'll let you go in a second. But I also think there's something that a lot of people miss from that movie is where he talks about knowing how everything ends. So if he knows how everything ends, then that means he knew he was going to get caught up in that torn with. And I think that's what makes him more powerful when he was supposed to come back. You know what I mean? So that's what I feel like.
You're so right.
Anzo, that is a great point, Anzo, because I have said something similar to that as I was going through all of these countless scenarios, right, Anzo, in my mind as to why that happened to Kang the way it did. But I was just like, look, I think that Jonathan Majors' performance is way better than the material that they gave him. And largely throughout 100%. The multiverse saga, they have fumbled. Kang should have been there from the jump, like showing him go through different timelines, wrecking characters. And then it gets to a point to where we get to see him wreck the Avengers. You know what I mean? Like, it should have been that culmination. Like, I should be able to say, like, man, that Kang played by Jonathan Majors, he on the same level as Thanos, man. That's crazy. Like, that's what I wanted to say. But look at what happened.
But what if they switched everything? So, two things. Well, one, everything that he said is going to come to fruition, and that's what's going to happen in Secret Wars and Doomsday. It's the fact that it's in the loop. We already know that the loop thing is going to be the most important part of this entire damn next two movies.
100%.
Yeah, that loop that is still the same thing, and he's going to continue to win unless they break the loop. That's going to be the same thing, no matter what. But understand that, can you imagine how menacing he could be if now you add the X-Men in, and he's still now he's whooping the X-Men and the Fantastic Four and all the Avengers, and make him the only way he loses because he starts to team up with like people like Sinister, and then next you know, he has an opening and he loses because of that, and all that does is throw him back in the back in time, and then he still goes to Apocalypse, and he still comes back. You never kill him because there's always going to be more.
That is wonderful. I'll
give you another thing. What I think they should have did. Another thing, because I agree with you guys where you say he kind of looked weak in Ant-Man. I get that 100%. I get that, right? But I also tried to figure out maybe there's a reason why it happened. That's why I came up with the, he knew what everything was going to happen. But what they should have did is they should have had Kang going through each of the Marvel superhero movies, whooping their ass in each one. Then that they have to come together to stop him in the Kang Wars, right? So I get that they didn't want to probably have the same villain in all of these movies, but you could have spread it out. He could have been in like
Thanos. That's what made it so good.
Yeah.
Okay, look, Anzo, look at all these movies and shows they've been having, wasting our damn time. You could have just spaced Kang out. Every 2 or 3 movies he shows up, and every time he does something major. You're like, and then he leaves.
He had Multiverse of Madness, and he grabbed Doctor Strange, he cut open the thing and threw him in. What if in every movie he did all those things? The Marvels, all of a sudden he grabs her and full time, he throws her through another portal. Can you imagine how badass that would have been?
Brian, hey, chat, man.
Hold on. What awesome.
Wait, go ahead.
Anso, so this is going to be a bit of a hot. I don't know if this is going to be a huge hot take coming from me, but I still would have preferred it if the MCU had just kept Kang but recast another actor, because if you think about it, they could have taken advantage of it story-wise by recasting Kang, because they could have explained it that there is this new variant of Kang played by a different actor who is much more powerful than any other variant, and he like wipes out the entire council of Kangs and he kills the whole council. It's like, okay, this guy means business. Like, if you really think about it, recasting him, they could have taken advantage of that story-wise.
Okay,
I don't think another black actor would have came in, especially because they don't agree with how Jonathan Majors got taken away.
Yeah,
and the idea what happened in New York.
You got to ride for the group. Facts.
And to be honest with you, like, I don't see, and I get it. There's a lot of great actors out there, and I'm pretty sure someone can do it. But the versatility that Jonathan Majors had, there are very rare actors, white or black, that can do what he was doing.
I don't think anyone is that menacing.
No, they're not.
Exactly.
Menacing.
They're not. And look, they already set him up as like all the Kangs look like him, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, okay, if you're gonna step outside of yourself and be objective, you're like, okay, so for the sake of not doing the sloppy shit that they're doing now, you cast a different actor to play Kang to continue that. But I believe that no matter what kind of talented black actor they could have gotten, he would not have been able to hit like Jonathan Majors, to where Jonathan Majors made you believe that he was different Kangs, even though you were looking at the same actor.
Yeah, when there was 3 different Peter Parkers. You remember that?
Yeah, they're different actors. But Jonathan Majors will sit there, he'll whisper. You ever have someone that's so knows that he's going to whoop your ass so bad that they're going to whisper to you?
Right, like the way he was talking to, the way he was talking to Ant-Man, he was just like, man, you ain't shit, man. Like, hey, don't make me take your daughter. Like, it's just
you shouldn't even be talking to me. You shouldn't even. You should respect me enough to not say words to me. So I'm
right, Jojo.
You say it to us, I'm going to end your life. I'm just going to rip your heart out of your chest and I'm going to show it to you. Is that okay?
Right.
When you whispering that sounds real scary.
Hey, Anzo.
Yes,
Anzo.
hold on. You guys keep cutting off. Let's get through the conversation. We can talk later. You guys talk about it. What were you gonna say, Eli?
It's been about 2 hours. I still got that MCU Jeff Nerdy up here. You guys are talking about MCU for about another past hour. Go play a little MCU.
What'd you
I
have?
will lose that hands down.
Oh, the Jeopardy. Yeah, don't worry about that. Like I said, man, it's only 10 o'clock. I got time. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I know other people have streams to go do, and that's fine. If you have to jump off, that's no problem. But me personally, I got some time, so I'm gonna be chilling for a minute. You know?
Okay.
JG, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the Kang stuff, JG?
Well, it's what the MCU could have been to this point. It still had the Fantastic Four and all that stuff, and you added on Kang with that. How dynamic that would have been, right? Where, like I said, have Kang or a variant of Kang in each and every MCU show, movie, or whatever, showing that hey, this guy's a problem, right? And they're already talking about bringing in what's her name, Amerigo or whatever her name is, right?
America.
Maybe Kang tries to go get her because he knows she can be a threat. Now you got to protect her, right? So
there's only one of
you
her
could've done.
too, because she's the only one that doesn't have another variant out there.
Yeah.
So there's
But
so
see-
much that could have been done, but I mean,
It's sad. It's sad to me because I never thought I would be at a point to where I'd see Kevin Feige and like it's just something boils inside of me. It's like get him away from there and get somebody else or just in this because I'm so tired of this. Like I'm coming at this from a very passionate fan standpoint. You know what I mean? I know like to others they may not care as much and they'll give it a bunch of passes and stuff, but I'm like, look, even with the Fantastic Four, a team that I've never liked, I still want them to have a great movie. And I still want them to put respect on the characters. And I want the cast to be perfect. That's what I want. But they're not going to do that. They're going to pick and choose. And there's going to be little bits and pieces here and there that I might enjoy. But I'm going to have issues elsewhere. So all I can do is watch and see what they do because I have no control. But what I can do is be very vocal about the bullshit that I don't like.
No, I respect that too, because there's a lot of stuff I don't like. So I'm huge on T'Challa, and I'm huge on about everything Black Panther and how that should be. And that once again, I don't care. I don't want to write your storylines. I just want you to be true to the character. I'm huge on that fact, and I'm honestly to a point where if they go the wrong way with the next one, that I'm out. I'll go to DC. I'll just say whatever, I'll focus on all DC stuff. But I still want to give them the chance to write what they're going to write. I'm hoping that you have good writers that'll give you respect the character and they'll give us good storylines. But I will tell you this to kind of throw a monkey wrench in there. I think DC has better characters than Marvel, and I don't think it's even close.
Facts.
I think they got better characters and better events, honestly.
The problem, like I've been saying for the last 12 years, the problem is that they got a bunch of clowns over there at WB that don't know what they're doing. They don't, like recently they got James Gunn, but I'm just saying like they haven't had a Kevin Feige, somebody that loves the characters, that wants to translate them. I'm like, how the hell you have all your characters and you have the best characters and we get these bad, divisive, flopping DC films? That shouldn't be possible.
They should just follow animated DC. Why would because they were the best animated?
Yes,
they're the best
100%.
anything for 20 years. They're the best.
100%.
Batman: Mask of the Phantasm is the best Batman movie I've ever seen.
That movie is great. I will take that all day over most of these comic book movies I've seen. I'm like, when it comes to these DC,
Public Enemies, you know what I mean?
Batman under the Red Hood. Come on now.
Come on, man. Like,
don't play with
forget,
me.
guys. Don't forget The Dark Knight Returns parts 1 and 2. Those
Oh,
are great.
fire. Yeah,
I was going to say that, man. Damn you.
They have more than 50 movies. We can do this all day. That are top quality. Like, I don't care about
Flashpoint is the best comic book and animated series, like group of things that has ever been done, and you can't get nothing right enough to give me a live action of this shit. What is wrong with you?
I love that line. Mention my dead son's kid again, my dead son's name again, and I'll bring out my surgical tools.
You had the Flash
I
movie
love that.
when all you had to do was make Flashpoint, and that's $1 billion movie.
That's all they
Right.
had to
Okay.
do.
And then Justice League Dark Apocalypse War.
Ooh, let's leave.
If they made that in live action, Marvel would be scared. They'd be
Hey,
scared.
you know what? That's one movie I can really see Zack Snyder doing. Apocalypse War. I can really see
When
him
you
doing
mentioned
that.
that, JG, they asked Zack Snyder about that at the time when he was in the interview. They said, Zack, have you seen Justice League Dark Apocalypse War? Was that what you were going to do with your other Justice League film? He laughs and he goes, not exactly, but it was going to be the DC universe versus Dark Side. I started crying damn near. I was like, really?
Problem
We could have had
with Zack
that.
Snyder is not, and not all this other hate for Snyder and all this stuff. The problem with Snyder is he rushed his storylines.
Yeah.
And it's probably not Snyder's problem. It's
Paul,
probably
it's
more
DC,
Warner Brothers.
Brothers.
And it has
I think it's Warner Brothers.
with Snyder. It just, it was
Brian, he
rushed
never
a little bit.
wrote those scripts. He was just a director. Like he never had like
Total
full
control.
creative control.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it was all these other individuals that wrote this stuff, like what we had with David S. Goyer and Christopher Nolan for Man of Steel and all that. He was just a director and put his visual style on it.
T, what if I told you Man of Steel is still better than Captain America 1?
Oh, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I agree.
But that's my point. Like you already starting on this. You didn't have to fuck it all up. You didn't have to rush the characters. You're gonna have another good one. Wonder Woman 1 was good. You should have done a solo Batman movie. You should have done a solo. Like if you would have gradually got up there, all of a sudden this Justice League movie looks good. It makes sense. You didn't have to rush this shit, and that's the problem with Batman versus Superman.
And you know what's funny, Brian, to your point, sorry, T, just one more thing before I forget. I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. I think it's better than Endgame. Like, I love Endgame because Endgame has epic moments. Like, I'm not going to ever say Endgame has some of the best fucking epic moments in a superhero movie. You know,
I don't think there's any movie better than Infinity War. I'm sorry. I don't think
Infinity War's the best. Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. There's no movie better than Infinity
to
War.
your point,
Infinity War was overrated.
No, hell no. What the hell?
Endgame might be a little bit overrated, but it was the emotions that you did. But it's the emotions.
Infinity War was better.
War was a mess. Infinity War it had a very messy plot structure. Just Endgame had a better flow for me. Like Infinity War's plot was all over the place.
Emotionally.
No. Hold on. Wait. To respond to Hanzo's last point, Endgame was saved by that final hour. When you ask
100%.
any human about their favorite
100%.
scene,
The greatest scenes that you ever seen ever.
Yeah.
The last hour and nothing else.
So
like, let's be real.
For me, when it comes to Endgame, the beginning is fucking fire, right? That scene with Captain America and Iron Man where they're arguing, I think that's one of the best scenes ever, where it's like, no, you were supposed to be there and stuff like that. I love that scene, right? Up until there. Then you get to the time travel stuff and all of that crap, and it just goes downhill.
That was convoluted a little bit, but the ending, the last hour of Endgame might be
100%.
The most
100%.
Emotionally, it was so beautiful. I was watching the other day on my 4K. I was like, "This is the most beautiful thing."
Bro, the first thing I did when I got my 85-inch TV was watch the last hour fucking Endgame.
Right, you did that for a reason because it was amazing. But to me, Zack Snyder's Justice League as a flowing story was better than what Endgame was as a whole. It's just that
it was rushed, and that's my problem with Justice League. It was the whole storyline was rushed. The whole thing with Batman and Superman fell flat because you rushed the shit. Like that was the biggest problem. If they would have taken the time, gave me a solo Batman movie, made me care more about Cyborg, if they did any of that shit, all of a sudden now this is an epic movie. Like this is real. The problem is they knew what they wanted to get to, and they're like a little kid, like, oh, I can't wait, and they just did it. Like,
hold on, guys. I gotta introduce the man. Rogue Comics is in the house. JG's Weathery is here. Oh, I think
you know what, Anzo?
Side by side.
Anzo, before I get started, happy birthday.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I'm going to give you a present now because listening to this show on the road was the most infuriating thing that I could have ever done because y'all are saying some of the most like the little dude in the bottom there about I came on with the Infinity War slander. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? There wasn't like the story wasn't consistent. Like, what movie was he watching? And then,
hey, dude, I couldn't get a word in.
Thank you,
Brian, Man of Steel was better than Captain America.
The first one,
Captain America.
Yes.
I hated Captain America, but you know what I hate more? I hate a Superman that murders somebody where Jonathan Kent isn't even a fucking parent, and it's just acid wash. There's no primary color. That's what I hate.
Did you fall asleep during Ant-Man? I mean, during Captain America? Did you
I
fall
did
asleep?
in some parts, yeah.
Everyone falls asleep. There's no way that you.
And it was still better than Man of Steel.
You're sitting there watching Captain America and literally fall asleep 4 times because none of that shit mattered.
I apologize. I've been going up the stream, but hold on. I gotta say.
Yeah, hold on.
Hey JG, it's nice to finally put a face to the slander you've been saying about my future wife. It is so nice because all I see is that little icon that you got, and that's it. I'm like, what's this fool talking about?
Hey, Mike, I'll let you know. Let you in on something. She went to Rose College, bro. I know her. I'm joking.
And then this last thing, and then y'all can keep going again. This whole and this is the narrative. See, Anzo, where we live right now, we have to put up with individuals in positions of power telling us that we're not seeing things that we're seeing on the daily. So when I hear people talking about how Marvel did Jonathan Majors wrong, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, because there's a long line, and I got the list here. There's a long line of things that he lost. The thing he lost last was Marvel, because Marvel waited until the verdict. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm not saying they didn't have contingency plans or whatever, that's something behind the scenes, but at least public facing. His management dropped him on day one once the allegations came out. So as far as Marvel's concerned, they at least waited until the
because they're the tallest small person that they get expunged. They don't have to worry about it, because if you, first of all, if being a black man dealing with the stuff that you have to deal with, knowing what happened, knowing we had the film. It's hard talking about Jonathan Majors now, understanding the racial implications that you may have seen with it. So no, I can't give anyone. I'm not going to give anyone a pass because they were the last one. Fuck you. I don't care if you're the last one or the first one. It doesn't matter. You're still going to be in the same place. So it doesn't matter.
Like K-Dot used to say, there's levels to this stuff. They could have dropped him when everybody else was dropping him.
In each level, right?
And what if the verdicts came back and he was found not guilty on all 4 counts instead of just 2? What if that came back and they wouldn't have dropped him, right? You would have assumed, because they still had him.
Because it's all about saving
the optics.
Because it's all about saving face. But it doesn't matter, because once again, I'm talking about what it is as being a black man dealing with a certain justice system that's corrupt. And yes, and I'm going to talk about
I
this
agree.
because all the corruption
how in the world could they get a body cam, the audio to the body cam restricted? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
That's what it is. So, but I can I'm still going to hold you accountable just because you're ignorant of the situation. Not you being ignorant, but Marvel ignorant of what's going on. I'm saying, I'm not going to say, well, you're okay. No, I'm not. You're not okay. I just also agree that everyone else might be worse, but more culpable. But you're still culpable in the same thing.
Yeah, because they didn't have to do it, right? When you really look at the what he was convicted of, one of them was like getting a ticket, and the other one was aggravated assault, meaning it was an accident.
And we saw the video.
The two that he didn't get, that he wasn't committed for, were the most
intentional,
the worst ones. Yes, those were the worst ones. These other ones were like accidental or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So she got hurt by accident, but you still fired him for that reason. Right. You know what I mean? So that's
I know. I don't disagree with that either. But I'm saying, as far as companies are concerned, like, they could have dropped his ass like the day one. When his own management team does it, like, these are the people that he's like, how long were they repping him? Like, and they just like literally on day one
lost 4 other people after that happened with Jonathan Majors.
Really?
There are other people that left that PR firm after that. They have dropped a lot in people's eyes because of the way they did that. So like there's consequences to it.
Hold on, I wanted to ask Mike, how are you doing? Because I haven't talked to you in 1,000 years.
It's been a minute, man. I know. I'm good. Well, see, Anzo never invites me on OC because probably JG said not to invite me. So
wait,
because he knows he don't want this smoke. Every time I hear him say something about Jasmine, I'm like, we're gonna be throwing hands. You better watch it.
Wait. If you want to come on the OOC, you are more than welcome to, brother. I will send if JG's because I'm tired of going after JG when he goes after Jasmine Crockett. I'm sick of it.
What have I said bad about Jasmine?
Mike?
Oh man, you that
besides
ghetto
how
ass
I come off as
so-and-so.
ratchet sometimes. What else have I
Ratchet
said?
ghetto
bad?
ass. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, she came out the way. I'm sorry. I still agree with 90% of the shit she says.
What's up, Terrence?
No. I just wanted to say what's up, man.
Mike? Mike?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember you. Were you the guy that called me a Snyder cultist just last night?
No. It was the Snyder bro.
Yeah, the Snyder bro. Yeah, that's it.
Yes. I would never call. I would never say
cultist. The cultist.
I call you cultist, and I call him the cultist because I'm on his Facebook. I see the shit he says. He comes on here and tries to act like he's gonna, James Gunn, blah blah blah. But on Facebook, he is trashing James Gunn's Superman on a regular basis.
If you ever write about or you reblog or you restream or you repost or whatever, the ways that you can trash James Gunn's Superman by giving away the spoilers online or putting the tickets in your cart and not
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
That's like behavior, okay? Because those movies came out at least almost 10 years now, and y'all are still butthurt about that shit. Like, let it go.
But hold on, Mike, before you You hold on. I'll let you get on there, but I gotta introduce the man. Mr. Danny Graham is in the house. What's up, Danny?
What's up? How y'all doing, fellas? Good to see you.
Great, man.
Happy birthday, sir. Happy early birthday.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming in and enjoying. Yeah, it's at midnight, and I appreciate you coming in and all of you guys coming in and celebrating this with me, man. It's great, fun. Appreciate it. Now you can go with your blasphemy bullshit, guy. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to address Anza first of all. Just because I have some criticisms of James Gunn's Superman movie doesn't mean I think it's going to be bad. There is a huge part of me that still thinks I'm going to enjoy it. And just because I have a few tidbits here and there,
geeky guy, don't let me go to your page. Don't let me go to your page.
Have you seen Superman though? Have you seen the movie?
Okay, but no, I haven't seen it yet. But,
so how can you have criticism about? I mean, this is the thing. This is what the pandemic brought about. There are channels here doing Zapruder-like shit on trailers. I remember the whole thing with WandaVision. Mephisto's going to show up. Reed Richards going to show up. Blue Marvel's going to show up. Like, no, like stop it. Like it was so ridiculous. Wait until you see the movie, then you come on here and you say, "Well, I didn't like this, I didn't like that."
I can tell you, I can say this though. You can look at something and say, "Hey, I don't like the way those kaiju look." You can say,
Brian,
"I don't like how."
I was just going to mention that too. That was a commercial. We don't know if that's going to be in a movie or not.
That's true, but you can still say, "I don't like how the kaiju look." Right? It has nothing to do with what the movie's going to do, or if it's going to be good, or if it's going to be bad. It's going to make a lot of money. I don't like how the kaiju look. It doesn't matter. It's two separate things.
I don't know. I think it was Terrence that was talking about Pedro. I agree about Pedro. As far as Pedro needs to stop being in every damn thing. Like, I like him as an actor and all that, but like, I just like when they announced that he was gonna, I'm like, come on, man. Like, isn't there anybody else? Like, he's in a Star Wars thing, he's in a video game thing, and now he's in a Marvel thing. Like, knock it off, dude. Like, let somebody else.
2. Yep, Gladiator 2. He was in there. I was just like,
was trash, so I didn't even bother with 2. But
Gladiator 2 sucked.
Wait, hold on. No, wait. Hold on.
Yeah. And I also heard you. What you say about Justice League being better than Endgame? Like, what?
Yeah, Justice League is better than Endgame.
Like, what? Wait. I'm not even going to ask you which version of Justice League because it doesn't even matter because they're both trash. It doesn't matter. One's just a longer piece of trash than the other one.
No. Shut your goddamn mouth. Shut your goddamn mouth. The Snyder cut is a million times better than what Justice League is. Okay?
I know someone here that agrees with me too. Danny, Endgame. Is Zack Snyder's better than Endgame?
Yeah, Zack Snyder's better than Endgame.
Straight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow. Can you self Phantom Zone? Is that a thing? Is that a possible thing?
I can tell you why, Mike. I like.
No, wait. Before y'all do this, I'm on Phantom Zone myself. I see y'all later.
Peace, Brian. Go ahead, Danny.
I can tell you why I say that because I love Endgame. I think it's a fantastic movie. But if I go back and watch it, I'm going to watch the first 30 minutes. Then I'm going to skip the next hour and a half and get to the end fight scene because of that in between time when after Thor cuts off Thanos' head, I'm kind of very disinterested in it.
Yeah.
It was 3 hours. The first 3 hour was the dealing with the world after everybody disappeared. The second hour was the time heist, and the third hour was the fight.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying after seeing the first time, I don't want to see a big chunk of it the second time. I don't have that same issue with Zack Snyder's Justice League. I like all of it. That's one reason why I'm saying.
So you would rather sit there for 4 hours watching like paint dry?
I didn't fast forward. Like I said, I don't watch about 2 or 3 times. I don't fast forward maybe 20, 30 minutes of Justice League. But for the most part, every time if I watch Endgame now, I'm going to watch the first 30 minutes
and then go straight to the end
until they go to where Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America starts to hook it up with Thanos. I
agree.
Danny, I never watch anything at the store because I know if I start it, as soon as I start it, somebody's going to come in and bother me and want me to help them and all that stuff. So I don't do that. But the night before Justice League, the Snyder Cut dropped, I watched the 2-hour one. And then the next day, I'm like, you know what? I know I'm going to get interrupted, but let me start it. For 4 hours, Danny, nobody came in. After like the first 20 minutes, I was begging somebody. I'm like, please come in, bother me. I'll help you. I will do whatever. I'll read the book to you. Like, just get me away from this mess. It was
Mike. So you,
makes the world go round.
You don't like anything about Zack Snyder Justice League, Mike? Like nothing?
No. In fact, the things that I did like about Justice League were the things that apparently Joss Whedon put in. Like, for instance, when I think it was the Flash was having his panic attack, and who was it? I think it was Batman. Was it Bruce that said? No, maybe it was who was it? He was saying like, just save one person and then move on to another person, save the other person. That I liked, and there were some other things in there, but
you didn't like the iconic fight scene where he fight all over Superman when he's
the slow-mo thing and all that stuff. Nah, not really.
Okay, let me ask you this, Mike. So okay, so Zack Snyder's Justice League in that 4 hours, what are 3 scenes that you enjoyed?
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang, that's crazy. Okay.
And see, hold on. I'm gonna give him a plus. It's not even like Batman versus Superman because I can say that between the theatrical and the other extended one, I would prefer the extended. Well, I would prefer not watching it at all. But if I had to, I would prefer the extended version because I felt the extended version fleshed out some of the things that like they cut for whatever reason.
That's true. I agree. The extended cut is better, even though I don't like either one either.
And Terrence, you have to keep in mind the original cut of Batman v Superman, the extended one, it got a standing ovation from the press, and they still cut it to shit.
Yeah, I understand that, but see, to me, that movie was garbage. Like I like certain stuff with Ben Affleck's Batman, but overall it was terrible. But the ultimate cut is better between the two. But if I were in charge, they would have never been able to make that abomination.
Well, see, Geeky, here's the thing too. When you're a business person, you have to try to optimize it to make as much money. And Zack Snyder seems to have a problem where he can't not censor himself, but edit himself. And when you're a studio, you want to maximize, get the most showings you can, because if the theater space is limited, you got to make sure you got to have a 2-hour movie. That way they can show it like 4 times or 8 times. I mean, 6 times. You can't show it like twice a day or something because they ain't gonna make no money.
But I'll say this. Hold on.
How did that? How did that work out for them with Justice League?
How did what?
How did what?
How did that work out for them for Justice League?
Well, here's the problem with Justice League. You had 2 different, and mind you, I may not like it, but you had 2 different directors with 2 different styles. And putting that shit together was like Frankenstein's monster, bro, because you had Zack Snyder, the way Zack Snyder does shit, and then you got the way Joss Whedon does shit. And DC, and going to what Terrence said about like DC for the past 10 years, they have not had competent leadership. Okay, they've been like the town bike being passed around from person to person, and every time there's somebody that makes a decision to try to get them back on top, they're gone by the next week, and then somebody new comes in and it's like, yeah, we ain't doing that, we're going to be doing something new. So that's the problem with DC for the past 10 or even 15 years.
How could you fall asleep? So I say this, and I'll say I think the only reason why
I don't disagree with that.
I only think the reason why the Snyderverse was 4 hours is because they put it on HBO Max. If that was going to theaters, he would have cut that down. It would have been a 3-hour movie, and I think it would have worked better as a 3-hour. Hold on, let me finish. Stop that off. It would have been better as a 3-hour movie. I think it would have been even better than it was. But Steppenwolf looks better in Zack Snyder's Justice League. The action scenes on some of them are better. Like when he's going after the Amazons, that's better. You know, Cyborg's story arc is better. Like it's so much better than what the original is. And I'm with Danny there. I'm like, I could sit there and I could just sit there for 4 hours and just watch the movie straight. I may get up and do some stuff at certain parts, but I know that movie, man, it was well done. It was well done to me.
Now I will say I would have hated to sit in the theater for 4 hours and watch it. I ain't gonna say a lie, but because it was on HBO and I could stop it and pause it, whatever kind. But I was very interested. I like when they break it up into chapters. It was a little bit more interesting too. But like I said, Endgame was fantastic. The first 30 minutes and the last hour of Endgame is the best comic book movie sequence I've ever seen in my entire life.
Agreed.
The whole the second and a half act, I could do it now.
Me
Mike,
too. Go ahead,
Mike.
Yes.
Mike, you mentioned something before that I just laughed at because I couldn't take it seriously. You said that Snyder's Superman murdered people. Who the fuck did he murder?
Zod.
General Zod.
Zod. What?
Zod and countless people in the buildings inside Metropolis work buildings. Come on.
Well, yeah, I'll give that one to Cassie, because that was like
a genocidal criminal. How is killing a genocidal maniac murder? Because killing and murder are two different things.
Superman would not do that.
Thank you, Terrence.
Read more comics. Read more comics.
Superman is killing his last resort.
Superman has killed Lex. He's killed Zod. He's killed the Joker. Come on, read the comics.
Killing is a. Don't you dare tell me, Eli, to read the comics. You fucking up with that statement. But what I'm going to tell you is that when it comes to killing for Superman, it is a last resort. If that movie were done properly in terms of his character, no, he should have flew him away from the humans. He didn't have to snap his neck.
And then what? He would have Zod killed more people?
No, he would have figured out how to beat him like he always does in the comics.
Yes. See,
that was an intentional choice to make Superman dark and see. Look, I love Man of Steel. I think as a movie, it's a masterpiece. But as a Superman movie, there's shit that happens in there, including that moment that would not happen in a traditional Superman comic book. He is the character to where the Legion of Superheroes in the 31st century, they established all their ground rules based on Kal-El's no killing rule.
Facts.
Which didn't become canon until much later in the comics. If you go back and reread the original Golden Age of Superman comics in the 1940s, in the very first issue he appeared in Action Comics issue 1, he killed the main villain in that comic. So the idea that Superman doesn't kill his enemies isn't canon.
In the 1939 arc of Superman, he has conversations with children. You preserve life at all costs.
So hold on.
You know what? Batman was using a gun back in the day too, but that doesn't mean we keep doing it. Especially in this era.
Thank you. Detective Comics.
Ideal. He's supposed to stand for something. Okay.
And I want to get to this comic.
Isn't standing for something.
I want to get to this comic too because he said Endgame brought emotions that we didn't get in Justice League because there was not enough build up to it. I think we got more emotions from Infinity War than we did in Endgame. I think Endgame gave us more shit moments. You know what I mean?
Endgame gave us closure, but the emotional moments.
Facts, Danny. Yeah, it was a conclusion. It's like Infinity War to me, I would say is the superior film with a lot of emotions, humans crying like, oh man, they gotta get Thanos. Wait, the movie ended and the bad guy won, but then Endgame, it was a conclusion. It was like a closure of the last 10 years, you know? So that's why that works.
And Infinity War was overrated as hell. I don't think it's as great as people say it is. I'm sorry.
Oh my!
This is coming from the same. This is coming from the same human that thinks it's okay for Superman to snap Zod's neck.
And Infinity
He did
War is
similar things in the comics,
overrated.
bro.
How is it overrated? Please explain to me how Infinity War is overrated. I'm curious.
Yeah,
Do you not? Hold on. Do you not know what the term literally means? It's just it's so highly praised. That's literally what
There's
I
a
mean.
reason that it's
yeah,
highly
but
praised.
why? Why do you think it's not worth the praise then?
Whenever you rank
Well, first,
it's one or
okay,
two.
well,
It's either that or Civil War.
Well, first of all, can I finish? Well, first of all, Infinity War, the plot of that movie was a complete total mess, and it was all over the place with several different plot lines that just that in some way don't really connect. And not only that, the way they changed Thanos' character, the way they changed Thanos' character was bullshit. I hated the way they changed it.
Wow,
man. Here's the thing that I
paid
tell
to make hot
people.
takes?
When you realize that the comics are one thing and the movies are another thing, your life will be so much better. There will never be a one-to-one adaptation of a comic book. And if they do, like for instance, with your favorite guy, Watchmen, when he was doing Watchmen, there were two ways Snyder could have gone with that movie. One, he could have made the direct adaptation, and then people have been like, well, why are you doing that? We can just read the comics. Or two, he could have done his own thing, and then people would have been like, well, why are you doing that? You think you're better than Alan Moore? But what he did was a little from column A and a little from column B, and he had both in there, and it basically worked. It wasn't that bad of a movie.
Mike,
yes.
the only thing he changed was the ending. And to be honest, the ending from the movie is better than the one in the book, because of the book, the squid thing was dumb.
It's really not. It really, if you read the book first, then you would understand the reason for it.
I did read it.
So hold
and
on.
you know what? And you know what? You know how poor. You know. Hold on. You know how
Yeah, go ahead.
poor it was. How poor. How can I say this? Who was it? It was Goyer. Didn't Goyer write Watchmen? It was Goyer and Snyder, if I remember correctly, right? Wasn't it? Wait, hold on. Well, anyway,
I think it was David. I think it was
David
Goyer.
Goyer.
Yes.
Yeah, David Goyer.
So you know how bad, you know how poor they are as writers. They made the squid thing work in the TV show in the very first episode. That's how poor they are with adapting something to the big screen. Okay, they could have made it work, but they chose not to. He chose not to because of his hubris.
Ever since, if I'm not mistaken, since Iron Man, Kevin Feige.
Hader actually wrote Watchmen.
Right.
Kevin Feige has been cherry picking, because if they went strictly by the comic books, then Iron Man would have been a sloppy drunk. The Iron Man that I read, he was a sloppy drunk. But I think the reason why he didn't do it was because in real life, RDJ was a drunk. So he didn't want to do that kind of stuff. So I think it's been, from my point of view, they've been cherry picking certain parts of these comic book stories and changing it up, because I really don't want to go and see something that I can read exactly word for word verbatim in the book or the movie.
Exactly. Well, Danny, did you read Infinity Gauntlet?
I never said.
Did you read Infinity Gauntlet? Because in that book, he is not trying to destroy half the universe just to be a good person.
He's trying to
he wants to hook up with Death. Okay? He's trying to impress her. That's the only reason.
And Mike, guess what? Mike? It would have been far less overly complicated than some Malthusian plan of, oh no, you don't understand. I have to kill half the peoples to preserve resources. You don't understand. That was fucking stupid and overly complicated. And they should have went.
It really wasn't complicated. It was his hubris.
It was not complicated at all. I don't know where you're getting that from.
I can't believe I'm sorry.
All Thanos had to do was make double resources.
Hold on, let Danny go. Go ahead, Danny.
Well, Eli just said it.
Thank you, Eli.
He could have snapped and asked for more resources.
Okay, so hold on. I thought Watchmen sucked, but I only saw it once when it came out, so I maybe need to watch it again. No, Watchmen did suck. 100%. It's garbage. It's
okay, but
which one?
To that point of the resources thing. Look, I get it that he could have doubled the resources. The problem is that because he's a villain, his way of removing life is much more compelling than, oh, here's another loaf of bread. Get that shit out of here.
Yeah, I'm not.
And also, we wouldn't have had a movie if he did it that way.
I'm not talking about you, Danny. I'm not talking about you, Danny. I'm talking about the human over here in the corner where he was saying.
I want to push back on that. Sometimes these storylines don't make any sense. And I'll give you the perfect example. If you watch Shazam 2. Now, Shazam 2, they had a doggone pen in that library. You can ask it any question,
facts,
and it would give you the answer. They did
Right.
not even think about asking, how can we defeat these sisters? Or who are these
Facts.
sisters? That didn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
that's true. You know, but that's why that movie, Danny, to that amazing point you made, it's a fun movie, but it's also dumb.
It is
But I'm
dumb.
saying that
it's just
dumbness,
dumb.
that dumbness goes on not only on DCU, it goes on the MCU sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%.
100.
And
That,
I'll give
yeah,
you
true.
even another dumb scene because I love the movie. I think the first Guardians of the Galaxy, and Danny doesn't like it, fire. But at the end where he says dance off, I think that is some of the stupidest shit.
Oh, you talking about what he was like, what are
We're
you
gonna have a
doing?
dance off. Like, yeah. And Ronan's like, what are you doing? What do you mean? Like, bro, all you had to do was take the fucking Infinity Stone, hit the planet, boom, and you got your plan. But no,
Right.
you stop because someone says let's have a dance off. Nah, I
Right.
don't like
Yeah,
that.
you're right. That was, even though I like that movie too, that was dumb because Ronan the Accuser from the comics, as soon as Peter Quill was like, hey, it's a dance off, bro, he just backhanded him into nothing. Like it wouldn't have went down that way, but it was done with James Gunn's humor, so it's kind of, you know, silly in that way. So I get why he did that, even though I wouldn't have wanted that kind of outcome.
That's why I'm scared for Superman.
Ooh, okay, go ahead, Danny.
James Gunn got some. James Gunn got kind of the Taika Waititi's gene sometime and make silly stuff. So I hope that he don't make too silly scenes. I saw the one he did on I think it was Conan last night. It looked pretty good when I think Lex stole his dog.
Okay,
yeah, fire scene. Yeah,
that looks good, but I sure hope the rest of it don't be stupid. I'm a
sure.
little scared.
I'm with you, Danny, because there's a difference between being funny and being silly. I don't want Superman to be silly, but it can have some humor and it can have some funny moments.
In the comics, he had a sense of humor.
Absolutely, he has all of the emotions. He's what humans, should aspire to be, but they can never be because they're trash. But yeah,
And I want to get to what Tank said real quick because he said super easy to understand. Trying to impress Death was lame. He's a villain, like T-Virus said. Making him want to kill half of everything makes him evil. Exactly.
Making him a benevolent dictator betrays the spirit of the character from the comics. In the comics, he's called the Mad Titan for
The
a reason because he's
comics
a mad,
and the movies
psychotic,
are two
psychopathic.
different things.
there's nothing more
comics
Mad
and the
Titan.
movies are
There's
two
nothing
different
more
things.
Mad Titan than wiping out half of the universe. In the comics, Thanos has always been a psychopath. He would always justify that. What's more colder? Like I said, oh, here's some more bread, or you know what? I was thinking, let me just kill all these individuals because I say so. And balance, snap. That's terrifying.
Here's the thing.
Exactly, Tarek. And then, hold on. And not only that, his reasoning was because of what happened to his planet. That's what he took away from it. That's how he came by. His world vision was what he experienced, what he saw, what he lived through. And that changed him. And that made him see that way instead of the more rational way of, hey, yeah, I can give people more things. Instead, I'm just going to wipe out half of the universe, and then there won't be these problems.
Mike. Hold on. Let me one more thing. Let me introduce Poe. What's up, Poe? Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
What's up, Poe?
Thank you very much. All right, geeky guy, you can go.
Okay, what I was gonna say is he could have easily used the gauntlet to say, restore his planet of Titan, just make more resources, make enough resources for everybody, make them renewable, and everybody's happy.
You did hear me say that his experiences is what shaped him, right? That's what broke him. Like, that's why do people do the things that they do? Usually it's because of shit they go through, or usually it's because of shit like, they see on TV and then they get inundated with this shit. Like, hey, maybe we should just grab all the seats for Superman showings and not buy them so nobody will be able to buy them and James Gunn's movie's going to tank. It's crazy shit like that. People do that. And then why would they do that?
Mike, hold on.
Wait.
One at a time. Hold on. You keep
to drive Mike's point home. I'm going to tell you, when all that shit was happening to me, all the ways that humans were treating me, when I learned martial arts, the first thing I didn't say was, I can help the world. I wanted to beat the fuck out of humans. It's just your experiences help shape who you are. That's what was happening with Thanos. When he saw his world, he's like, I'm going to do what I got to do because this is the only way.
Terrence. Okay, before I address what Mike said earlier, I want to get to your point. But if you had the Infinity Gauntlet, couldn't you just make human beings better?
I don't want to make them better. I want to destroy them.
So let's just say this. Thank God Geeky Guy is not in charge of Marvel, because he would have fucking Thanos get the Infinity Stone, say, hey, everybody, you're going to have a better life than everybody. End of the movie. That's it. We're all going to watch a 5-minute movie.
I would have had him be a simp for Lady Death, just like how he was in the comics.
Well, now Lady Death exists, so you could have that. Before then, she wasn't a character in the Marvel universe.
More
and Mike, I want to address
killing one
Mike,
half
I want to
of
address
everything, or simping for death. Exactly, Tank.
Mike, you brought up that one thing earlier about that one quote-unquote Snyder fan who said on Reddit that, oh, we gotta review bomb this movie and buy all these tickets so that nobody else buys them. You do realize that account actually turned out to be like a troll, like a sock account, right? Because that account was created 5 years ago, and he only made like 5 Reddit posts his whole life. So it was obviously a troll or someone posing as a Snyder fan to make this look bad.
But you know what? I didn't see it just from his. See, if it was just that one account and then that's the one that got notoriety, I would agree with you. But I saw other people in the Snyderverse that were reposting it and retweeting. Whether they're going to do it or not, that's another thing entirely. But the fact that they even give that shit water or oxygen to breathe is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I got a couple of friends that are doing that dumb shit now. None of the ones rolling with me to go see James Gunn Superman, because like I said, I toss them through a wall. But some of them are just like, man, we got to do this because then it'll help Henry Cavill come back. We got to get Jason Momoa and this and that. I'm just like, look, I get that you like the DCU and Zack Snyder. I'm not mad at you for that, but I do not agree with sabotaging a movie. That's not right. Don't do that. Don't take that away from everybody else.
Captain America
I don't understand. Sorry.
Hold on, Eli. Captain America would give unlimited resources, but he's a good guy. Thanos is a villain, so he'll think getting rid of people. Absolutely.
Yeah, but
Eli, go. Hold on. Eli, go, and then I want to hear Poe, because Poe hasn't said anything. Go ahead, Eli.
I'm not sure how people are actually holding the tickets in reserve, because whenever I try to buy a movie here online, there's an hour or 2 hour window. I have to clock out my ticket, or it gets cleared, or the cast gets cleared and start all over again. How are people locking in the orders and holding tickets of this? I don't understand this. How?
Who knows?
Well, some of the apps, what they do is if you pick the seats, Eli, and you go to the checkout and you don't pay for it yet, as long as you have it in there, they give you I think 5 minutes or so. And this is some. It's not all apps, but some apps give you 5 minutes to check out. And if you don't check out, it's like concert tickets. If you don't check out in that time, then I think they put the seats back into the pot where anybody.
Yeah. That's what happens when I try to buy a movie here.
Right. So what's going to happen is they're going to keep doing that over and over and over again because they have nothing better to do in their mother's basements.
Okay, I was just kind of curious about that. I'm like, how the hell they got? Sorry.
B said he's going to the
I'm
early
old.
premiere on Amazon for Superman. Lucky you. I saw the tickets there and I was going to go, but the only seats they had were up front IMAX. And I'm like, I am not sitting up front to go to
$30 for the Amazon Prime here. No, I was not going to pay $30 for it.
Poe, what are your thoughts?
On that Captain American, what Tank said?
On Superman or whatever we're talking about. You've been watching.
Well, Superman, I think it's going to be all right. I think it's going to be okay. James Gunn is going to have a sprinkle of James Gunn in there all over, and everybody that he knows that he put in there. I think Fantastic Four is going to be a little bit better movie. And as far as Jurassic World, I don't know if y'all been talking about that. I just want to go see people get ate the fuck up, man. Shit. That's all I want to do. But that's all I want to say.
Absolutely.
I respect that. I respect that.
But I love Superman. I love Superman and Batman. Those were my first two favorite comic book characters of all time. Then I switched to Spider-Man as I got older. So
said they are doing. He said it's $30 for Amazon Prime. He said, "No, I'm not doing that. 20, yeah, but not 30." I know when I Googled it, when I tried, I was like, let me see how much. It was like 50, almost $60 for me and my son to go to that. And
what?
I would have went, but I'm not sitting up front. It's an IMAX theater, and the only seats are right in front. You know
It'll be
how
like this.
hard it is to watch an IMAX movie like that? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell no.
there was
I can't
no
do
way.
it.
Yeah.
Wait, so Anzo, you're for me and my friends, for us, we're doing the Thursday because not all of us have the Amazon Prime. I don't have it, right? So we did the traditional Thursday.
Yeah, I'm
But
doing
each one
Thursday
of our
too.
tickets was $24. Like, how much was yours?
So for IMAX, like regular IMAX, I think it's 3D IMAX. It's probably about 22. Like, it's not that much difference than the actual one I was gonna go to, but
Gotcha.
JG is back.
Yeah, Mike came in. My camera just said nope.
Oh, no worries, brother. No worries, brother. It's all
That
good.
happened to me too. Yeah, that happened to me too.
It decided to spare me from any potential Jasmine slander.
Wait, what?
AG's camera.
Wait, what? It's Amazing Prime. You purchase and watch at home, right? Do you? No.
Wait,
no, you got
No.
Yeah.
If you're an Amazon, if you were an Amazon Prime member, you got a special access to purchase tickets online.
Yes.
That's all it was. Early access for early screening.
You go to the website. You go to the website, Amazon's the website that they have, and then it brings you to Fandango, and then Fandango gives you put in your zip code, and then it goes to your movie theater, and if it's available.
Yeah, that's the only way you can buy the early tickets.
I might have to go to Atlanta to see that, or Birmingham, Alabama, or maybe Memphis, Tennessee, because in Mississippi they don't have shit like that. I don't think so.
What part of Mississippi you in, bro?
So wait, let me ask you this: if
You gotta give me detail, like North Mississippi.
Hold on, let me ask you.
Okay, I'm right next to you then.
You're next to Poe?
Yeah, I think if you North Mississippi, I'm like right by Memphis. So
I'm Tupelo, birthplace of Elvis Presley.
Yeah, you're neighbors.
Yeah.
So you
here's a
about 2 hours away, maybe.
Prime was giving you the opportunity to do the Tuesday thing, the Superman, right? And they were charging, let's say, $80, and you could watch it at home. Would you pay that and watch it at home?
Hell no.
Never.
Anzo, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Not because it's $80, but because it should be seen in a movie theater. In the
Anzo, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sorry.
With you.
Hang on a second. I'm sorry. In my 20s, I wouldn't pay $10 to rent a porn at home. Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, Anzo. Even though Superman is my boy, I'm not gonna pay no $80. And plus, I wanna experience that on the big screen. So that still wouldn't really entice me. I want to go to the theater. It's nothing like the theater experience.
I'm more of a theater experience myself.
Thank God, movie tickets are like $10 where I'm at.
Some people would take
movie tickets are
advantage
$10
of that,
where I'm at.
and they would invite friends over and charge them $5 to $10 a piece just to watch the movie on their projection screen.
$17 a year.
Yeah, to watch the movie. So some people would take advantage of that to watch it at home. But me, it deserved to watch it in true IMAX format.
Right.
I don't have an IMAX in my house.
Not to mention, not to mention, Danny is actually going to see his first IMAX movie, and it is going to be Superman. Is that correct, Danny?
Hey, is that true? Hey, Danny, is that true?
That is correct.
Oh,
enjoy the experience, man.
I was trying to save it for Star Wars, but that's never going to happen.
Danny, enjoy the experience, okay? I just gotta say, enjoy the experience, man. No matter what movie it is.
Everybody. What was all of yours first IMAX movie you saw in IMAX? Like for me, if I remember correctly, my first IMAX film was James Cameron's Avatar in 2009. What about you?
You're like 19. It's easier for you to remember. I can't remember.
I have no idea.
I remember Phantom Menace. I waited in line.
It was whatever was near the first Avatar or something like that.
It might have been Avatar for me. Might have been Avatar.
I think mine was like the NASA Space Center when I was in Huntsville, Alabama. And
then I'll count that then as my first one. Yeah.
Yeah, they showed it on the dome. That was 4K back in the day when I was in 5th grade.
Nice.
6th grade. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea. I'm trying to think about what my first IMAX movie was, and I have no idea. I do not.
Wait,
when was IMAX invented?
Oh, that's a good question.
70s, I think.
IMAX is old. That film is old, man.
Yeah, like late 70s, I believe.
The very first IMAX movie that I remember in this new movie theater that I'm going to was Tron Legacy, and that was back in 2010. And watching that in an IMAX theater, dude, The only thing that it was like a Disney ride. The only thing that was missing was that fog that they pump in, like, you know, at the rides and stuff like that. But Daft Punk's bass in the oh my god, it was incredible. It was
Wait,
like,
what? Nah, I'd have been pissed if that was my first IMAX movie. I'd probably made me never watch an IMAX movie again.
See, I'm gonna let you slide because today's your birthday. Tron Legacy
was pretty good, bro. I like
that. Yeah.
They're making a new Tron. Have you guys seen the new Tron trailer?
Also, I thought Mike would probably watch Purple Rain in IMAX.
Actually, they showed Purple Rain in March, and I went to go see it. But it wasn't
IMAX in 3D.
Wait, hey, I got a question for you, brother Danny. So this is gonna be your first IMAX. You don't want to see any other films in IMAX?
I'm cheap, bro.
Oh.
So let me ask you this:
Don't they have like bargain matinee days or something there? Like Tuesdays here.
Yeah, but why am I going to drive 45 minutes, pay double the money, where I can go right there, right down the road for $10 less, and 35 minutes cheaper, and then watch the same thing y'all watching and be able to discuss it?
Yeah, Danny lives far from an IMAX, so especially driving 45 minutes, you know what I mean? That's kind of a route.
There's no fucking way I'm driving that far.
Yeah,
I feel you, Danny, but man, like I feel like I would be like, nah, Danny, I'm gonna pay for your IMAX ticket, and we gotta go see these movies.
Hey, I appreciate it, but I'm watching the same thing y'all watching. It just don't excite me that much. Like if I really want to watch it, my first Star Wars in IMAX, like I said, not being funny, but I don't know if I'm gonna see Star Wars in the next 5 or 6 years the way they and bull jiving around.
Facts.
It's all Star Wars
Anzo,
streaming.
Anzo,
Yes.
Anzo, why the fuck did you put me on the bottom left corner? What
Because
the fuck?
more important people came in.
You know, like Danny and the ego.
No, you see, normally I would sit here and say, "Oh man, that's kind of harsh," but it's true in this case, so I'm all right with that.
What up, Mr. Knight? How you doing, brother? Thank you for popping.
I'm doing all right. How you doing? Happy birthday! Awesome.
51, man. I said this at the beginning of the show. Like, you know, someone said, "Oh, happy birthday, old man," and I'm like, "Listen, I hold it as a badge because not too many people, black or white, make it to 51. You know what I mean? So,
and you're not even old, man. You're still young. 51 isn't old by today's standard.
Hey, I got 2 months till I'm
gray
50.
hairs on my nuts say otherwise. I'm just
TMI.
Yeah, I didn't need that.
Yeah, we don't need a testicle medical information, okay?
So, Chris, we've been it's been a debate with Marvel and DC and all this stuff going on. I don't know if you've been listening.
You should have been here before, man.
But,
Chris, you should have been here before, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you, B. I appreciate it, bro. 51 is amazing. I appreciate it.
What's the debate?
Not really a debate, but Geeky Guy said Infinity War is overrated.
Yep.
What's your reasoning for saying that?
Convoluted mess,
first of all, because I don't think it's as great as people say it is. The plot of the movie is a convoluted mess with just several plot lines that just are all over the place. I hated the way they changed Thanos' character. Captain America's character was underutilized, even though the trailers made it seem like he was more important than he should have. What else?
He was underutilized.
All right. Well, here's the first thing I'm going to tell you. First off,
stop smoking.
You're only seeing half of a movie.
Peace out, B.
You're only seeing half of a movie because that movie was designed to be 2 parts. So while you see things and it seems like a convoluted mess, you're not going to see the full ending until later on. Now, there are some places that I kind of get what you're saying, but the underutilization of Captain America, you can't blame that movie on that because, again, it's more like a 4-hour movie. It's like saying that the version of Justice League that we saw was worth it. Well, when we see what Zack Snyder did, and I'm not trying to be a Snyder person here or anything, I'm just stating that when we saw what his idea was for it, it was much, much better. Now, granted, yes, it was very long and it was more expanded than any normal movie would have been, but still, we saw thought process going on instead of some of the stuff we saw when Whedon took over. So I think you're criticizing the movie for being a whole movie when it's a set piece. It's a beginning of something. And truthfully, if you think about the fact that you're talking about 10 years of lead up to it, and it made sense because of those 10 years. Because again, whatever you want to think of Marvel right now, it's pointless because it actually put something in. So there's a lot of stuff that could have been in there. There's a lot of stuff that probably got left out. And some of it is messy. But I don't know about convolutedness. I need more of an idea of exactly where you think it's a mess and why.
Well, you know what? Let's not get it back into that. I think I got something else for you guys. I know some didn't see it, but if some did, what do you guys think of Ironheart?
I have not seen it yet.
So
I have not watched it yet.
We're gonna do a round table for it, so like no spoilers or whatever. But whoever's seen it, Danny, you watch Ironheart yet?
I watched the first, and I made this point last night. I'm just gonna say real quick. I got a big problem with people saying that she was dissing Tony Stark. She wasn't.
Absolutely.
She made a statement and she said that if she had those similar resources, then she would be up there. And in the same breath, if Tony Stark wasn't a billionaire, he may have created the Mark I, but would he create a whole army of Mark I's like he did in Iron Man 3? I think not. If Batman, he still would have been a bad boy, but when he had all those gadgets and all that kind of stuff, he didn't have that billionaire dollar buck behind him. I don't think so. So that's what she was saying. And then later on in that episode, somebody did diss Tony Stark. She said, no. He gave me a full ride to MIT, blah, blah, blah. So she was not dissing him, and that's one of the main argument points that I had against.
Anzo, there's something important. I kind of have to drop out now because it's like 5:54 a.m. where I'm at, so it's
problem,
like very
man.
early in the morning. I gotta tip out.
Thank you for
It
coming.
was
Appreciate it.
really
Take it easy.
Yeah,
Be safe.
Yeah, happy birthday, by the way. I forgot to wish you
appreciate
that when I first came up, but yeah, happy birthday. So yeah, see y'all later. This was really fun, especially with my rambling with Terrence and Mike up here. So yeah, see you guys later.
Take care.
All right,
And
man.
hold on, let me say this real quick because Anik Jones says it wasn't bad, but knowing Anzo, he will say it was trash. I actually liked it, Anik Jones. I liked it. I didn't hate it. I thought it was good. I thought episode 3 was fire. I really enjoyed episode 3. So
it's only 6 episodes, isn't it?
Yeah, there's only 6.
So what are they doing? 3, and now they're going to do it 3 more weeks?
3 next week. No, 3 next week.
Oh, so they're just dropping it 2 at a time, or 2, just 2 when it's done.
No, they're not. It's one. It's next 4 weeks.
Yes, 3 and 1.
It's 3 and 1 and 1. It's 4 weeks long.
Oh, is it? I thought it was. I heard it was 3 and then 3 next week.
No, 3. There's 3 episodes next week.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. Because in fact, Marvel did a thing where they did something where it was like Riri's journal or something like that, and it had 3 episodes for June whatever, and then the other 3 episodes for July whatever.
Oh, so they're waiting a month, or no, next week.
Next
July,
week is July
1st.
Yeah. Next week's July
1st. Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right.
I can tell you guys the exact air dates right here in a second. Episode 4, 5, and 6 is aired on July 1st.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here too.
Okay, that's what I just saw. I confirmed it.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'll bring it up.
Thank you, Elihu. What would we do without you?
Comics glitch, the past in the past.
It's amazing that I don't know how you do that stuff on that computer thingamajigger that you just looked it up on. It's amazing that you did that.
It's like Thor said. It's like Thor said. Magic and science is one and the same.
So let's be real, Annie, because I know what you're saying. There's things I don't like, but I like a lot more than I don't like. You know what I mean? It's just I don't like what you guys like. That's it. Nolan movies are trash.
You saying this is better than Daredevil?
Ooh,
no, that was a bit. That was a bit. Remember?
Not yet.
Okay,
not yet.
I think episode 3 was better than any episode in Daredevil. To be honest with you, episode 3. right? The series itself, I'm not exactly sure yet. Yo, episode 3
I'm
is
not
fire.
prepared to say Warren was right on, so I'm not prepared for that.
Neither am I, because I'm gonna get me. Neither am I, because I get money if I'm right. But hold on, I got because oh shit, I actually forgot to send Warren the link too. But I did have Warren say this, Danny. This was for you. He said, hold on. Mark my words. Danny will say it's better than Daredevil.
No.
Is it better than Daredevil, Danny?
Not from what I've seen.
How many? Did you see all 3 episodes?
Seen 2. I ain't seen the third one yet.
2? Okay. So I can definitely see, because I think the first 2 episodes, it's kind of slowish.
Also, we can say that about any series. I'm gonna give you for instance. I know I'm gonna get beat up for this, but I don't care. Episode 5 of The Acolyte was fire.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think, for the most part, except maybe 1 or 2, that episode was better than a couple episodes of Daredevil. But overall, Daredevil is superior.
So I can see.
When are we?
Yeah, go ahead.
When are we doing the roundtable?
It most likely will be Sunday, right? Most likely. I'm still working on Saturday. If it rains over here and I don't, we don't go out, then yeah, we could do it then. But if we're going out, then
and we do it earlier, like 6 o'clock your time.
On Sunday, whatever you guys want, we could do it. On Sunday, I don't do nothing really. So
because Sunday I do my weekly wrap up, and that's been around 7:30, 8:30 your time.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Okay. Okay, cool.
No, it's better than no, it's not better than Daredevil. Let's wait till the series is over. I agree with you 100%. Ironheart so far is better than Wonder Vision, Loki season 2, Miss Marvel.
What? Loki season 2.
No, Loki season 2 is I love Loki season 2. Bro.
Loki season 2 was
better than 1.
Moon Knight I thought Moon Knight was really good. I
thought it was okay. Mainly
because
it didn't give me what I expected.
I ain't mad at
it.
Moon
It wasn't bad though.
But the other ones, no.
And for its intended audience, Ms. Marvel was a good show, especially the first and the last episode.
Oh, Danny, stop!
I didn't think Ms. Marvel was too bad.
Stop it! Not Danny, sorry, Mike. Stop it! Ms. Marvel wasn't that good.
Yes, sir. What are you talking about? Yes,
Ms. Marvel was
for
what it was pretty good.
Yes, you clearly weren't the intended audience, Anzo. Neither was I. But okay, but for the audience that I would want to watch that was good.
I can tell you what. If I had to go back, I'm gonna watch the Marvels before I'm watching Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts is a bunch of crap.
Oh, agreed, 100%.
What? Are y'all
you didn't like Thunderbolts, Danny?
What the hell?
Thunderbolts was ass.
Get him, Poe. Get him, Poe.
Thunderbolts were pretty damn good. I mean, it brought a new
You
type
sound
of
pretty
feeling to the
daggone high
MCU.
right about now.
I haven't been smoking. No edibles. No.
I'm right there. You see, I'm right
That's
there
your
with Danny.
problem right there, dude. You need to smoke a ball, okay?
Thunderbolts was better than Brave New World.
Oh, yeah,
No, it was not. No, it was
Ooh, that's bullshit. I thought Brave New World. I haven't seen Thunderbolts yet. Still, I just haven't gotten around.
I agree with that. I did not like Brave New World, not because Sam was Captain America and Captain America was black, not because of that.
Okay,
because it literally no. It literally was a Hulk movie without the Hulk. Okay, that was it. Sam had no. They didn't make any changes to his character. He didn't grow from anything. He kept mentioning things that we had already seen in Falcon and Winter Soldier. Like there was no growth. There was no arc for him. He was literally a co-star in his own starring movie. And they replaced, and this is a me thing, but they replaced General Ross with Harrison Ford. Now I understand why, obviously, because William Hurt died. But they're doing callbacks to a movie that came out 15 to 20 years ago, okay?
Yeah.
And they bring back Liv Tyler, and they expect you to have some sort of emotional connection between her and Harrison Ford, because that's the mother and the daughter. But Harrison Ford wasn't General Ross, so there is no emotional connection there.
No. You see, that's your problem. You're holding a movie accountable for something that nobody can do anything about. The guy died, so your job is like in any other recast. Understand that that's General Ross now, and there's that connection. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you something.
But Chris, you did hear me say.
Wait,
You did hear me say that was a me thing, though, right? I did say that.
Yes, I understand. I got you.
Okay.
But here's the other thing. He does grow because he doesn't. He thinks Ross is up to something. He doesn't want to work with Ross, and he doesn't like Ross because what he does to the other super soldier. I forget his name. His buddy in that. Isaiah. Yeah. Okay. Listen.
Barely
Whoa. But yeah, that's because he got put in prison. But he didn't like all that. But then at the end, he's sitting there and he's doing what Captain America does. He's talking the president down to get down from being the Red Hulk, and he's trying to work with the guy and say, listen, he now has some sympathy for this guy because he's been taken advantage of. Because again, he finds out that he was being used. They were feeding him these pills and all this other stuff. And now he is doing the things that Captain America would do, which is
But Chris, he never did it not do that. He never not did those things. Like that's his character.
No, that moment was more like Captain America than anything. I didn't have any problems with it. I understand it was a lot of callbacks because of how old it is. But here's the other problem: you're blaming it for being a Hulk movie right now, even though word on the street is that they have the rights, or they're going to have those rights to the Hulk.
I think
right now, all they can do is use the Hulk and those different pieces in ways like this. And so it works for the cause. It works for everything else. It wasn't like this super spectacular movie, but for where movies have been with Marvel, it was very safe, but safe is kind of what they needed. They needed something that came across non-convoluted, like has been said about other movies. And so it came across kind of watered down, but for what they needed, I think it was a win.
Here's the last three things I'm going to say about this movie, because we've already talked about it more than I want to. Number one, they shouldn't have spoiled the red. I know they needed something to catch people with the trailers. They shouldn't have spoiled that Ross was going to change into the Red Hulk. That should have been a thing in the movie, and that's it. Number two, oh shit, I lost it. Damn it.
Fuck. The villain.
Oh,
number two.
Yes, Danny. Here, okay.
Number two is write down your points later.
No, this is number two. They didn't spoil the mastermind, but if you follow the casting, you saw somebody who you hadn't seen for 15 years playing a character that was at the end of The Incredible Hulk. So you're sitting there watching a mystery movie when you know who the mystery is. As a Marvel fan, if you are a Marvel fan, an MCU fan, you're going to know who the criminal mastermind is because you saw who was cast.
Do you think they were trying to hide it?
Yeah, they did. To their credit, Chris, they never mentioned the leader was in it at all. They didn't mention him. They didn't mention him in any of the trailers. They didn't mention him. I mean, he was on the red carpet. No, they never mentioned the leader.
I understand that. But my point is what does that have to do with anything? I don't think that was a problem.
Why? Because you're sitting there and you're watching these characters bumble through. Hey, why is this happening? I don't know. What are these pills he's taking? I don't know. Who's doing all of this? I wonder who the evil genius is. And you know the answer to that.
You know it.
That's like playing. That's like playing. That's like playing Clue and having the envelope that tells you Professor Plum killed the dude in the library with the fucking candlestick. You already know it. And you're waiting for everybody else. Like, why aren't you guys figuring this out?
Go ahead.
Hey, listen. Here's the thing. You know it. Movies do it all the time where you know it. Sam never had any interaction with him. General Ross never had any interaction with him.
I'm not talking about in the story, Chris. I'm talking about as a viewer. As a viewer,
Who cares?
Because
you have a problem with it. There's no mystery to it. That wasn't the point. There was no mystery to it. You wanted a mystery. They didn't give you the mystery. You weren't happy.
There was
That's a you problem again.
revelation that, oh my God, it's the leader. What are you talking about?
I think it was already announced from the beginning that the leader was going to be. Somebody has.
They did say Tim Blake Nelson was in it or whatever, but they never said who he was playing. Now, I mean, if you saw the Hulk, then you would know who he would be.
Okay, but
I think you were the only one that thought they were trying to surprise people.
So if we're watching No Way Home, right, and we see that Tobey Maguire is cast in the movie, we don't know who he's going to play, even though they didn't tell us, right?
Okay, right. So I'm saying, so if you saw that,
so it's a Marvel movie. He's played a Marvel part before. When you see Liv Tyler come back, you know who at part she's going to play because you know the Red Hulk was in it. They didn't hide much from you. And here's the thing. Because they didn't hide that, if you thought there was a mystery in it, I heard the leader was going to be in it. That was being said a long time ago.
Chris, you spent half the movie trying to find out who was doing these things. What are you talking
not
about?
You. Yeah, not you.
No. The whole thing was like, why did Isaiah go
Sam
crazy?
did.
Yes, that's what I'm
Sam did. Not you.
That is what I'm talking about.
That's the thing, though. You have a problem with it. That's a you problem.
Hold on, JG, you want to
go?
So
it's a story problem.
Hold on, Mike. So to Mike's credit, he did say this was a him thing, right?
No. That was the recasting.
Shut up. You've been talking all the time. Let me talk. Thank you. So what Mike said, that was a him thing, right? This is all subjective, right? It's no your problem watching the movie. No, your problem. It's all subjective.
Agreed.
For me, I like Brave New World. Do I think it was great?
Yeah.
No. However, I did like it. Do I think it was theater worthy? No, but this is my opinion. I think it would probably been better on Disney Plus based on what they gave us. Another thing is, I thought the trailers kind of spoiled the whole movie for me. So I wasn't as excited going in to see it. But however, I did enjoy it, right? If anything came out of it, I really want to see an Isaiah Bradley movie. So I'm really curious about his character. And there was a line that President Ross said was, "You are not Steve Rogers." So anything you're expecting him to be, as far as Captain America is concerned with Steve Rogers, you're not going to get it from him, right?
No.
So
they even put out his response in the trailer. He's like, "I know I am not," or something like that. And that wasn't even in the movie.
Yeah, they cut that out. They did.
Yeah, that's true.
They do that all the time.
I wish they would. I'm sorry, go ahead, JD.
I'll say one more quick thing. So for me, as a viewer who may not know anything about Anthony Mackie's character as a Captain America, what can you give me to make myself a fan of him going forward as Captain America?
I don't
know if they did a great job with that as a whole.
More used to the shields.
Yeah, no, they give the serum.
No home life, no.
What did you say, Danny? Hold on. What did you say, Danny?
They didn't give him the serum.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yes.
He's a serum, which is like, I would have taken serum, but I'm not him.
That's the other thing, JG. That's my third thing. Is that I understand, I get it, because I know the
Thank you, Danny Ryan. I appreciate you.
He has the shield and all that. I didn't have a problem with the whole kit and the shield and all that because the vibranium would have absorbed the blow. But like every time, like, okay, Anzo, you watch wrestling, so you know when, because I was at Edge's last match when he had to retire because of his neck. It was in Bridgeport, and I went down there. I didn't know, I wasn't sure whether that was a work or not. But then when obviously he's like, yeah, he's done. He was away for 10 years, and then he came back. And then that Royal Rumble, when he came back, I sat there and I watched him, and I was worried because I know that there might be somebody in the ring that isn't exactly proficient and might like one slip, and that's all it takes to paralyze him for life. So I couldn't enjoy his matches because I'm so concerned that like, oh, if something happens, something goes wrong, this is the end of his life. So watching Sam fight people without powers, knowing he just has the suit, I would have preferred he took the super soldier serum, and that way.
Really quick.
But I know that's the thing.
I have to go. I got to be up early in the morning, but I'm. You know what? Happy birthday, Mike. Good conversation there. I think that the.
Whoa. Okay. Someone stop talking.
Wow, that's a first.
Just get cut out. So
because they needed something like that.
You're gonna have to go back a bit, Chris, because you cut off.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it's my
right after
internet
you said
kicked in.
happy birthday, you went on. Go ahead.
I think so basically, happy birthday. I was going to say that, and then it was a good conversation with you, Mike. The thing about this is that it is subjective. I know that I liked it. I know a lot of people, from what I read, were pretty okay with it. It wasn't like a world beater, but it was a win that Marvel needed. It was, again, very watered down, very, very quick and cut and paste on a lot of different things. But it did go back to the thought process of what earlier movies were. They didn't get very convoluted. They were very straightforward. Think of the first Thor movie. Very straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
And it did show that they can go and do those things still. They just got to come up with a little better ability to make these characters that are now the secondary characters becoming the primary characters. They got to do better to make them get us to have a connection with them.
Agreed.
Okay. Anyways, guys, I gotta go. Thank you very much, Terrence. Goodbye, Poe. Goodbye, Elihu, Mike, all of you guys.
Peace.
Peace.
Yes, everybody. Peace.
And I'm gonna say this to Mike's point because we talk about the serum, and I agree. I was like, yeah, maybe he could take the serum, but I think that's the point of it, right? Is that he's a regular dude doing all of this stuff without the serum, right? And a lot of people thought that when he had the conversation with Bucky, it's like, oh, here he is not knowing to be Captain America again. And it wasn't that. It wasn't about him not like knowing if he was worthy of the shield or not, right? He was just having, an argument with the fact that people are dying because he doesn't have the serum. So it wasn't about him arguing about not being worthy. It was just like, maybe I could do more if I had the serum. And Bucky had to tell him, like, listen, Cap had the serum and people still died. So it's not that. And I think that was the main point of him not having the serum, is that they're trying to show that even without the serum, without the superpower, you can still be a hero. You can still be Captain America.
But I'm just concerned about him dying, though, Anzo. I'm not concerned. I mean, obviously people are going to die, but like you weren't worried about Steve dying. Like Steve was always like, the super soldier.
no.
That was it.
Dude, rewatch the movie. They're only shooting at his shield, not his legs, and are highly exposed all the time. Okay,
I watched The Winter Soldier last night, and Steve got shot up like 4 or 5 times trying to put them chips in those hovercrafters, trying to stop killing those millions of people. He could get shot and killed, but so that's plot armor. But let me just say this, Anzo, to you. I think Bucky in Brave New World was more had traumatic experience when taking the serum than Sam did. I mean, not Sam, but then Steve Rogers did. They had totally different experience. One was experimenting 100%. On, one wasn't experimenting on. Well, they both was. I'm sorry, but one was tortured and one was experimented on. So that's the difference. I think he was a little bit biased on that. So I wouldn't have took his word. Because at the end, he said, I shouldn't have listened to Bucky. I should have took it.
He did say that. Yeah. He said not taking a turn was bullshit. Which I appreciated him saying that. Because when I watched it again, and regardless of what people want to say, Red Hulk fucked him up. Yeah. He did nothing to Red Hulk. Like there's a little couple of things in his back, a little cut here and there. But other than that, Red Hulk threw him around like a fucking rag doll.
I don't want to spoil it for nobody who haven't seen it. I'm sorry, did I cut somebody off?
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Hey, I wanted to say, because Anzo, you brought up a good point about Red Hulk, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought the movie was okay. I had issues with it, but it was okay. But in regards to Sam versus Red Hulk was whooping his ass. And then it got 100%. To the point. We got to that point where he's like, wait, come on, man. Hey, I know you can kill me with one hit. I'm like, that's factual. You know what I mean? If he would have hit him again in that moment, bye-bye, R.I.P. Sam. Yeah. So I remember how I told you before the movie came out, Anzo, I was like, I swear to God, if he beats the Red Hulk in hand-to-hand combat, and I told you, I'm like, he's going to have to talk him down or something because I don't see him actually beating him. And that's what he did. He talked him down. So I was at least glad about that part. I just wanted to say that.
No, that's the same thing that happened to both movies, Thunderbolts and the spoiler alert. That's the same thing that happened to both movies.
The only problem I have with Thunderbolts is that it was so underwhelming the way they did it. right? They didn't even have like a really good like last fight. At least, you know, there was a good fight in Brave New World, but it was just like little.
I can agree with that.
Hear that, and then hey, let's talk, and then they talk, and it's over with. And I was like,
But see, that's what I liked about it. It was different. Yeah, it was different.
Yeah,
it wasn't
it was
like
different.
the blue sky where there's a world-ending thing and we got to stop it. Like this was literally a different type of movie.
But it goes back to what we said earlier about how they cherry pick, because in the comic books, the Red Hulk has all his intellect and stuff. He was wild and stupid and crazy. He could even talk.
Yeah.
So if he's not thinking clearly, and you get a superior tactician, just like, for instance, Batman outsmarts Superman. We know in any kind of world that shouldn't happen.
Facts.
But Batman, we've seen in the comic books and we've seen on live action, he outsmarts Superman. So it is not without the realm of possibility that a superior and smarter fighter like Sam with that Wakandan technology could possibly outsmart the Red Hulk. Based on the laws and the rules that they put in place. Not in what we see in comic books, but what they put in place that we get confused at. So if we read in the comic books that is canon, they break that canon totally in these live action because sometimes the stuff don't add up.
That's true. To that amazing point you made, Danny, right? Like you said, they didn't really, do the intellect for Red Hulk. They also didn't do his fire ability, like how with the difference between him and Green Hulk is that he gets hotter when he gets upset. I'm like, if he would have had his heating abilities, he would have cooked Sam like soup in his suit. You know what I mean? So I get that, but all I wanted was, I was like, I know they're not going to do the fire and stuff like that because Red Hulk is very powerful. He's not as powerful as Green Hulk. I remember like in the 2008 arc, for example, when Red Hulk surprised Green Hulk, he managed to knock him out. But in that second exchange, Green Hulk beat the piss out of him. It was like
they gave you hints of it in Brave New World, though.
You're right, but it's like, but I knew my point of bringing that up is I knew he wouldn't be on the physical level of Green Hulk, but he's still a Hulk, right? So I'm like, Sam is gonna have to use his speed. He's gonna have to use that tech, and then when it's all said and done, because Red Hulk is gonna be able to regenerate, he's gonna have to talk him down. That's it.
Agreed.
And didn't they do that in both movies?
Yeah, but
one
I think
ended
it was
in a group hug, and one ended in talking it down.
But the problem with and I find the problem with Thunderbolts is they fought like they went into the dead zone and just fought the regular dude. Yeah, he had a certain power there, but
it was all one note. Everybody, everybody on the team.
Everybody was fighting their own demons in that movie.
Yeah, but no. Paul, the problem is that first of all, the Void and the Sentry are supposed to be two separate characters.
Yes.
No, you cannot beat the Void with the power of friendship, because when you saw him in the 2000 arc of the Sentry, none of those characters could beat him. Not
they did.
Not the Fantastic Four. Is just no. They should have.
Sentry did. Sentry
hold on.
himself.
Hold on. You kind of cut off Danny what he was saying. I want to hear what he was saying.
I'm sorry. I said it was. All the good guys was one note. I mean, there's nothing that I get excited about. That is nothing that I would pay my money to go see again. I would like see Brave New World again, but to me, it just did not deliver.
Because
I think somebody said, I'm sorry,
one
one quick point. I think Chris said something about it was a win. Brave New World wasn't a win.
No, it wasn't.
If Fantastic Four flops, Marvel's in trouble. MCU's in trouble.
That's three in a row. Facts. And look, to your point, Danny, about the characters being one note, 100%. But then to Anzo's point about Sam talking down Red Hulk, that makes sense. You can't talk down the Void. You can't use that same scenario with that character. He just kills, and that's it. It's relentless. It's heartless. You can't do that with him. So I don't like that they did that with the Void.
First off, let me say Warren is here. What's up, Warren? Yes, Warren, you can ask a question. But let me say this real quick. One real quick. When they fought Sentry, when he first came out in the suit and he was doing the Superman stuff, that was fire. If they had fought him at the end, I would have been like, okay, this is fire.
Did he turn the shield like a taco?
He turned
he turned a U.S. agent shield into a taco.
Yeah,
He's like,
oh man, yeah.
I thought that would have been fine.
The thing is like the Sentry, he's his own greatest weakness because he's mentally weak. He's like a child, right? Like so you can beat him with telepathic attacks, Charles Xavier, or Scarlet Witch, or you can beat him with chi powers. Somebody named Shang-Chi has chi when he fights. That's one of his biggest weaknesses too.
Well, first off, happy birthday.
Thank you, Warren. Appreciate it. What was your question you wanted to ask?
Well, first off, Danny,
he's gonna ask you if you can give him an alibi for all the women he just got done killing.
Oh boy!
You see how you guys miss me so much.
Come on, let Warren whine. What are you gonna say, dude?
I was gonna say, look, I get where Terrence is coming, but the thing is, Terrence, who is available to fight him right now? Thor is taking care of a daughter. Hulk is taking care of his son. Hold on one second. Captain America just couldn't do it because his arm just got broken. Scarlet Witch is MIA. Doctor Strange is with Clea right now. So who's fighting this guy, the Sentry? Like that's the real thing. Like
that's a great question, Warren. But guess what? You don't fucking use the character at all then because they can't beat him anyway, even those characters.
But I will say this about the Sentry. I hated Sentry in the comics, especially when Bendis got his hand on him. But I didn't mind him in the movie though. I felt he was better in the movie than in
the female squirrel with all those problems could beat him.
But the point I'm trying to get
at, the female squirrel female
squirrel girl.
Squirrel girl. No, the female squirrel skull with all those powers.
Squirrel, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, the thing is that Terrence, I'm not disagreeing with you, but the thing is, how do you, like the Sentry is psycho Superman? It's schizophrenic Superman. Let's just be clear about that, right? So there's nobody that was gonna beat this dude. I mean, when they announced it, they couldn't. I knew that they weren't going to win, and they had to use they used sloppy seconds. That's what this team was. That was the whole point of this team, to show that you don't need to people to beat them.
So wait, Warren, do you think Thunderbolts was better than Brave New World? Do you think Thunderbolts was better than Brave New World?
For its own story, yes, because Brave New World is basically Hulk part.
Okay, so Warren won't be back for the rest of the night.
So here's the thing.
I agree with
Thank you, Mike.
Addressing multiple points. Like, so Mike, in terms of Sentry in the comics, he's really not that interesting. He's one of the 3 rip-off Supermans and stuff. I never really cared for him. He's okay. But
hey, Paul created him as a nonchalant guy with a very dark side.
Well, no, didn't they start it as, this is a character that Stan Lee created, but everybody forgot about
it?
Paul
Jenkins created. No, Paul Jenkins created.
But that's what I'm saying. That was like the marketing gig that they were throwing in there. Oh, this is a character that Stan created that got lost over the years, because they did the same thing with Spider-Boy that just came out.
But like I said, to Mike's point, I get it that he's a little better in the MCU. They did water him down for mass consumption because his storytelling, because of the void taking over his body and his mind, because he's so mentally weak like a child, like you would really need an R rating to flesh out the brutalness of that kind of stuff. But when you beat him with the power of friendship and you make him and the void just seem like the same character and it's just, this is the Sentry's other personality, then you can beat him with friendship.
Don't you got the guy from the Guardians of the Galaxy that's pretty fucking powerful too?
But there's not
the golden guy. What was his name?
Adam Warlock. No, the problem is that I get where Terrence is coming from. This guy is powerful. You need someone powerful to beat him, but there's no one available. So what do they do? Like that's the problem.
You don't use the void. You just do the Sentry, and then maybe if you want to, you can bring in the void later. He's supposed to be a build-up anyway.
I agree with you. right there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay with that, but I mean, it's not.
They could have tied in a Secret Invasion, because what is Samuel Jackson up there in Sword? He just sitting up there just looking at everything,
doing nothing.
Want to. He could have tapped into that female that got all the Avengers powers.
Oh my God,
Danny, he's recovering from Secret Invasion. How bad it
was. I'm not saying that I say it's a good story, but I'm answering your question. You said who could they find? That is a viable person they could find. Also, they could find Captain Marvel, because she almost took out Thanos. And she only got one of the Infinity Stone powers. But she almost took him out.
She ain't beating the Sentry, but my friend, she's not beating the
Do you
Sentry.
think the Sentry is more
Hell
powerful than
no.
Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet?
No,
I
no,
think not.
I'm not saying no. Remember, Captain Marvel only fought her with one-on-one, and it was like the guy was already getting attacked from all fronts, right? She's not beating the only person that I could have seen that if there was available, which I think they missed out on an opportunity, was the Hulk. If they used the Hulk here, that would have been a great opportunity to have the Hulk or Red Hulk. Red Hulk would have been great
Hulk got his
here.
ass kicked by Thanos. No, ain't gonna happen.
You don't need the Hulk because they fall to a standstill. You use Shang-Chi. That he has one of the greatest advantages over the Sentry because he has chi abilities.
But Terrence, come on, he's not being the. You've seen plenty of fights, and I trust your knowledge. He's not beating the Sentry. He's not beating him. If
I say
Ares
Adam
can't,
Warlock.
if Ares can't beat him,
But you know, Warren, that his weaknesses are his mind and chi. Shang-Chi has great chi abilities. He would wreck the Sentry with his chi. Now, in the case of the MCU, because they watered down Shang-Chi, maybe not. But if you're going off of the comic books, his mind and chi attacks are his biggest weaknesses.
So yeah, go ahead,
Could
Danny.
they use what's the guy that replaced Doctor Strange as the Sorcerer Supreme? Wong. With them and everything else.
Yeah.
Wong can use, even though he's not as strong as
Excuse me, Terrence. Hold on. Was that an Asian woman I heard trying to escape? Was that just what was that?
No, that was Ren. That was a text alert. Sorry, Ren. Happy Giorgio. You got a text alert. You idiot.
guys really missed me. You missed me
Sorry.
so much.
And I agree. I think Hulk would have been a better choice in that. But again, they've destroyed Hulk in the MCU, so I think they need to do something to at least build him back up before.
I'll tell you the problem.
Mad at Smart Hulk.
I'm telling you the
You
problem.
like Smart Hulk, Danny?
I'm not mad at him.
Oh no.
Here's the problem.
I didn't like him in She-Hulk.
She-Hulk, yeah.
Please don't do no more with the Green Hulk. I can't take it. I like the Hulk. I'm tired of the Hulk. I shouldn't be, but I am.
It's going to be in Brand New Day, Terrence. So you're going to have.
I know, and they're going to make him more savage, right? For no reason, randomly. I don't care. I don't care.
Well, that's what
you guys know why the Hulk is in Spider-Man, right?
So
you guys know why Hulk is supposed to be in the Spider-Man, right?
Why?
He's the only one that remembers Peter Parker because Hulk does. Banner doesn't.
Yeah. But here's the problem, right?
I don't care why he's there. It's inconsistent with his character. When he's going to be Savage one time, and then he's Professor Hulk. I'm like, no, he should be the character that everybody is afraid of. He is not.
No, but
100%.
I mean, yes, you're right. But remember, this is the problem with Disney. They watered the Hulk down to
100% from the start.
Right.
And then you're going to bring him in Brand New World. You're going to have him go raid and Spider-Man and Punisher beat him. Nah, bro, fuck that.
How did they water him down?
Okay.
Warren?
What I mean by watered down, I don't mean like he's weak, Mike. They watered him down to be less, not the Hulk that we saw in the movie, the original one where
not Edward Norton Hulk.
Not the Edward Norton Hulk. We didn't get that Hulk. We got a more calm.
Pacifist Hulk.
Hold on, Mike. I'm just answering your question. It was appealing to the kids. That's why. That's why I didn't make it.
I don't. Well, see, no. Let me hear. I'm gonna give you a 2-minute story about the pettiness of Marvel Comics. Back in 2015, there was this movie. I don't know if you remember it. It was called Fantastic Four. Yes. And in this movie, they had replaced Johnny Storm, who is a white individual, with a black Michael B. Jordan. Now, this has nothing to do with the story, but unfortunately, the guy that was in charge of Marvel, at the time, was so petty that he felt having a Fantastic Four comic book was doing nothing but promoting that abysmal movie. So he decreed that they had to get rid of the Fantastic Four. And since they were calling an end, they were getting an end to their Ultimate Universe, they said, we have to get the one and only thing that was popular in the Ultimate Universe, which was Miles Morales, into the 616. So they got Jonathan Hickman to write Secret Wars, and that is how they got rid of the Fantastic Four at the end of the series, and they brought Miles over into the 616. So Marvel could, in theory, be petty, and since they don't own, and here's another way. I got another story about their pettiness. In 2016, I think it was,
X-Men.
they were actively trying to bury one
The
of their
X-Men.
greatest IPs ever because they didn't own the movie rights.
The
And
X-Men.
they propped up the Inhumans because they owned 100% of them.
Mhm.
So you mean to tell me that you're sitting there and you're saying that Marvel is going to give some shine to a character that Universal owns the majority, that they can't do a solo movie on their own because Universal owns? It's kind of like with Spider-Man, I guess, where, even though they did do a peaceful, co-agreement thing with but with Universal, they could only use the Hulk when he's a co-star in the movie. They can't use him as a starring movie, like, a Hulk movie or whatever.
Talk to
So,
the CEO of Universal Studios. I mean, they won't allow him to do that.
Well, I don't know if they had. I mean, look what happened with Sony. There wasn't an accord there, but maybe it did happen. Maybe because Universal,
Hang on. Ruffalo has mentioned multiple times he has had multiple meetings with studio executive heads, even the owner, to try to get a standalone Hulk movie, and they keep on saying no, not going to happen. Ruffalo is trying to do this.
Thank you, Eli.
But did the because I know, I think it was like last year or the beginning of this year, I think the thing is up. Like Universal doesn't own it anymore, or they bought it back or something like that. Okay, so whatever.
Yeah.
So now they can do a Hulk movie proper, but up until then they couldn't. That's why I don't think they were Disneyfying him more. Because you know what? I think the kiddies would have been okay with like a green guy raging out and destroying shit.
So too.
Oh, okay,
I agree with you, but that's remember, Disney is once every started to, like someone had mentioned, they wanted just to fill the seats, because that's why certain movies weren't PG. Were like, if you notice with the second phase, it was PG-13 because they wanted as many kids or many teens and filling that seats up. I'm not saying that it was right, and I'm not saying that was a good approach, but that's what they thought. They're like, okay, PG-13. Parents can bring their 12-year-olds, their 11-year-olds, if they accompany them, whatever. They filling the seats up. That's all I'm saying. So it was a business move. I'm not saying it was a great move. I totally agree with you. Who doesn't like a raging monster?
They did 2 movies with the Rage Hulk, and that's one action figure. And then they did the movies with Professor Hulk. That's another action figure. They're going to want to do. And that was the second movie. It was Avengers and Age of Ultron, which is where he was Rage. And then we had and actually I forgot Ragnarok. So that was
Love and Thunder.
And he was Rage and got beat up by Iron Man. He got beat up by Thor. You know what I mean? Like, Hulk's been getting beat. He's supposed to be the strongest there is, and yet he keeps getting beat. Thanos whooped his ass. And I get what they were trying to do. Hold on.
Yeah. Because you're supposed to show how strong Thanos was.
Right, I get that. But they could have at least had Hulk put up a better fight. You know what I mean? It doesn't make Thanos look weak, even if Hulk puts up a better fight.
Well, no, because then the movie would have been 3 hours. The movie would have been 3 hours long, and you would have lost Danny. So no, we had to keep it short. We had to keep it,
Anzo is right. No, Anzo is right, because before that, Hulk was a gladiator. He knows how to fight. He should have put up a better fight.
Not only that, right? If you give Hulk the Hulk that we're supposed to get, where he's a threat, and he's been a threat in all these movies, and then you have Thanos whip him like that, then you can say, oh, how powerful Thanos is. But because he was already weak, it didn't really have that weight, where when Hulk jumps out, I'm like, oh, this is going to be fire. And then Thanos gives Thanos a couple punches, and he says, let him go, and then Thanos wipes him out.
Let him have his fun. Yeah.
I just want to get back to Terrence. Terrence, I think the problem, because I had a problem with Thunderbolts. Everybody knows here I'm a big fan. I've always been a big fan. My problem with Thunderbolts is that they missed out on an opportunity to use Daniel Bruhl for Zemo. I thought that he should have led that team, and they should have just gone with that original, have him some way, some manner, because he's a very smart tactician. Look what he did in Civil War. There's other characters that I had for my roster if I was going to put that Thunderbolts team. I thought the team wasn't super. You don't like, there's so many characters that they could have used. They could have used Agatha because she was powerful. So you got your sorcery lady. They could have used Abomination. They could have still used Ghost.
Agatha's dead.
No. They should have had Baron Zemo be the leader and put them together. That's number one. They didn't have Mach 1. They didn't have Citizen V. They didn't have Meteorite. They didn't have none of the OG Thunderbolts. It was just some random D-list characters with the exception of Bucky.
So then let's be real. That's
fair,
yeah. Go ahead, Mike. You
No,
first.
I was going to say, to be fair to Marvel, though, Terrence, I mean, since that iteration, the very first one, they have been doing other versions with rando characters, like, in
Correct.
Bucky. So, I mean, I guess, yeah.
But to your point, Mike, I remember later on Bucky was the leader of the Thunderbolts, but that's not the type of movie that they made. We all know that that's Yelena's movie. Like,
Oh, yeah, no, trust me, I agree
that's
with
Songbird's
you.
movie, actually.
I would have loved to have seen freaking Baron Zemo and all that there, just like the comic book, like that. Dude, that was mind blowing, dude. At the end, the reveal, it was awesome. That's what a mystery should be. Like, you should be surprised by it, and that's why Brave New World didn't work, because I already knew who was pulling the strings. When everyone was like, "Huh, I wonder how this is happening." Like that's the problem I had with it.
And then even at the end of Thunderbolts, if you would have had all of them turn on Baron Zemo, that would have surprised the audience. Like, they just beat the crap out of him. Like, no, you no longer lead us. We're going to lead ourselves. That would have been trippy to see.
So can we say? So can we say that one of the biggest problems with Thunderbolt was the crew that they used?
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
I think it's not
100%.
super enough.
Well, for the movie, it worked. Like, I understand. Like, I didn't have a problem with that. I mean, especially like how they dispatched Taskmaster, like, in the beginning. Like, because I know, and again, like I've said, once you realize that the comic books are one thing and the movies are another thing, you won't be as offended. I mean, it'll still be like, well, they should have done it this way. Like, me and Terrence could sit here and say, yeah, they should have did it with Baron Zemo, Citizen V, and all that stuff. Like, they should have done it that way. But, hey, Marvel's going to Marvel, so.
Marvel, because nobody had an issue when Tony Stark snapped his finger instead of Nebula with the like the comic books. But anyway, nobody had a problem with that. But let Marvel cook.
That Adam Warlock was not in that storyline. They gave all of his stuff to Doctor Strange, but the movie was still dope, though.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Hold on. I just got to ask Anzo one question.
Yeah.
May I ask Danny one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Danny, why are
you
my
asked me a
solo
question
cups...
to know if you could ask Danny a question?
Yeah, why are my solo cups this size and yours is this size? Where the hell did you get those from, brother?
He's a big boy. He needs a big cup.
No, where did you bound from? Because I'm bound them tonight.
I don't know. My wife's from somewhere, bro. And it's full of
because
great Gatorade.
Great what?
Gatorade.
Oh, okay.
Because
you're trying to cut down on the sugar stuff, Danny?
Yep, zero Gatorade.
I mean, it's like it's 10:39 here. I know it's 11:39 there. Your birthday's gonna come up, and I'm just trying to pour up for you, man. So Anzo,
if you fill that up with that New Amsterdam, you're gonna be more than poured up.
It ain't even open yet, brother.
Let's do a shot, Po.
Let's get it, shorty.
Well,
wait. Let me get my apple cider. I'll do
I would say with Brave.
Wait, am I the only one without alcohol? All I got is weed.
Probably.
I had a problem. My problem with Brave New World was that I didn't think that even if you put Steve Rogers in that movie,
I'm waiting.
Go
ahead.
The argument I had with people was that, like, why is it okay? Why is it okay if, like, Batman does something and he's human, and everybody's like, "Oh, I want Steve Rogers." I'm like, bro, do you really think Captain America was gonna beat the Red Hulk? Are you that delusional? There's no way he's beating him. There's just no way. Even if you put Steve Rogers in that situation, he's not beating him.
Your argument does not hold water.
Wait a minute. So you think Steve Rogers is beating the Red Hulk?
I'm telling you, did you not see Batman kick Superman's butt?
Temporarily, yes.
He was
every time.
He was a mosquito's heartbeat away from killing Superman.
Yeah.
Right. And not to mention, this dude literally came up with a contingency plan to kill each member of the Justice League.
In the comic book, he said, "I wanted you to know how close I could go, how close I can come." And he walked away.
I'm not refuting Batman's impossible task that for a human. I'm not refuting that. I'm not rebuking it, and I'm not gonna even argue it. I'm saying, even in the comics, Steve Rogers, when he beat him, or it was this technical neck thing that he did, Mike would know the comic, and because there's an image that Mike knows where Captain America is being punched into the wall, It's the same image they use for the promo. He's being punched into the wall by the Green Hulk. So it's not like we like. Don't think Steve Rogers is beating this dude.
No. I think
go ahead.
the argument is that Steve Rogers would have fared better because he has the serum, not so much that he would have beat Red Hulk.
And let JG hold on, Warren. Let JG answer because he hasn't been saying much. Go ahead, JG.
Yeah, I was letting everybody cook. I'm gonna give me a shot here in a second. This is a problem with me, right?
For you guys know, we're taking one at midnight for sure.
Oh, for sure.
One of many problems with you, JG, but go ahead.
So again, it's these movies, right? And Steve Rogers held up Thanos' hand.
Facts.
So
Didn't make no sense.
him with the ability to do that and not being able to defeat Red Hulk would be a problem for me.
And not to mention,
I can answer that though. Go ahead.
When he was getting shot in Winter Soldier, like some humans are like, oh, plot armor. I'm like, no, he's been shot in the comics. It's just that it takes a lot to kill him because he's a super soldier. Like you can't just necessarily kill him as easily as you can a regular human being. You can't do it like that. It takes a lot, and he regenerates fairly quickly, not as fast as like the healing factor of like a Wolverine or a Blade, but he still heals faster than any human could from his injuries.
And I can't believe I'm actually agreeing with what Mike said, but he said something earlier that makes total sense, and it was that if you think you can't let the comic books be your only reference point because these movies and comic books sometimes they're close, sometimes they're miles apart. So go back to what Warren was saying, I can totally believe, based on how they wrote the Red Hulk in this movie, that Sam could defeat him because Sam was smarter, a better tactician, because they made this Red Hulk completely wild, mean, dumb. When in the comic books, he has his intellect and all his general knowledge, all that kind of stuff that was superior to Sam. But in here, he was totally wild and crazy and going on. So if you got somebody that's smart, calm, and cool, under control, plus with that Wakandan armor, you have a fighting chance based on the rules that are in place in this movie.
I don't think he had a fighting chance.
But okay, but
wait, what did you say, Warren?
I didn't think he had a fighting chance because I didn't. Okay, actually, Terrence, go ahead and then I'll because you were.
I was just gonna say, like, from being a martial artist, when it comes to fighting, sure, there are a lot of variables. Your speed, your strength, your techniques, your timing. However, sometimes the smarter person can win. The person that's more tactful than somebody that's making a lot of mistakes during the fight. Like we've seen this time and time again in MMA, especially. Like you can have somebody where you're like, oh, that dude's gonna win. I put all my money on him, but then he makes a mistake, get put in an ankle lock, get choked out in a rear naked choke or anything, and you're like, how did he win? What happened? To do.
And you're right. I'll give you 2 examples. Exactly, Mike. Danny, Mike Tyson, Buster Douglas, and Mike Tyson and Bruno something, right? I remember when Bruno, like, he was huge. People were like, oh, he's going to smoke Tyson. Tyson killed him. And then everybody thought Tyson was going to lose to, or was going to whoop Buster Douglas, and then Buster Douglas won. So I agree with that. Yeah.
I'm going to say one thing. Okay, so my problem with that is that Sam, I didn't have Sam beating him anyway, because it's multiple movies we've seen where either Betty has talked the Hulk down. So why is it okay if Betty Ross? I mean, we're okay with Betty Ross talking him down, and like this whole thing that he wasn't that smart. The man took off his wing like he knew what he was doing. When he threw the shield, he caught it and threw it down. When he started to fight, Ross was still thinking about what he was doing when he was fighting this guy. When you're watching that fight, and I watched it a couple of times, he knew what he was doing outside the vibranium.
But Hulk knows what he's doing too when you watch some of the fights too. But it's about their anger not being able to allow them to do certain things and think rationally, right?
Yeah, at least in Avengers, we could hear the Hulk talk.
Yeah.
Hulk ain't said the first word.
Here's where I'm agreeing with you, Danny. They should have gave them the Red Hulk a little bit more screen time, but that's a problem right there. So I'm gonna agree with you, because if they gave them more screen time, he probably would have said something.
Now, Warren, you're going back and forth. Now you
what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is he didn't have enough screen time. So how are you gonna get, like, the Hulk had more screen time? Like
Well,
how
it'll
many?
take 2 hours to say one word.
But you play. You only had 5 minutes of screen time. What are you talking
It
about,
don't
though?
matter. Hulk had said Hulk smash. Puny
not-
God.
And I'll say this, Donnie, you might not want to agree with Mike because, and I said this, I said no one's going to watch the end of the OOC 2 weeks ago, so no one's going to realize Mike was there. Mike was like, hey, even though I beat Danny every time we had a versus, the Danny slander is getting out of hand. But he called out beating you versus like 3 times already.
But I also
Mike does it
whoa.
all the time, and I'm gonna tell you this: I do not care.
But
I don't lose one wink of sleep over that.
Because they were trashing you on all corners of this screen. I'm like, that's enough. Like, yo, you need to stop this.
Well, we got JG too, right? We were going after JG too at one point. And Mike was like, "Yeah, JG slander is fine, but
Exactly.
the Danny slander is not."
Exactly. I will not stand for Danny slander.
Because Danny, what we were actually saying, which I think makes a lot more sense, is instead of Canada becoming the 51st state, America should become a province.
Negative.
Come over here to Canada.
Fuck no. Y'all got a good now because you a piece of bread and Mexico a piece of bread. We the bologna in the middle. Where do you think Mexico's gonna go after they get done with us? Where do you think they go?
Our guns.
Oh, they can. We allow Mexicans up in here. You know what I mean? But the only way we're gonna allow Americans up in here is if you guys become a province, right? That's what you guys should do because we're heaven, right? This is where you want to be. We could teach you guys how to have stronger gun laws. You know, we could stop all that racist bullshit you got going on there.
Canada,
Cops wouldn't be killing black people.
I love you, my native
Can you make it warmer?
Huh?
Can you make it warmer?
we got some warm spots. Yeah, we got some warm spots for you, Danny. We got some warm spots.
No, 2 months out of 12 ain't enough.
Hey, they got hot springs up there though, with beautiful women.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they got some nice hot springs.
That ain't worried about the women, but for the rest of you guys that are single, you want to come over here for some Montreal women? Yeah, 100%.
I just got one question.
I like
Just
being
one
hot
question.
10 months out of the year. I'm good.
Hey guys, I got some nerd news for you. It's rumored that 50 Cent has been cast as Balrog in the new live-action Street Fighter movie.
Oh yeah,
what?
Yeah, that's the rumor going on right now.
He's a good actor.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Are you
No,
trolling?
No.
You're not trolling.
That's one of the rumors going around. I'm not trolling. That's one of the rumors going around.
So let me show you guys this for my American friend. This is what you guys would get when you come to Montreal, right? Now this is 3 o'clock in the morning. This is how we do it over here.
Hey.
Now,
I'll take a case of.
I didn't see any snow there, so that must have been during the 9 months you all have snow.
Hold on, so they wasn't destroying cars; they were having fun.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. The difference here is, if it was in America, you would have had people running because cops be shooting at the black people on the street partying. Right?
Oh,
That's not what we do
Oh,
over
Lord,
here.
Stop it.
I love the cold weather.
I just have one question for Danny. All right.
Go ahead.
What do you think of Ironheart so far?
Ooh.
I think that it is not better than Daredevil. I can tell you that right now.
It's better than She-Hulk.
I have to ask you, Warren. What do you think about Ironheart?
I mean, 3 episodes in, it has a lot. It has potential. I like it.
He's trying to win a bit.
I ain't saying I didn't hate it, but it ain't better than Daredevil. No way.
No, Daredevil way better.
We got 3 more episodes. We got 3 more episodes next week, so I'm good.
The only thing where people hanging their head on this, from what I can see, and I'm going to watch the third one tonight before I go to bed, is the Mephisto thing. They finally, and I don't think we're going to see him in his demon form, but I think we're going to see him in his human form. And that's going to carry on. That's going to carry on to possibly Fantastic Four. I don't know. Possibly it might go with Doomsday because you know that Victor Von Doom, he deals with magic and he deals with science. So we might see something like that. But
everybody, don't spoil nothing for him. Please don't.
I'm not.
Please stop. Don't not talk about it. Like seriously, let him enjoy it because the third episode is the best.
I want him to enjoy it. I said I just said I like it, and I think that I think Ryan Ryan Coogler, right? Because he produced it. I think he did a great job. I think he's just a really good director. The only thing I've always disliked him for was the Wakanda funeral. That's what I call it with my friends. I don't call it Wakanda Forever. It's Wakanda Funeral. So
hold up, Danny. When
is that you?
Danny, if Mephisto shows up in the show, you let me. Even though I think that's dumb as hell, if he shows up in the show, you let me know the episode and scene, and then I'll watch that on YouTube.
Oh, so wait, you're not watching the show, Terrence?
Nope, no interest.
I think it's pretty good. Like, I'll give you that, Warren. It's not
Thank
bad.
you.
I didn't hate it.
I didn't say.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't say I didn't like. I'm just saying I don't think it's better. The two that I saw was not better than Daredevil to me.
Well, see,
that's fine. That's fine. I get money if you guys don't like it, so I'm good.
Riri always had a problem because she was created by Brian Michael Bendis, who's like one of the worst comic book writers in the history of comic books. So that was her first problem, you know. And then whatever he did with her,
One thing I don't like, I think they introduced her AI too early.
Okay. So I agree with you on that one, Danny. And I think to me, that's the one thing I don't like is her AI. I don't like it.
I don't like.
Did you think Robert Downey Jr. was going to do it?
That'd be too expensive.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I don't like him. I didn't mind the pencil thing they had, but she should have tweaked it to more of her personality.
Oh, yeah. Because her friend, I think that was Eve Ewing. When Eve Ewing was doing the Ironheart series, she's the one that made it. Her best friend Natalie, the one that got
well, that's kind of creepy because she ain't fully over her friend. Now her friend kind of like a ghost, and
right.
I don't like that aspect of it. I think
she
should have tweaked that pencil, the original AI, to something more of her liking, kind of like how Tony did Jarvis, then he did Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I would have done something like that.
But I don't think.
How does the AI know her life if it's just an AI? That's why I'm like, what the? I'm kind of confused about that part still.
So let me say this one thing real quick, and because I had an issue with it, but when I watched some videos towards the end, her best friend is the AI in the comic. Now I get it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, during her series, it was Eve Ewing wrote it. She made her AI.
Poe sent another $10. He said, "Take a shot before your birthday, broski." Thank you very much. Oh shit, I'm spilling it all over the place too.
See, what y'all don't know is probably 4 or at least got to go to work tomorrow. Anzo don't work on Friday, so yeah, he can go ahead and take them shots.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I got to work tomorrow, so negative.
Wait,
what is that?
Do you get Fridays off in Canada? Is that what the deal is?
Well, no, we don't.
Like a 4-day work week?
No, we don't. But my office does. My office gives us 4 days work weeks. You know.
Wow, this strange thing you guys call work.
And to be honest with you, I worked Monday and Tuesday, and I'm like, I'm not working no more for the rest of the week. I go back on Monday. So I've been off since Wednesday.
I wish I could do that.
I've been off since Wednesday, and I'm like, and you know what's funny? Even though it's flying by way too quick, because I feel like, oh man, another few days I got to go back to work. But next week we have another 4-day weekend. So
I'm saying, boy, like Sunday nights.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst.
Yeah, I agree. I hate Sunday night. I agree. And they go by so quick too, you know what I mean? Like Sundays like feels like it flies by.
I don't understand the people that talking about when they retire, they wish they could go back to work. They must be bumping their head. I guarantee you, I will find me something to do. And I retire in the next 5 years, buddy.
Oh yeah, me too. 100%. If I get to retire or when I get to retire, yeah, there's no unless I need to work where I can't afford to live. But if I can,
I got a 5-year plan in place, and if it stays on course, only thing I have to pay for is my house, and the rest of it, bye.
I just want to say,
What you got? 3.5 or 3.7?
What? Who?
Mortgage rate.
Mine's
What's your mortgage rate in your state?
3.1 is mine. Where I put it at.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good. Here's 3.5, 3.7. That's pretty good, man.
3.1 is down there ridiculous. That's amazing.
No, that's pretty good because I'm used to 3.5, 3.7 here.
I locked that in 3 years ago. It ain't that now. It's like 5 something now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And what were you gonna ask, Warren?
I'm just really excited for the Acolyte season 2. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh my god. Something we will not see, so thank God for that. You know what I mean? But Spoiler Kings were talking about it the other day. They were like, Tank was like, I looked at this article, some Star Wars stuff, and he was like, he didn't care, he brushed it off. And I was like, it's a sad day when Star Wars news comes out and we don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. So they need to give us something. And I think the only hype thing right now that people will go around is a Mace Windu story. I think they have that in the bag.
I can tell you now, it ain't going to happen, Anzo, but based on what I've seen these last couple of years, I think they need to get rid of everybody and let Jon Favreau build it back up from point zero. I think I trust in him. I don't trust in Dave Filoni because sometimes he on it sometimes and sometimes he's off. If I was Jon Favreau, I'd try to collaborate with George Lucas. Say, look, man, look some of your treatments. Let me throw this stuff at you, and then kind of hash out like that. And I would do Ron Howard's daughter. I think she's pretty good.
Oh, by the way, Anzo, you got less than 90 seconds to your birthday, and my alarm's going to go off at midnight.
Everybody else, I would Friday, but
anyone hyped for Rey? No, not really, not at all. And that's the thing, right? I think right now that the thing that people are hyped about the most is Mandalorian and Grogu.
Oh yes,
I got a question for Mike.
Worried about that? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I just
Mike, did you watch Killer of Killers?
No, I haven't. Was it good?
Oh man,
yes,
awesome.
Yes. That Predator thing is fire. I was like, Danny, you gotta watch, because I know Danny's the Predator fan, right? I was like, Danny, you gotta watch Killers of Killers, bro. You gotta watch that.
Oh,
I have it. I just haven't watched it yet.
Did you guys hear about that announcement too about the rated R Clayface movie?
No.
I did, but the movie might be fire, but they should just do a Batman movie with Clayface as the villain.
Agreed. And it depends on which universe we getting. Are we getting it in James Gunn's universe? Or are we getting it in Matt Reeves? I don't give a shit.
No, James Gunn's universe is doing a Batman and a Clayface.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Hey, guess what? 2, 1. It's midnight.
And I am taking my first birthday shot. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Today is official.
Happy birthday, Anzo.
Thank you very much.
51. He's coming to join us. Come on, Bubba.
Next year, I'll be there. 51.
You know what? I ain't even coming for a visit because Ice might be picking me up. You know what I mean? So I won't even come for a visit over there. Not yet.
If your last name Martinez or Alvarez, you might be right.
Man, I don't even think that matters because I seen some French Quebecer that got caught up over there. So I am just saying, you know.
Yeah, white Canadians getting snatched as well, dude.
Trump's not a fan of us Canadians either. Yeah,
hey,
go
man,
ahead.
You got to be a ghost when you're in and out of the United States.
I just wanted to say, happy birthday. I just downed a glass of apple cider. Yep. So yeah, it's good too. It's fresh. It's crisp. Yep. So, that was done in your honor. In fact, I'm going to pour me another glass right now. Yep.
Don't get too drunk, Terrence.
Happy birthday, Anzo, to your honor. Canadian Club Classic. Just for you.
Ooh, there we go, JG.
Look it down.
That's
nasty ass stuff, but yeah.
Oh my God, it's my weed, man. I'll smoke for you. Oh, you got to smoke too.
Light it up, smoke it up. We are definitely going to close it up pretty much soon because I know a lot of people got to work tomorrow and do other things. So I just
you don't want to play a game?
I would do that another time, Eli. Keep the games
Oh man. Okay.
Keep the games going. Keep the games going. I thought the conversations were going pretty good and the debates and stuff, so I wanted to keep it to that. But keep the games because we're definitely going to play those Jeopardies. But I just want to say I appreciate everybody that came and hung out with me today. It's always a pleasure. It's great. YouTube was what made me meet all you wonderful people. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you guys, all you. Danny, JG, Eli, Mike, Terrence, not Warren. Poe. Yeah, even Warren too. You know what I mean? Like, it's always been fun. It's always been a pleasure to come out and hang with you guys. So I appreciate that. Danny, tell the people where they can find you, sir.
On my channel is The Road to Wisdom on Mondays and Fridays at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I usually upload some videos. Also on Sundays I'm on Storms Live, which is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On Wednesdays I'm on the Hangout. And occasionally I'm on OOC when it's not radioactive. But as always, Onzo, man, you're my boy. Got that love for you. I hope you have many more birthdays. And man, let's keep it going.
And the remainder of them will be as a American citizen of the 51st state.
Yes, I concur.
That's Puerto Rico's in 51st states.
They're not doing that. I want to say, I think JG still using an avatar. He's still hiding behind a white person over there. But we finally get to see JG on camera. I appreciate that.
Turn off your filter, man.
Facts.
No filter, buddy.
I'm definitely gonna let
Nothing
you
but
do
don't want smoothness over here.
And I'll let you do your outros. But first off, Poe, where can we find you?
Howdy. Y'all actually can't find me anywhere, but here when I pop up in the chat of my favorite YouTubers. Don't follow my channel because I'm a piece of shit, and I just I'm happy. I'm happy to be a part of the community. So these are amazing people, and they're amazing. Seriously,
Right.
Danny, Onzo, and a couple of others. Eli, who,
Not
T-Virus,
Warren.
Terrence. So
Not
I don't
Warren.
know that guy, but anybody else I know, Robert Storms, they all good. They put up with me. So peace out.
Damon Scott, thank you for the $2 super chat. He said, happy birthday. Great to see everybody. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much for that. Always a pleasure. Warren, where can they find you? Nowhere. Mike, where can they find you?
No, you can find
insulting Asian women.
No, I was trying to put a background because but so you can see me. But
go
yeah,
ahead.
you can find me just around nowhere basically.
Stalking Asian
You know,
women.
you know why he wanted to put the background up, Mike? So that we wouldn't see the Asian women hanging in his room. You know what I mean?
Where is Nerd Man?
Actually, I did send Nerdman the link, but he said he had something to do with, I guess, one of his lady boys tonight.
Yeah, lady boys down there.
Yeah. So he's like, he couldn't make it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I definitely had him up in there. So Cole came in, but he had to bounce out early, and I didn't hear from K-Dot. So it is what it is. I would have liked to have trashed Nerdman tonight, but we'd probably still be going now if Nerdman was here. So thank God we can close it up at this time.
Most definitely.
T-Virus, where can they find you, sir? Terrence. I have a lot of respect for you, and your lives are always chill. Your lives are always chill, and a lot of people can do that, or a lot of people can't do that, I'm guessing, or have the energy. So massive respect. Thank you, stranger. I appreciate it, man. It's always a pleasure, especially with you chat guys coming in here and hanging out with us all the time. So I do appreciate that. Have a good night, everyone. Since Terrence is not there, Eli, where can they find you?
About everywhere, nowhere at the same time. But sometimes on X, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, various YouTube channels every Thursday through Wednesday. And it's your high science guy reminding you, if you look up, you see the moon, the little sliver to the left of the dot, that's Mercury.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And last but not least, the hype man, the man himself, the white man behind the black face, Mr. J.G. Shalit. Tell them where they go. Do your thing, bro.
JG Shaolin Terrific, the undefeated, undisputed final boss of the 36 Chambers of Shaolin. Wee! The Black Jim Kelly, martial artist, film actor, amazing gentleman. There you go, Enzo. Yo, I gotta give Enzo a shout out, man, because he allowed me on his platform after starting out with Nerd Man, unfortunately, and venturing off to other people. But man, it's fun. Wednesday nights on the OOC and tournaments
You
and
started
everything.
out with Nerdman and you lived to tell the tale.
Yes. I had a lot of crucifixes I was wearing, and a lot of holy water because he is a demented, bald-headed human being. Yeah, man. Appreciate you, Onzo, man. Happy birthday to you. Continue to let life come to you. Continue to be that beacon, that blessing to everyone that you touch, man. Appreciate you.
And so, JG, I want to say this, man, because like I said, I did invite you onto the OOC, and it's always been fun hanging out with you. Even when we have our back and forth, it's always great to have you there, man. And I'm glad that I was able to meet up with you on the Nerdman stream. So appreciate you too as well.
Yes, sir. And this is the first and last time you'll see my face visible. All right. So if you miss it live, too bad. Watch the replay because it's never going to happen again.
Still gonna bring us in.
Straight from the M-Town.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 901, baby. Catch me live Wednesday nights on the OOC with the host Onzo, aka the Abbott, and the Osiris of the Spliff King, the Professor of Gunja, alongside his co-host Roberto, aka Mr. 100, aka No Trouble Did anything going to be Irie. No woman, no cry.
Bo.
And I gotta get the hating started because also the man, the myth, the legend. Get on your feet, everybody. One of the finest police officers who ever graced these great United States. You hear me, Onzo? These great United States. The man with the fashion sense that can turn any pauper into a prince. The man who's always delivering that good message on the road to wisdom. Look at that hater right there. Do you smell it? Do you smell it? Get on your feet and salute Simplify himself. If you smell with Danny is cooking.
I can smell it. Oh, it smells delicious.
That was awesome, man.
Last but not least, I just want to thank Poe. I want to thank Anik. I want to thank Dewan. I want to thank the Strangers, Spoiler Kings, DQ brothers. You know what I mean? Dandelion was here. Who else was up in here that I don't want to really miss anybody? Tony was up in here. Tamika Knight. Chris, well, he was on the show, but yeah. Chris Knight was here.
The Stranger.
The Stranger. Fatal J was up in the house today earlier. Sagi Ray was in the house too, so I appreciate you. Tamika Den 10.
David.
David Quintana. He's always up in there, so I appreciate you guys.
Nadia was here earlier.
Nadia, thank you very much. Nadia was here too as well. Dewan. Yep. And it's funny, right? Because we always say this, you know, as much as we like to have fun and hanging out with the panel, we also like to have the chat involved as well. You know what I mean? So it's always a pleasure to see your faces, to see the new faces.
Dandelion.
Yes, Dandelion as well. 100% was here, you know, and so I appreciate all of you guys, man. Like I said, it's always a pleasure, and it's, you know, special day, 51 birthday, and you guys came out and hung out with me and stayed up till 12 o'clock when I know some of you guys got to go to work tomorrow, and it's always like, it's an honor and a pleasure to hang with you guys. Baldhead Warren, watch him.
See?
Watch out!
Whoa, put the hat back on, man.
Oh my gosh, the shine.
You guys are funny.
You dress like a man.
1930s prison shirt you got on, bro.
I'm not hating, Bubba. You good, man. Do your thing.
Yeah, I'm in jail. That's it. I'm in jail with all the Asians on the back.
1912 swimming shirt you got on, bro. Put on a different shirt.
Let this be a lesson that you should not attack Asian women in Chinatown. Or else.
Make on your face, boy.
Man, to be honest, I thought you was white.
I know.
Wait, hang on. Are you black with white or white with black?
Oh
Can't tell.
Oh my God.
I got albino disease reversed. So, you know.
Gotcha.
You got revitiligo.
We love all people here, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you can't hide from the lines, man. That zebra look doesn't work for you.
Damn urban mime looking.
I'll have a better shirt next time. Sorry, guys.
I can't lie though. He looked like he kind of work out, so I'm gonna be careful what I say to Warren. You know what I mean?
That's all right. I'm gonna blame him from far away. He
I get a 9mm. That
Some of those Asian women, they're heavy, man. Of course he lifts it.
Wow. It's all right. But hey, you know, I'll give you. I only put the camera on for Enzo, so that's it. You guys, I'm not a gremlin like Danny would, say. So.
Anyway. Look like he says indubitably every day.
Indubitably.
Oh, you better not eat. It's past 12 o'clock.
I'm leaving you alone, Warren. I was messing with you.
Don't eat, Danny. What are you thinking? Turn into a gremlin?
It's past 12 o'clock.
Awesome.
he looks like a steroid prisoner. Facts. But again, he said, can you smell what Anzo is cooking? Anzo is cooking butter. Anzo is on fire. You know what I mean? Everything I
butter
is great.
You put pea butter?
Wait, what? You got a problem, JG?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I'm still thinking. Look, I'm from Memphis, so we just blame everybody. It's an art form here, so I was trying to think of something else myself.
Best barbecue in the world too.
Hey,
facts.
That's Kansas City. Sorry.
Hey! Stop that blasphemy.
Facts. Well, again, thank you guys. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? We had a good good vibe tonight. Good amount of people came in here watching, still popping in, popping out. But we are gonna close it up tonight. I think Sunday will be the Ironheart Roundtable, so make sure to check that out. Be on Chaos Central. Yeah, trust me, Danny. Trust me, I know. We're gonna try and get that thing over real quick. Like, we're not doing episode by episode. We're doing the 3 episodes all in one, so we can probably get out of there within an hour. Yes.
Sunday is when I do my major dispensary runs, and the bus can be hectic. The bus is gonna be hectic because of the parade, and the market and missions gonna be shut down at like 1 o'clock. So, what time I need to try to plan this?
We're gonna work on the time. I think Chris wants to do it at like 6 or something like that. If everybody can do it at that time, we can do it at that time. I think he wants to do it
3
before.
o'clock my time. Yeah. Okay. Shit. I was kind of close.
Yeah, I think you.
What's
that?
Make a drug run. That doesn't even sound right.
No, on Sundays I go to the dispensary and to the grocery shop. I'm grocery shopping. It's all within 2 blocks of each other.
I feel him. I've been on them times where it's like, oh man, I got to stream. Let me go make this run real quick to get my weed, because I am not gonna be so fucking good on stream. If you guys,
it don't take that long, man.
It depends.
Hey, no. Pride Parade is Sunday. They're closing down the streets and the buses are being majorly rerouted. Okay, I have to plan my trip Sunday carefully, because getting back from the grocery store to the dispensary is a little hell.
Either way, you'll have enough time. I'll definitely let you know.
Okay,
but
if you're not gonna happen Sunday, why not take your rump Saturday and do that?
Facts.
Because I get my discounts on Sunday.
Let's go and go.
Thank you guys for coming. Peace, love, and hair grease, and we will see you on the next one.
Peace out.
Peace. Wrong one. Hold on. Another effort. Wrong one. Here we go.